Section 1 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1, edited with a preface by Raine, Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1, Section 1. Preface. This is believed to be the only published, perhaps the only existing record of the life of an English girl written by herself in a century before that which is now in its wane. Such a portrayal of a young Englishwoman and her times would be interesting even if the girl had not been, as was this one, a born author who lived among men and women more or less distinguished, herself became famous and was admired by the admired, as well as praised by the common voice, whose brilliant reputation as a novelist was revived some 50 years ago by her fresh and still greater renown as a chronicler of English social and court life during many and marked years of the long reign of George III. The novelist and the chronicler are shown in these still earlier diaries, which are now for the first time published, as developing from year to year. Sketches revealing the true charactermonger alternate here with innocent, tender and generous thoughts and feelings of affection to kinsfolk and friends, more than commonly lasting as well as warm, but with traits of a disposition very mobile but singularly steady, very lively but very sweet, discreet and considerate almost to moral precocity. The character of Frances Burney shows itself on every leaf of these journals, even as the story of her first youth tells itself as we turn them. They were the offspring of that real pleasure in writing, even in the mechanical part of it Richardson attributes to his heroine Clarissa, and which he had felt himself, for it is not to be divined but known. These journals gave Frances, in old age, the delight which she had looked forward to receiving from them in her youth. No stronger proof of a clear conscience and a healthy mind could well be shown. In them there are erasures, there are long passages removed and destroyed, but the context shows that the feelings of others, not her own, were to be considered and spared. Two there were whose names prevail in these pages: her father and her adopted father, Mr. Crisp, concerning whom she has left all standing which she wrote early or late, nay, has added little ejaculations in their praise and honour. It is following her when we write first of them who were first with her, of whom, when she began to write, she could not dream that one would live wholly and the other mainly through her writings. Quote, "I love Burney, my heart goes out to meet him. Dr. Burney is a man for all the world to love. It is but natural to love him. I much question if there is in the world such another man as Dr. Burney." End quote. When Dr. Burney is named, such words as these of Dr. Johnson recur to us, rather than the music which he composed or the books that he wrote. We recall too the names of Admiral Burney, of the second Dr. Charles, and above all of Francis. If his reputation once gave lustre to theirs, his celebrity now ascends from that of his children. No list of his musical compositions is known to exist. His daughter admits that they were out of date even in her own day. No list of his many articles in the Monthly Review and the Cyclopedia of Abraham Rees has ever been compiled. His tours are less read than they might well be, and his history of music has, in the very course and progress of music, been superseded. The repute of his reputation survives. The concurrence of his contemporaries is on record that he was, quote, indeed a most extraordinary man, at home upon all subjects, and upon all so agreeable, a wonderful man, end quote, Mr. Murphy. His place in social life was unique, being due to what Dr. Johnson implied to be an almost unique blending of a happy temper of mind, an affectionate disposition, gentle and attractive manners, having dignity and reserve should it be needed, with a very active and versatile intellect and considerable acquirements. The charm of character and of manners, the, quote, vivacity and readiness of wit, end quote, which made him the man of the 18th century who gained and kept the greatest number of friends, can now be brought before us only by the warmth and the praise of those friends, and of the love rising to enthusiasm of his children, to which the diaries that follow bear continuous testimony. It is possible that his memoirs of his own life and times would have interested many who would not even open one of the 4 quarto volumes of his history of music, or who would shun the technical, which is much the greater part, of his tours of inquiry into the state of music in the France, Italy and Germany of 1770 and 1772. It was his full purpose to leave such an account of his own long and varied life as might give a picture of nearly a century. He justly thought himself well fitted to write a book which might, as he said, quote, be read with avidity at the distance of some centuries by antiquaries and lovers of anecdotes, end quote. Although it would then have lost the poignancy of personality, which might, quote, mortify and defend a few persons, end quote, of his own time. He justly wrote that, quote, perhaps few have been better enabled to describe from an actual survey the manners and customs of the age in which they lived than myself, ascending from those of the most humble cottagers and lowest mechanics to the first nobility and most elevated personages with whom circumstances, situation, and accident at different periods of my life have rendered me familiar. Oppressed and laborious husbandmen, insolent and illiberal yeomanry, overgrown farmers, generous and hospitable merchants, men of business and men of pleasure, men of letters, men of science, artists, sportsmen and country squires, dissipated and extravagant voluptuaries, gamesters, ambassadors, statesmen, and even sovereign princes I've had the opportunities of examining in almost every point of view. All these it is my intention to display in their respective situations, and to delineate their virtues, vices, and apparent degrees of happiness and misery, end quote. This was indeed a great promise made to future time, as Dr. Burney was born while George I was not firm upon his throne, and lived until close on 88. What might he not have told us had he been able to fulfil his plan, unchecked by engagements with pupils and societies, musical, literary, and benevolent, by innumerable friends and multitudinous invitations, by an old pledge to complete his history of music, and by an agreement made when he was 75 years old to furnish the musical articles for a new edition of the Cyclopedia of Chambers. Quote, "The shortest calculation for the termination of this work being," as he wrote in 1801, "still 10 years." Unquote. To fulfil this contract he gave up writing for the Monthly Review and laid aside his autobiography. The fragment which we have quoted was written in 1782 and stood without a page to follow it until 1807, when Dr. Burney began to write his own life in earnest at the age of 81. At little less than the same age, his daughter Frances published that compilation from his 12 volumes of manuscript memoirs, his, quote, "countless, fathomless," end quote, mass of papers, and her own journals and letters, which is known as the Memoirs of Dr. Burney. In it she has indicated her reasons for suppressing his own narrative. They are more fully given in, quote, "quite a pamphlet," end quote, of a letter to his sister Esther, which was written in November 1820. It would fatigue the reader's fancy to follow her details of toil and disappointment. Of the 12 volumes, some were mere repetitions of others. Quote, "The dear and indefatigable author wrote frequently the whole of every cahier 3 times over himself," end quote, in small writing with many abbreviations, and Frances, nervous in her turn, read some of the manuscript volumes in even 4 different copies, lest her collation should be imperfect. She found the memoirs to be the work not of the father who wrote the tours or the history of music, nor even of the father whose spirits afterwards rallied so that he wrote occasional essays of better texture than the memoirs and very entertaining letters, some of which she has printed in his memoirs, but of a man dejected by the loss of his wife, of his gentle Susan, and of many of his oldest friends, by the experience of one paralytic stroke and the apprehension of another. Beginning with the thought that she, quote, "had nothing to do but to revise and somewhat abridge," end quote, his narrative, her ultimate decision was to suppress all that he had written which would not maintain his literary, quote, "credit and fair fame," end quote. She shrank, quote, "from a storm of disapprobation, if not invective, upon the editor who, for a fortnight's quick profit from his former celebrity, had exhibited her faded father's faded talents," end quote. In the full conviction that he would have been his own expurgator had he not written in ill health and seclusion, she at once destroyed all his manuscripts and papers which, quote, "could not have been spread even in the general family view without causing pain or mischief," end quote. From the remainder she chose such portions as resembled his manner of writing, quote, "when his memory was full and gay, when he lived in the world," end quote. These amount to very few pages in the Memoirs of Dr. Burney. After this long winnowing of his, quote, "voluminous piles of paper," end quote, and pocket books, the rest of the book appears to have been chiefly constructed from her own diaries, letters, and memory. She felt herself to be the guardian of her father's fame, and no more tender guardian could have been found or fancied. According to the bent of her readers, her decision to suppress, if not destroy, her father's autobiography will be received with satisfied submission or questioned, disapproved, nay, deplored. Invective she did not escape at the time. Croker was lying in wait, and among his points of attack was that she had not suffered her father to tell his own tale, but had published her autobiography under the title of his Memoirs. Her labour to prepare the book none but herself could know. At the end of 1820 she had not even finished reading the correspondence of Dr. Burney, nor does she appear to have begun that looking through all her own diaries and letters which took place within the next 10 years. In November 1820 her anticipation was that, quote, "about 3 years' hard reading for myself will finally produce about 3/4 of an hour's reading for my lecturers," unquote. Justification of the suppression of the mass of her father's papers she has left in abundance in that letter to her sister of 16 quarto pages. At less length, but with even more strength, in her Memoirs of Dr. Burney, she's pleaded justification. Quote, "All the juvenile voluminous manuscripts," she writes to Esther, "are filled with literal nurses' tales, such as, narrated by himself, were truly amusing, but on paper and read, not recited, are trivial to poverty and dull to sleepiness." When he described his early life in London, she found him, quote, "giving his whole paper to enormous long paragraphs and endless folio pages upon the city electioneering for organs and concerts and Stanley's rivalry and Frazee and local interests of the day," end quote. In, quote, "the various cahiers upon Norfolk and Lynn, there was, quote, some more agreeable style of writing, but still upon people not generally known. At last comes London, and then the great names begin to occur. Garrick, Diderot, Rousseau, Dr. Warton, Dr. Johnson." Footnote, it was Madame D'Arblay's custom to write Dr. Johnson's name in large letters back to main text. Here I had the full expectation of detail, anecdote, description and conversation, such as to manifest these characters in the brilliant light of their own fame, and to show our dear father the caressed, sought, honoured and admired friend of such a constellation, for such he was, and as much loved and esteemed as if he had been the universal patron of them all." End quote. Again she felt sore disappointment. For many years Dr. Burney had been too busy to more than register in his pocket books the first day of meeting each particular star of this constellation. He had trusted the rest, or besides the where and the when, to a future time of leisure, which came only when his memory was impaired. For his kind intentions towards them, antiquaries at least will give Dr. Burney their gratitude. We believe that in the end Madame D'Arblay, put out of the power of anyone to affirm, contest, or revise her judgment, without blaming her, we incline to regret it. Even with the piteous picture before us of an aged Francis bending over boxes after boxes and bags after bags of papers, quote, "waiting, painfully, laboriously waiting," unquote, through every note of appointment or invitation which her father had ever received, every pocket-book in which he had made entries, and the 12 folio volumes of his autobiography, our provoked fancy teases us by repeating that the aspect of the second 50 years of this century towards such records as lay before her is far from being that of the first 50. Those nursery tales might now be called folklore. Those accounts of the obscure people in Lynn and Norfolk, materials for a narrative of the manners and customs of a town and county which not long ago had strongly marked ways of their own, and the trivial or tedious details of Dr. Burney's early days in the city of London, facts precious to those for whom he meant them, that is, to lovers of anecdote, antiquaries, and even historians. The memoirs of Dr. Burney are now rather consulted than read, but as the book is in the London Library, as well as in all permanent subscription libraries and in many private libraries of its time, we need not draw much from it. Rather, we would add to it a little by quoting a few anecdotes from his own writings, which his daughter overlooked, or did not copy, because it could never have occurred to her how little his works will be read now as compared with her own. The Burney family waits for a genealogist and bibliographer. One ought to appear within it. Meantime, a family tradition brings it with James I from Scotland in 1600. This might easily be the case with Dr. Burney's great-great-grandfather, as his grandfather, James McBurney, was born about 1653. He had an estate in Great Hanwood in Shropshire and a house in Whitehall. He married a daughter of his Shropshire rector, Mr. Evans. His eldest son, James, born at Hanwood in 1678, was a pupil of Dr. Busby at Westminster School and of Dial in painting. When 19, he married Rebecca Ellis, a girl of 16, who's said to have acted at Goodman's Fields Theatre. Thereupon his father disinherited him and himself married his own cook, whose son Joseph ran through the property. James is said by Madame D'Arblay to have possessed, quote, negligent facility and dissipated ease, end quote. Her words bore a softer meaning in the last century than in this. James McBurney might now be called clever all round. That is, he was agreeable, witty, an admirable dancer, and as good a player on the violin as a painter, but with much of that want of perseverance and concentration of mind, that being, quote, everything by turns and nothing long, end quote, about him, which was the older meaning of the word dissipation. We know not when his wife died, leaving several children. Next he married Anne Cooper, a Shropshire young lady, not without money. Having 9 children living out of 15 of the 2 marriages, he was at last forced to stick to some one way of earning money and chose portrait painting. He settled at Chester, leaving his last-born child, Charles, who was twin with a girl, Susanna, at nurse in the village of Condover, 4 miles from Shrewsbury. There the boy was left for 12 or 13 years. This was by no means an injury to him, his foster mother, Dame Ball, being a simple, kind creature who loved him, and whom he quitted, quote, in an agony of grief, end quote. It was perhaps to his apparent abandonment in a village that he owed the vigorous health which enabled him afterwards to give lessons in music from 8 in the morning until 11 at night, then write until 4 in the morning and rise at 7 and live to be 88. Such a brain as his could scarcely have been idle anywhere or at any age, and such a rector as that of Condover during the whole time of Burney's stay in it was the very man to quicken its activity. The Reverend George Llewellyn, who had in his youth been a page to Charles II, was, in the words of Dr. Burney, a lively Welshman, active in all his pursuits, a man of wit and taste in the fine arts, fond of music, who had fitted his house with great taste, and had many good pictures, and spent more time in gardening than he did in anything else. Mr. Llewellyn liked, quote, the Dutch manner of laying out gardens, end quote, with yew trees cut into shapes. He liked not William of Orange, but was hand in glove with the Shropshire Jacobite leader, Kynaston Corbett MP, and in 1715 sheltered rebels in his rectory. The Whigs called him a Jacobitical, musical, mad Welsh parson. He had known Henry Purcell well enough to be able to supply Dr. Blow with more than 30 of Purcell's settings of music to words when Blow brought out the Orpheus Britannicus, so that between him and the eldest half-brother of little Charles, James Burney, organist then and for many years afterwards of St. Margaret's, Shrewsbury, the child was little likely to lack music. We assume that someone must have minded his learning, as he got on very quickly at Chester Grammar School, and cannot have been there more than from 3 to 4 years, which of course was not long enough for scholarship, but long enough to give him some clue to it. At Chester School he was only once punished. It was for prompting a friend. When he was about 14, the cathedral organist, who was a pupil of Dr. Blow, had a fit of gout. In a few days he taught the musical schoolboy Burney to play chants enough to, quote, keep the organ going, end quote. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. The following extract shows young Burney on his first approach to Handel. Quote, when Handel went through Chester on his way to Ireland this year, 1741, I was at the public school in that city, and very well remember seeing him smoking a pipe over a dish of coffee at the Exchange Coffee House. For being extremely curious to see so extraordinary a man, I watched him narrowly so long as he remained in Chester, which, on account of the wind being unfavourable for his embarking at Parkgate, was several days. During this time he applied to Mr. Baker, the organist, my first music master, to know whether there were any choirmen in the cathedral who could sing at sight, as he wished to prove some books that had been hastily transcribed by trying the choruses which he intended to perform in Ireland. Mr. Baker mentioned some of the most likely singers then in Chester, and among the rest a printer of the name of Jansen, who had a good bass voice and was one of the best musicians in the choir. At this time Harry Alcock, a good player, was the first violin at Chester, which was then a very musical place, for besides public performances, Mr. Prebendary Prescott had a weekly concert at which he was able to muster 18 or 20 performers, gentlemen and professors. A time was fixed for this private rehearsal at the Golden Falcon, where Handel was quartered. But alas, on trial of the chorus in the Messiah, and with his stripes we are healed, poor Jansen, after repeated attempts, failed so egregiously that Handel let loose his great bear upon him, and after swearing in 4 or 5 languages, cried out in broken English, "You scoundrel, did not you tell me that you could sing at sight?" "Yes, sir," says the printer, "and so I can, but not at first sight." Soon afterwards Charles Burney is found at Shrewsbury as a pupil in music of his half-brother, the organist, learning French and to play upon the violin from little Matisse, who, in Burney's mature opinion, played Corelli's solos better than anyone whom he ever heard afterwards. At 16, Charles was the future doctor in little, learning everything that anyone could teach him, and, quote, helping himself, unquote, to what he was not taught. He wrote, taught, tuned instruments and copied, quote, a prodigious quantity of music, unquote, for his brother. He says that he tried to, quote, keep up the little Latin he had learned, unquote, to improve his handwriting and to compose. He does not tell us what he composed, but it seems to have been prose, verse and music. He read much and though angling with fervour, it was with a book in his pocket. He heard Mr. Felton and Dr. William Hayes play on his brother's organ. He admired them, and they encouraged him. Quote, "Thenceforward he went to work with an ambition and fury that would hardly allow him to eat or sleep." Unquote. In the autumn of 1744, Arne, who is still a well-known English composer of music, was, after a stay of 2 years in Ireland, on his way to London to take up his post at Drury Lane as conductor of the orchestra and composer of music for that Royal Theatre. He met young Burney, who was again at Chester, was pleased with him, and took him to London as his apprentice in music. If Charles Burney had suffered from what Madame D'Arblay calls, quote, "the parsimonious authority and exactions," unquote, of his half-brother James, he was left far too much to himself by Arne, who cared not what was his conduct and taught him very little, exacting only that he should copy a great quantity of music and make himself useful. His elder own brother, Richard, was then living in London. His seems to have been the only guidance given to Charles. It is described by Madame D'Arblay as lordly tyranny. She wrote with the warmth of a daughter whose imagination kindled at inattention, rigour, or show of superiority to such a father as hers, who, although the youngest born, was the ornament of his family and its chief. But Dr. Burney seems to have taken some neglect, some harshness, and much hard work in his early days very little to heart, and wrote gaily of what moved his daughter to pity akin to indignation long after all had passed into, quote, "honour, obedience, love, and troops of friends," unquote. The Burneys of the generation before her own had been able enough, but with the exception of her father and his sister Rebecca, Madame D'Arblay describes them as having been much less amiable and united by affection than his children and their cousins. But then there were so many of them that life was a struggle to live. There could not have been much amiss in his early life, as the enthusiasm of Dr. Burney for old Shrewsbury was a subject of pleasantry among those who knew him, and to dwell on Condover and sing the songs of his dear old nurse, with an imitation of her tones and the expression of her face, his delight even to his old age. In 1819, Mrs. Piozzi writes to Sir James Fellowes that Sir Baldwin Leighton is, quote, "true Salopian, who, though well acquainted with both hemispheres, delights in talking only of Shrewsbury. He will now end his life where he began, a mile from his favourite spot. A pretty spot enough, but its power over a soldier of fortune like General Leighton, or a full-minded man like my friend, the first Dr. Burney, is really to its credit. When the last named friend had occasion to kiss His Majesty's hand 2 or 3 times within 2 or 3 years, I remember the wags saying, 'Why, Burney takes the King's hand, sure, for Shrewsbury brawn, he puts it so often to his lips.'" The jest sounds like one of Mrs. Thrale's own, but Dr. Burney does really seem to have translated an Italian word, mostacciolo, as Simnel, in order to have the pleasure of bringing Shrewsbury into a note in his Life of Metastasio. This note explains that, quote, "Mostacciolo is a cake made at Naples of flour, sugar, eggs, and sweet wine, which is very different from a Shrewsbury simnel, which is a rich plum cake enclosed in an impenetrable case or crust made of flour and water and coloured with saffron, which preserves it from injury and decay in the longest voyages to the most remote parts of the globe." End quote. He did not see Shrewsbury again for 53 years. In 1797, Mrs. Crewe, to raise his spirits after the death of Burke, insisted upon his accompanying her to Crewe Hall in Cheshire, and went 40 miles out of her way to show him Shrewsbury. Then he wrote to Fanny, "I ran away from Mrs. Crewe, who was too tired to walk about, and played the cicerone myself to Miss Crewe and Monsieur de Fronteville, to whom I undertook to show off old Shrewsbury, of which I knew all the streets, lanes and parishes, as well as I did 60 years ago." Ellipsis. "The next morning I walked in that most beautiful of all public walks, as I still believe, in the world, called the Quarry, formed in verdant and flower-enamelled fields by the Severn side, with the boldest and most lovely opposite shore imaginable." Ellipsis. "In a most violent rain, nearly a storm, we left my dear old Shrewsbury, and without being able in such weather to get to my dearer old Condover." Footnote: the walk by the Severn side is the scene of lovers' meetings in Farquhar's Recruiting Officer. The, quote, "noble Sergeant Kite, speaking in, quote, the street Shrewsbury, bids all who desire to enlist, quote, repair to him at the sign of the Raven, doubtless in Raven Street, where Dr. Burney was born. And Captain Plume censures the March beer at the Raven." Back to main text. Burney was in the orchestra at Drury Lane under Arne. If he was a drudge, his work seems to have been relieved by plays and operas as well as by concerts, in which latter he most likely took some part. The kindness of Arne's sister, Mrs. Cibber, quote, "the most enchanting actress of her day," unquote, more than made up for her brother's negligence. Her house in Scotland Yard was the resort of, quote, "wits, poets and men of letters," unquote. She made Burney welcome to it and known to them. The rest was done by his modest and pleasing manners, great liveliness and quick intelligence. At her house he gained the friendliness of Thomson and Garrick. There he again met Handel. Burney pauses in his volume on the Handel commemoration of 1784 to tell us that, quote, "after my first arrival in London, 1744, he, Handel, was seldom absent from the benefit for decayed musicians and their families, and I have sometimes seen him at the playhouses and the opera, and at St. Martin's Church, where Mr. Kelway played the organ, besides seeing Handel myself at his own house in Brook Street, and at Carlton House, where he had rehearsals of his oratorios, by meeting him at Mrs. Cibber's and at Fraze's, who was then my scholar, I acquired considerable knowledge of his private character and turn for humour. He was very fond of Mrs. Cibber, whose voice and manner had softened his severity for her want of musical knowledge. At her house, of a Sunday evening, he used to meet Quin, who, in spite of native roughness, was very fond of music. Yet the first time Mrs. Cibber prevailed on Handel to sit down while he was present, on which occasion I remember the great musician played the overture in Siroe, and delighted us all with the marvellous neatness with which he played the jig at the end of it, Quin, after Handel was gone, being asked by Mrs. Cibber whether he did not think Mr. Handel had a charming hand, replied, "A hand, madam, you mistake, it's a foot." "Oh, says she. "Has he not a fine finger?" "Toes, by God, madam." Indeed, his hand was then so fat that the knuckles, which usually appear convex, were like those of a child, dinted or dimpled in, so as to be rendered concave. However, his touch was so smooth, and the tone of the instrument so much cherished, that his fingers seemed to grow to the keys, They were so curved and compact when he played that no motion, and scarcely the fingers themselves, could be discerned." End quote. Once at a later time, Handel's temper broke loose on Burney. Quote, "At Frases, I remember, in the year 1748, he brought in his pocket the duet of Judas Maccabeus, from These Dread Scenes, in which she had not sung when that oratorio was first performed in 1746. At the time he sat down to the harpsichord to give her and me the time of it, while he sang her part. I hummed at sight the second over his shoulder, in which he encouraged me by desiring that I would sing out. But unfortunately something went wrong, and Handel, with his usual impetuosity, grew violent, a circumstance very terrific to a young musician. At length, however, recovering from my fright, I ventured to say that I fancied there was a mistake in the writing, which, upon examining, Handel discovered to be the case, and then instantly, with the greatest good humour and humility, said, 'I beg your pardon, I'm a very odd tog. Meister Schmidt is to blame.'" Burney was parted from Arne by Fulk Greville, a young man of rank, fashion and fortune, who coveted all kinds of distinction, from eminence in metaphysics, in which he fancied himself strong, to preeminence on the racecourse and in the hunting field, in quote, all the fashionable exercises, unquote, of riding, fencing, shooting at a mark, dancing and tennis, down or up to music and drawing, writing verses and laying out gardens and plantations. Mr. Greville wished for the continual company of a good musician who would give him lessons, and who was also fit for, quote, "the society of a gentleman," unquote. After hearing young Burney, who was ignorant of his object, talk as well as play upon the harpsichord, he was so much taken with him as to pay Arne £300 to cancel Burney's articles. Burney was even too much his companion, as Greville took him to the racecourse and the gambling clubs, to Newmarket, to White's and to Boodle's. He might do anything he chose, so long as Mr. Greville did not think it, quote, "faugrem," unquote. Burney gave away the bride, with whom Greville pretended to elope, because it was faugrem to be married like other people. Burney stood as proxy for a duke when Greville's baby was baptised. He was to have gone to Italy with that, quote, "pair of beauties," unquote, Mr. and Mrs. Greville, who are commemorated in the letters of Horace Walpole and of Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, but just at that time he himself fell in love, and Mr. Greville graciously cancelled the unwritten articles which bound Burney to him by the words, "Why don't you marry her?" "May I?" cried Burney. And the deed was done. She, Esther Sleep, was a very lovely and intelligent girl who made him as happy as a man could be made. But before speaking of his married life, we must tell of a friendship which began 3 or 4 years before he met his wife, lasted 22 years after her death, and was shared with him by all his children. This was with Samuel Crisp, a man whose praise runs through all the Burney papers, whom Frances, from her earliest journal to her latest annotations on her letters and papers, never names, but with expressions of love, honour and reverence. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. As he has hitherto been commemorated only by sundry misdescriptions in divers books, by a few lines in the Gentleman's Magazine, an epitaph in Chessington Church, and some over-coloured paragraphs in Macaulay's review of Madame D'Arblay's diaries, let such amends as can be made by telling what may be learned of him from the Burney papers, and of his family from the volumes, in their thoroughness and always a pleasure to eye and mind, which the courteous kindness of Mr. Crisp of Denmark Hill has put at the service of the editor. For some time it was far from easy to affiliate Mr. Crisp, so many were the Samuels in his ancient and widespread family. To add to the puzzle, Mr. Crisp had a double in another Samuel Crisp, who was born 3 years before him and died about 8 months after him, was like himself a bachelor and had some of his characteristics, did things which Daddy might have done if his bent had been towards philanthropy instead of towards what is called culture. This pseudo-Samuel Crisp has slipped into the same line of the index to the Gentleman's Magazine with our Samuel, so that a reference to an article upon his character was for a moment thought to concern our dear and, quote, honoured Daddy, unquote. The Crisps had much originality, fervour and force. Many of them were men of mark. Mr. Crisp's double was so well known in London that it is surprising that Fanny should never have heard of him until she went to Bath in 1780. There she met a Miss Lee, a cousin of her Daddy, and very likely a cousin of Jane Austen also. While telling Miss Lee how happy she was to see a relation of Mr. Crisp, Fanny was overheard by Mrs. Bowdler, the mother of the Tunbridge Wells doctor, who unintentionally enriched the English language with a new verb. Mrs. Bowdler, who according to Fanny was, quote, a very clever woman, not a very delicate one, unquote, cried out, "What Mr. Crisp is it? Is it Sam?" "Yes, ma'am," said I, staring at her familiarity. "What?" cried she again. "Do you know little Sam Crisp?" "I don't know for little," returned I, much surprised, "but he is the most intimate friend I have in the world, and the dearest." "Do you know him, then?" "Do I? Yes, very well. I've known little Sam Crisp this long while." "I can't imagine," cried I, half affronted at her manner of naming him, "why you should so little him. I know not any one thing in the world in which he is little, neither in head nor heart, neither in understanding, person, talents, nor mind." "I fancy, ma'am," said Miss Lee, "you hardly mean the Mr. Crisp Miss Burney does." "I mean Sam Crisp," said she, "the Greenwich traveller." This appeased me, and we cleared up the mistake. But not wholly was Fanny appeased, as on the next day, when she first saw Mr. Bowdler, the very worthy husband of this inelegant person, she describes Mr. Bowdler as being, quote, an extremely little man, "much less than Sam Crisp, I assure you, Mrs. Bowdler," unquote. Footnote, little Sam Crisp, who had withdrawn from business for the last 14 years of his life, paid the owners of the Greenwich stagecoach £27 yearly for what the Gentleman's Magazine calls his daily amusement of riding in the coach from London to Greenwich and returning in it immediately. He acted on his favourite motto, pro bono publico, and with the least ostentation performed many generous and charitable actions which would have dignified a more ample fortune. Back to main text. If he was a relation of the celebrated Sir Nicholas Crisp, it must have been collaterally, as was the case with our Mr. Crisp, who was a great-grandnephew of Sir Nicholas, the direct line of whose heirs ended in 1740 in Sir Charles Crisp of Dawnford in Oxfordshire. Sir Nicholas was a maker of history. What he did is to be seen in the State Papers and the Commons journals, in Clarendon and Rushworth, in Pepys and Evelyn. His younger brother, Tobias, the great-grandfather of our Mr. Crisp, made still more noise than St. Nicholas in his time and even after it, but it was among polemical Puritans. He has shrunk into a small space in dictionaries of biography and in histories of controversy. These brothers sprang from a Leicestershire family which in the 16th century had a Gloucestershire offshoot, if it were not rather the main stock transplanted. Towards the end of that century, 2 cadets of the Crisps of Marshfield near Bristol became citizens of London. Ellis, the younger of the two, had a large house in Bread Street, a seat at Hammersmith, house property in London and in Bristol, with land in both southern counties and in Yorkshire. He made the old kindly will of a prosperous, godly man, remembering all his kinsfolk, all his wife's kinsfolk, his city company, and the, quote, poor people of the town of Marshfield, unquote, in which he was born, and where with his brother he had founded almshouses. He died in 1625, the year of his shrievalty, that year in which Charles I dissolved his first Parliament. Would that we had ample room to tell of his eldest son, Captain Nicholas Crisp, Esquire, Charles I's, quote, faithful farmer, unquote, of the customs and raiser of money, that adventurous merchant who, quote, opened and settled the Guinea trade and built there the castle of Coromandine, unquote, that gallant cavalier, that daring admiral of sea pirates, who raised a squadron of ships as well as a regiment for his king, who pawned for the king his collar of rubies, trafficked for him, plotted and was in exile for him, whose spirit and his fortune no fines or plundering by Parliament could sensibly daunt or diminish. In words which his son Sir Thomas wrote with pride, Sir Nicholas was, quote, an old faithful servant to King Charles I and King Charles II, for whom he suffered very much and lost £100,000 in their services, but was repaid in a great measure by King Charles II, his justice and his bounty, and is here mentioned by his executor as a grateful acknowledgment, unquote. This repayment would appear not the least notable fact in the life of Sir Nicholas. After the Restoration he was made a baronet. His ceaseless energy was then turned to improving brickmaking, paper mills, powder mills, water mills, etc. His desires pro bono publico were on a grander scale than those of Samuel Crisp, the Greenwich traveller. He troubled the mind of Sir Richard Browne, sometime English minister in Paris, by planning a wet dock at Deptford to hold, quote, 200 sail of ships, unquote. He treated with Browne's son-in-law, Mr. Evelyn, at Sayes Court, brought him up to London, quote, about a vast design of a mould to be made for ships in part of his grounds at Sayes Court, unquote. To complete the multiform Sir Nicholas, he was met with the other farmers of the customs by Mr. Pepys at Woolwich in 1662, when Pepys found them to be, quote, very grave, fine gentlemen, very good company, whom he was very glad to know, unquote. Samuel Crisp, next brother to Sir Nicholas, was probably concerned with him in what the King and Sir Nicholas called a commission of array. The Parliament named it a plot to seize the city of London. Samuel's estate was sequestered. Tobias, the third surviving son of Ellis, was, like his brothers, born in Milton's Bread Street in 1602, a few years before Milton. He was of Eton, of Cambridge and of Oxford, and rector of Brinkworth in Hampshire when the Civil War began. He had married Mary, daughter and in the end heiress of Rowland Wilson, citizen of London and vintner, who seems to have been in Sir Nicholas Crisp's Guinea Company, but was the reverse of him in politics, being a member of the Long Parliament, and in the fatal year 1648-49, one of the Council of State. This connection may have sometimes saved the person of Sir Nicholas at the cost of his purse. In the same month of the same year that the King raised his standard at Nottingham, Tobias, who was, quote, puritanically affected, to avoid the insolencies of the soldiers, especially of the Cavaliers, for whom he had but little affection, retired to London, unquote. Tobias had little luck, alive or dead. Shunning Fraser in Hampshire, he preached himself into worse in London, where he was, quote, baited by 52 opponents in a grand dispute concerning freeness of grace, by which encounter, which was eagerly managed on his part, he contracted a disease which brought him to his grave, unquote. That is to say, in the heat and the crowd, he was infected by the smallpox, of which he died on the 27th of February, 1642. The controversy raged long after his demise. On the publication of a volume of his sermons after his death, the Westminster Assembly of Divines proposed that they should be publicly burned as heretical. His son Samuel, who was about 10 when Tobias died, grew up a biblical student and a lay theologian. In 1689 he republished his father's works and brought upon himself a 7 years' strife. He provoked it by prefixing to the book the names of 12 Presbyterian and 12 Anabaptist ministers as approving the sermons. Samuel was denounced for reprinting sermons which should never have been preached or published at all. He defended himself in 2 volumes. The whole controversy rests undisturbed on the shelves of college libraries, but John Gill, a Baptist minister, reprinted Toby in 1791. In the latest book that gives a sketch of him, we find him as Tobias Crisp Antinomian. But what one of his foemen called him, that is, Crispinian, seems nearer the fact. A contemporary describes him as being, quote, innocent and harmless of all evil, zealous and fervent of all good, unquote. His children were left to the care of their mother and her father, Roland Wilson. Tobias was rich, and their grandfather increased the wealth of the children. He left among them the church lands of Merton Abbey in the parish of Malden in Surrey. Among other property, he bequeathed to his grandchildren his bad debts, namely, what the Crown of Portugal and King Charles II owed him. When his grandson Samuel Crisp died in 1703, they were still unpaid. The first Samuel describes himself in his will, made in 1701, as being then in his 69th year, and the last surviving son of Dr. Tobias Crisp. He had lived at Clapham in a pious and wealthy way, much as they who were called the Clapham sect or set did after him. His second son, Samuel, seems to have received more than the rest. His eldest, Pheasant, a merchant who died at Bombay, had provision made for him, but he was reminded that he, quote, married Mr. Dolan's daughter, unquote, without his father's consent or even his knowledge, that his father had lent him money in his straits, which he had promised to repay to his younger brothers when he was worth £4,000, and that he had borrowed a picture of the Madonna, which his father bequeathed to him, seemingly because Pheasant showed no signs of returning it. His father also leaves him his own pocket Bible of 44 years' use, hoping that he will make good use of it. Samuel, the second son, has the Bible of Dr. Tobias. Quote, my father's Bible, printed 1631, in the margent of which from 1675 to 1680 I made annotations from 1 Corinthians to the end, unquote. 4 younger sons and a daughter are left more less curious Bibles, some of them annotated. To one of them, Stephen, quote, "to furnish him somewhat in the blessed works of the ministry," the testator says, "I give all my manuscripts of Hebrew and Greek in my 3 times writing out the Bible in Hebrew and Greek letters and rendering the whole into proper English. My book of the list of 7,000 and odd sermons from 1648 to 1701, and all the sermon books, about 300, I give to my said son Stephen," unquote. Samuel survived his father Samuel 14 years, dying in 1717. He had married into a family living not far from the old homestead of the Crisps at Marshfield. He left 5 daughters and an only son, our Mr. Crisp, the 3rd and last Samuel of this line of the Crisps. His mother, Mrs. Florence Crisp, did not live 2 years after her husband, so that Daddy was brought up by his sisters, 3 of whom appear to have been older than himself. When just in his teens, he became owner of his father's share of the Merton property and of his mother's shares in land at Tockington in Gloucestershire and at Camerton in Somersetshire. That he was well taught, we are assured, but there is a gap in his history between his father's death in 1717 and his meeting with young Burney at the house of Fulke Greville near Andover, which can only be filled by fancy. Madame D'Arblay tells us that her father was, quote, "but 17 years of age when first he had this incalculable advantage," end quote. But Burney was some months past 18 when he went to London in 1744, and time must be allowed for his stay as the pupil of Arne before he met Mr. Greville. He probably met Mr. Crisp between at earliest 1745 and 1747, when he may have married, or 1748, when he must at any rate have married, as he had had 3 children born to him by the middle of 1751, that is, by a couple of months after he was 25. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. All we know is that Mr. Crisp was a man of fashion as well as of taste, that he was tall, handsome, of fine bearing, agreeable and intelligent, excelling both as a musician and a painter when young, and that he did not let his accomplishments slip from him in middle age. There are traces after he was 70 of his accompanying Susan Burney on the harpsichord and of his needing paint-brushes. Even when his fingers were swollen by gout, his handwriting is remarkable for its delicacy. The Puritanism of Tobias and the nonconformity of his son Samuel had become feeble in the 2nd Samuel. There was no sign of it in Daddy. He heard Farinelli, Senesino and Curzoni with rapture, and dwelt on their praise in the time of Aguiari, Gabrielli and Pacchierotti. He loved Shakespeare and Moliere, admired Fielding and Smollett, thought little of Richardson, considered Dr. Johnson a better talker than writer, and set Mrs. Montague at naught. As became a man of wit, he supped with Quin, and had been intimate with Garrick. As a man of fashion, he knew the virtuoso Duchess of Portland and Mrs. Delany, her friend, and the friend of his eldest sister. He was intimate with the beautiful Maria Gunning and her husband Lord Coventry. Among other men of letters, he was friendly with Owen Cambridge, quote, "a man of good estate, not unknown to the Muses," unquote. as well as with Fulk Greville and his set, who probably called some of the others Fogrim. Mr. Crisp, in the words of the last century, was a dilettante and a virtuoso. Greville and Greville's friends teased, ridiculed and chid him for lingering by young Burney's harpsichord when they would fain have had him go a-hunting. He guided the clever and interesting boy Burney by the experience of a kind-hearted man 20 years his elder. His play Virginia, which has been represented as the main thing in his life, was not acted till he was 48, although begun some years earlier. Whether any less shadowy affection than his love for it warmed those years of which we know nothing must be left to conjecture. He tells Fanny in 1778 that, quote, "Molly Shute, an intimate and most infinitely agreeable old friend of mine, long since dead, when I used to desire her to love me a great deal, would say, 'Look ye, Sam, I have this much stock of love by me,' putting out her little finger, 'and I can afford you so much,' measuring off perhaps half the length of her nail, and I think that's pretty fair. I thought so too, and was well content. But what shall I do with you, who have so many to content?" Unquote. As we are expressly told that Mr. Crisp never saw the lovely Esther asleep, whom Charles Burney married about 1748, it is most likely that he did not meet her husband for about 13 years, 9 or 10 of which Burney spent at Lynn, while Mr. Crisp passed some of them in Rome. In 1749, Burney was appointed organist of St. Dionis Backchurch, Fenchurch Street. He had pupils, he composed music, to which, except in one instance, he did not put his name, and he, quote, "took the organ part at the new concert established at the King's Arms," unquote, on the west side of Cornhill. We have not seen the register of the birth of his eldest child, Esther Hetty, but James and a Charles, who probably died an infant, were baptised at St. Dionis. Burney soon became seriously ill from work, study and city air, and happening to be offered the post of organist at Lynn Regis, accepted it at the end of 1750 or beginning of 1751, being advised to live in the country by Dr. Armstrong the poet, who was his physician. Mrs. Burney was left in London for nursery reasons and did not join him until some months before the birth of her daughter Frances, on the 13th of June, 1752. Frances received the Christian name of her godmother, Mrs. Greville, from the Reverend Thomas Pyle, perpetual curate of St. Nicholas in Ann Street, Lynn, a chapel of ease to St. Margaret's Church, of which church in the end he became something short of an orthodox minister. Between 1706 and 1718 he had preached 6 pamphlets in support of the succession of the House of Hanover, which he published under the name of Sermons. He had engaged in the Bangorian controversy in aid of his friend Hoadley, who made him a reverentiary prebendary of Salisbury. Owing to his merits and efforts, his 3 sons had an almost fabulous amount of church preferment. Thus, that Fanny was to spend her life among people of more or less note was foreshown even at her baptism. The port of Bishop's Lynn, the name was changed to King's Lynn when Henry VIII wrested it from the See of Norwich, has lost consequence since the growth of Grimsby and Kingston upon Hull. It was a town of merchants who imported wine and of brewers who exported beer, chiefly to the Baltic, a town where the venturists settled to rise, if they could, into the powerful corporation, a town of high living rather than high thinking. Although made much of, Charles Burney was ill at ease when playing upon, quote, an execrably bad organ to foggy aldermen totally ignorant of music, with a patron and local oracle of Apollo, Sir John Turner MP, who was extremely shallow, unquote. But he tells us in a note to the second volume of his History of Music, 1782, that before he left Lynn, the corporation granted him a new organ made by his advice by Schnetzler, quote, in place of one with worm-eaten wooden pipes, unquote. And he halts in his first foreign tour to record Schnetzler's sarcasms upon his first organ at Lynn. In like manner, in his German tour, he pauses on the way between Berlin and Potsdam to say that, quote, the road is through deep-running sand, like the worst parts of Norfolk and Suffolk, where there are no turnpikes, unquote. On such roads his mare Peggy picked her way, while her master studied Italian poetry on her back, with a dictionary of his own compiling in one pocket of his greatcoat and his commonplace book in another. If, quote, looking around him in Lynn he seemed to see a void, unquote, visits to Houghton, Holcombe, Rainham and Felbrigg, with occasional letters from Mr. and Mrs. Greville and Mr. Crisp, new friendships with Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bewley, and an approach by letters to Dr. Johnson, much reading and many pupils, a happy home and returning health made up for the loss of London. His children, Susan and Charles, were born in Lynn, which he did not leave before 1760. Meanwhile, Mr. Crisp's Tragedy of Virginia had been played at Drury Lane Theatre on the 25th of February 1754. It was with tenderness towards that play, which had been so dear to Mr. Crisp, that the editor untied his manuscript of Virginia, with regret that she found all that she could admire was the conspicuous beauty of the penmanship, the delicacy of the text written in the Italian hand, the exquisite neatness of the writing of the footnotes from Livy, printed with the pen, with which Mr. Crisp had fortified the text. It put her in mind of Rousseau's care for the beauty of the manuscript of his Nouvelle Héloïse, and of how he tied it with blue ribbons. Lying on the dainty writing was a single small quarto leaf of another tragedy upon Virginia, which had been printed exactly 100 years before that of Mr. Crisp. Had he kept it before him as a warning or as an example? If it had been the key which had given him the note, no voice of his century could sustain it. And 3 lines on that black old leaf was more force than in Mr. Crisp's 5 acts, for it was from the Appius and Virginia of the great poet of Vittorio Corombona and the Duchess of Malfi. From a single scene of Mr. Crisp's Virginia, as given in the Gentleman's Magazine, Macaulay had divined that, quote, the whole piece was one blemish, unquote. Not even Macaulay could exaggerate the flatness of the plot, the feeble conception of character, the weakness of diction. We feel almost as if criticising our own father, but truth is mighty and must prevail. Yet we were bent upon admiring our daddy's Virginia, if it were possible. The pathos of the play, the pity of it, lay in Mr. Crisp's having felt so warmly and strongly, without having, naturally or by acquisition, a power to make others feel adequate in any wise to his aim and end. His heart had burned within him when he read and wrote of the piteous story of Virginia, as it burned within him in his oldest days, when the combined fleets of France and Spain made a show of menace in the Channel, and he wished he were, quote, underground, rather than see the insolent Bourbon trampling underfoot this once happy island, unquote. To him his tragedy may have seemed as pathetic as that of Webster, without the overflow of force or archaic jocosities of the previous century, not as what it resembles, the dry framework of a theme filled by a schoolboy. It was not below many 18th century tragedies, not duller, for instance, than Zobeide of Mr. Craddock of Leicestershire, or The Orphan of China of Arthur Murphy. Nor is it correct to say with Madame D'Arblay that it had a, quote, catastrophe of a yea and nay character, unquote, that it neither succeeded nor failed, or with Macaulay that there was, quote, a feeling that the attempt had failed, unquote. 9 nights then brought 3 authors' benefits, and not many plays ran much longer. In his epilogue, Garrick asked for little more. Our author hopes this fickle goddess mode with us will make at least 9 days' abode. To present pleasure he contracts his view, and leaves his future fame to time and you. 9 were as many as were secured for Johnson's Irene. Mr. Crisp's play ran at least 11 nights at Drury Lane, was reproduced at Covent Garden as well as at Drury Lane in his lifetime, was reprinted in 1778 and in 1784 in collections of standard English plays from his own edition of Virginia in 1754. This, for that time, was success. If Mr. Crisp complained, what he must have missed was that admiration from the admired, which would have been sweeter than the applause of the pit, of Garrick's bearing as Virginius, of the working of his countenance while silent, and of his manner of saying, "Thou traitor." Yet in all his letters which we have seen, there's only a single sentence, that seized by Macaulay, which touches Virginia, and even that is indirect. It merely supports a counsel to Fanny by his own experience. We could never have inferred from his letters, or the letters of others about him, that he had or had had any great trouble but the gout, which we believe to have been his main misery, if it were not for Fanny's narrative, upon which Macaulay founded his. To her, who had heard Mr. Crisp speak of Virginia, we must defer, but with the conviction that she herself would have toned down her picture had she known how much Macaulay would strengthen her outline and heighten her colouring. His inferences from her words are not unfair, but a close examination which the memoirs of Dr. Burney require as to dates and the order of events would have shown that in her sketch of Mr. Crisp, facts are so run together that his withdrawal to Chessington appears as a result of the cold reception of a play acted in 1754, whereas it was due to considerations of income and health 10 years or more later. One single fragment of a letter from Mr. Crisp to her father is all of their correspondence that Fanny has published. It was written shortly before Mr. Crisp left England to press Burney to return to London. This he was not able to do for some years afterwards. End of section 4. Section 5 of the early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. Mrs. Burney, being the granddaughter of a Huguenot, French was almost as much her language as English. She shared with her husband the pleasure and profit to be gained from books. She made a translation from Maupertuis, which her husband published after her death, with his own Essay Towards a History of Comets. Among the 3 ladies in Lynn who read, she was the chief. The other 2 were Dolly Young, who Mr. Burney wished Dr. Burney to marry after her own death, and Mrs. Stephen Owen, whom he did marry in the end. While Mrs. Burney was, quote, reading the best authors, unquote, with Hetty, Fanny was learning by ear. She was so slow in learning to read that her sister Susan, who was between 2 and 3 years the younger, could read before Fanny knew her letters. But in her own words to Hetty, 1821, quote, "Well, I recollect your reading with our dear mother all Pope's works and Pitt's Aeneid. I recollect you also spouting passages from Pope that I learned from hearing you recite them many years before I knew them myself," unquote. Her dullness seems to have been as superficial as the quickness of many children. Her mother, who was never deceived by it, said she had no fear of Fanny when friends called the child the little dunce. Nor does it appear that, after the dreary days of the alphabet and the copybook, anyone near to her thought Fanny dull. She was looked upon as considerate, reflective, and wise above nature, as a mentor rather than a dunce. Her diffidence had much share in her apparent dullness. Diffidence ran in the family. Dr. Burney's polished manners concealed it. Fanny suffered from it through life. It has made her cousin Edward less known as a painter than he well deserved to be, and the 2 apparent exceptions, Fanny's sister Charlotte and her cousin Richard, may have been, one somewhat flippant, the other a coxcomb, by design, out of a well-known turn taken by excessive diffidence. In 1760, the Burney family left Lynn for London, where the head of it soon became the music master most in request. But his wife sickened in Poland Street, apparently after the birth of her 4th daughter, Charlotte. As was the custom in cases of consumption, she was sent to Bristol Hot Wells, now called Clifton, where she rallied. This change for the better did not last long. She died after a short severe illness on the 28th of September 1761. We are told that during their mother's last days, Fanny and Susan were sent to Mrs. Shields, a friend of their family, who lived in Queen Square, to be out of the way. And it is added that when told of the loss of her mother, quote, "the agony of 9 years old," that Mrs. Shields declared that she had never met with a child of such intense and acute feelings, unquote. Dr. Burney's loss was great, so was his grief. Nothing is known of his next few years. His friends did their utmost to cheer him, the Garricks being conspicuously kind. Dr. Burney struggled with his grief. He sought some task difficult enough to compel his attention, and made it this time a prose translation of Dante's greatest poem, choosing it because it was not among the Italian poems which he had read with his Esther. Among Fanny's papers, the following from Dr. Burney is the first. For Fanny. My Fanny shall find that I have in mind her humble request and petition, which said if I'd write her a line 'twould delight her and quite happy make her condition. I'm not such a churl to deny my dear girl so small and so trifling a favour, for I always shall try with her wish to comply, though of nonsense it happened to savour. Though little I say, I beg and I pray that careful you'll put these lines rare by, for well they'll succeed if my love they shall plead. So now you've a letter to swear by. C.B. La Raine n'est pas riche, but it gave the pleasure it was meant to give. Fanny has numbered it, headed it, and endorsed it in childish round hand, then added in old age, "From my dear father when I was 10 years old." Fanny's next two numbered papers are letters from her father when in Paris for the first time, on the occasion of taking her sisters Esther and Susan to school. One begins thus: "I write to my dear Fanny to tell her grandmammas, to tell her aunts, to tell her uncles, to tell her cousins, to tell all friends that we are now at Paris. 'Tis now Wednesday night of the 13th of June. I've just come from the comic opera, which is here called the Comédie Italienne, where I've been extremely well entertained, but am so tired with standing the whole time, which everyone in the pit does, that I can hardly put a foot to the ground nor a hand to the pen." His journey had been slow on account of one of those severe feverish colds to which Susan was subject. She was, to all seeming, quite well when they left Calais about 10 o'clock at noon on the previous Thursday, but so tired when they reached Boulogne at 5 that they, quote, "did not get into the chaise till near 12 o'clock and lay at Abbeville, 54 miles from Boulogne," unquote. Poor Susan was again indulged by rest in bed until near 11, before posting to Amiens, 30 miles farther, to dine. They slept at Préteuil. Next day they dined at Clermont and slept at that, quote, "very delightful place, Chantilly," unquote. On Monday night they reached the Hôtel de Hollande in Paris. When Dr. Burney wrote, Susan was a little better, but he had been, quote, "excessively wretched about her," unquote, as she had had paroxysms of coughing and of bleeding of the nose. Indeed, one reason for taking her to school in France was the hope that the air might strengthen her. Dr. Burney next says that Lady de Clifford, who lived below him in the hotel, quote, "hearing we were English, very kindly sent to desire to see us," unquote. Tomorrow or next day he will, quote, "have some clothes to appear among the French people in," unquote. He has found out his friend Mr. Strange, the great engraver, and has been with Sir James Macdonald, quote, "not minding my dress with my countrymen," unquote. In the second letter, which was written on the 17th and 18th of June, Dr. Burney informs Fanny that her sister Susan is a great deal better, but that he's made no progress towards finding a proper school for her and Hetty. Quote, "It turns out far more difficult to find out a proper house for them than I had expected." The next day he has hopes of placing them much to his satisfaction. It will cost a good deal more money than he expected, but he is now too far advanced to retreat," unquote. Then comes a glimpse of Paris under Louis XIV. The morrow is, quote, "a great festival when all the streets and churches will be hung with tapestry and the finest pictures in the King's collections will be exposed. There will be likewise processions of the clergy in all parts of the city. Hetty and Susie have been out but very little yet, not having had proper clothes, and indeed, if they had been ever so much dressed, Suki was unable to stir, at home or abroad. I was on Sunday at the English Ambassador's Chapel, Lord Hertford, and saw there a great many English people, among whom was Mr. Coleman, author of The Deuce is in Him, etc., Mr. Vallant, the bookseller, and Mr. Wilkes. Lord Beauchamp, son to the Ambassador, has been very civil and has showed me the house which his father, Lord Hertford, lives in, and for which his lordship gives £800 a year. It is called L'Hôtel de Brancard, the name of a French duke now living, and is the finest and best furnished and fitted up I ever saw. Mr. Hume's secretary to the Embassy is likewise very civil and friendly to me, as is Lady Clifford, who lives in the same house, and is own sister to the Duchess of Norfolk. Indeed, she is uncommonly kind to your sisters, who would not know what to do about dress but for her ladyship. Oh, if you were to see what a beau they have made of me here! But I should, in my present dress, figure at a birthday in England, yet here I am not near so fine as the tradesmen, who have all fine-figured or silk coats and laced ruffles, while mine are only plain. Adieu, adieu. I shall present Hetty with this bit of paper to write down her dream upon, for she is now fast asleep at my elbow. Hetty speaks. Dear Fanny, you must not expect anything very clever now, as you have sometimes from me, because I'm hardly awake yet. Papa talks of his being a beau, and I'm sure if you were to see me, you'd say I was an old woman, but shorter. For Papa begged the favour of Lady Clifford to buy for me and Susie a silk thing apiece, and her ladyship has bought the silk for a negligee for me and a slip for Suki. Mine was finished tonight, and I have had it on. The girls at 9 or 10 years old wear Saxon coats here, and I've seen several about my size in hoops, and if little Charlie were here, he might have a bag and a sword, for he will be thought big enough. I shall write often to you, dear Fanny, when we are placed, and am in the most affectionate manner your loving sister and friend, E. Burney. Paris dispersed much of Dr. Burney's melancholy. He began to read and write without an effort. With the encouragement of Garrick, he translated the words and adapted the music of Rousseau's little piece, Le Devin du Village, for the English stage, under the infelicitous title of The Cunning Man. Hetty and Susan he left with Madame Saint-Mars, who had some English pupils of rank. Little Susan, in her 10th year, began what, so far as we know, was the first of many Burney diaries. None of it has been found, but a leaf exists, which Susan, in a quaint business-like manner, styles an appendix to follow April the 19th, 1767, in my journal written in the year of our Lord 1770. As in it Susan mentions Hetty's marriage and her father's journey to France and Italy, this must have been written in the latter half of 1770. It is so delicately written that we could exclaim with Pacchierotti in later years, "Come scrive bene quella creatura." As to the composition, even in the year before, 1769, Fanny very truly wrote that Susan's letters would not disgrace a woman of 40. It contains a summary of what had befallen her schoolfellows and the friends, French and English, whom she left in Paris, not without a note that 2 of her English schoolfellows did not return Hetty's call and her own when they came back, not merely to England, but to Poland Street, where they, as well as the Burneys, lived. The leaf ends thus. I went to Chessington Monday, April the 20th, 1767, and was conducted to the coach by my 2 elder sisters and cousin Dick. The company contained in the leather conveniency were an old lady and a young man, who entertained me very much by his ridiculous account of a passion which he has conceived for my sister Fanny, whom he saw at the inn. I found him to be a lieutenant, his name Williams, a whimsical, clever young man. I've never seen him since. End of section 5. Section 6 of the early diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. Some time after the death of Mrs. Burney, Mr. Crisp and Charles Burney met by accident at the house of their common friend, Mr. Vincent. The next day Mr. Crisp went to Poland Street, and all at once made all the children his firm friends. Such was their fervour that, as they did in after days to their dear Mr. Twining, Fanny and Susan used to follow Mr. Crisp jointly to the door, going, quote, like supporters on each side, and never losing a quarter of an instant that we could spend with him, our most beloved Mr. Crisp, who arrived in our hearts the first and took the place of all, end quote. Fanny's love for Dr. Burney was no ordinary filial love, it was a passion. Her loyalty, enthusiasm and devotion extended from him to his friends, even to those least likely to please a girl. See how she writes, for instance, of 2 able but very ungainly men, Christopher Smart and William Bewley, the latter of whom was even repulsive in appearance. Mr. Crisp, a handsome, agreeable, highly bred bachelor of 55, was at once taken into the heart of the shy and silent little girl of 9. But for the great difference of years, one can have no doubt that it would have been love on her part. Dr. Burney hinted as much when, in the very beginning of these journals, he calls Mr. Crisp Fanny's flame. To visit Mr. Crisp, to please him, to be approved by him, to write to him, to receive his letters, was Fanny's chief aim, until on her list of his letters she notes the fatal year which deprived her of him, 1783. As she read and revised her papers of 50 years ago, in handwriting cramped and tremulous through age, she added to her old tender phrases fresh words of praise of Mr. Crisp. By her love she won his. For some years there's no sign that he distinguished her more than Hetty, who also wrote to him, but in the end she was, quote, Fannikin, the dearest thing to me on earth, end quote. Though out of date here, the following touching letters, written when Mr. Crisp was very ill, while Fanny was staying with the Thrales, are not out of place. No word of another can tell of the love between Mr. Crisp and Fanny like their own. Mr. Crisp to Miss Burney. My dear Fannigan, my weak state of health can never destroy my sense of your kindness, or prevent, while I'm able, my acknowledging it. You're sending over a messenger on purpose to inquire after an old, sick, obscure daddy, surrounded as you are with everything that is splendid, gay, bright, happy, shows a heart not of the common sort, not to be changed by a change of situation and circumstances. The favour and smiles of the world, though I always esteemed it, I did not know its full value till now. You are to be envied for the possession of such a warm muscle, for though it may occasion you some palpitations which other people escape, yet upon the whole It is amply its own reward, and so I wish you joy of it." End quote. He then gives some account of the weakness and infirmities of his, quote, "crazy constitution," end quote. He expects a visit from Dr. Lewis, an excellent physician, and adds that, quote, "either Kate or I, if I am able, I shall, since you seem really to be anxious for your old daddy, let you know how I go on. And if you will, in return, let me hear some of your proceedings, when your time will permit it, it will be most acceptable to me. For weak as I am, both in body and mind, I still interest myself in whatever regards a Fannikin, and shall so continue to do to my last hour." Such, in those moments, as in all the past, your most affectionate Daddy. S.C. Chesington, Friday, May the 15th, 1779. Miss Burney to Samuel Crisp, Esquire, at Chesington, near Kingston, Surrey. Streatham, May the 20th, 1779, Credo. My dear Daddy, your last sweet letter was the most acceptable I almost ever received in my life. Your extreme kindness to me nearly equalled the joy I had in hearing that you were getting better. I do long to see you most eagerly, and will with my first power contrive it. Indeed, I have made everybody here long to see you too, but I would not for any bribery be as little likely to have my longing gratified as theirs is. Your exculpation of me was like yourself, liberal and unsuspicious. And indeed, my dear Daddy, my heart was as unalterably and gratefully attached to you as it could be, and so it must ever remain. For many, many years you have been more dear to me than any other person out of my immediate family in the whole world. And this, though I believe I was never so gross before as to say it to you, is a notorious fact to all others, and Mrs. Thrale is contented to come next you, and to know she cannot get above you. Illness and kindness joined put me off my guard. However, I hope you will make no bad use of my confession. Believe me ever and ever yours, F.B. A later letter runs in the same strain, in square brackets, Mr. Crisp to Miss Burney. June the 26th, 1781. How could you have the face to say to Miss Gregory what you did about me? It is well for us both that I live out of the way and out of the knowledge of the world. Otherwise, how could I hope to escape the disgrace of being weighed in the balance and found wanting, and you the imputation of a most partial and egregious puffer of an old, worn-out, insignificant daddy that never was a quarter of what you pretend, and now less so than ever? I am not only well content, but delighted that your judgment should be walked in my favour by your kindness, and if the report of an Evelina should bring on a scrutiny of the merits of the cause, what must I do then? Well, love me on, continue in your blindness, and I will take my chance for the rest, and depend upon my obscurity for my security. End quote. To go back, on Mr. Crisp's return from Rome, where he had lived some years in order, quote, to indulge his passion in music, painting and sculpture, end quote, after living some time in London, he fitted up a house at Hampton with the objects of art which he had collected in Italy. As we write, we learn that among these there was probably the first pianoforte ever brought to England. He had inherited the hospitable bent of his great-grandfather, Dr. Tobias, who entertained at his Wiltshire rectory all who came, quote, many more than 100 persons at a time, and ample provision made for man and horse, unquote. Our Mr. Crisp made his house so pleasant that the number of his guests began to tell upon his income, which Fanny says was not more than easy, nay, small, but unencumbered. He lived with people who had the habits of high station, with means of living much greater than his own, and through such friends he next sought, quote, an honourable place with a good salary, unquote. But he had not taken part enough in politics to have claims upon any faction. He abhorred the furious factions of his day, and brought back from the continent of Europe opinions less in agreement with those of Dr. Tobias Crisp than with those of Sir Nicholas, as, for instance, that, quote, an arbitrary government mildly administered, as France is and has been of late years, is upon the whole the most permanent and eligible of all forms, end quote. Mr. Crisp got no place, not even one in the Custom House, but was seized by a fit of the gout after looking at his bills, and in great fear of debt sold his collections, gave up housekeeping, and joined an old friend whose purse and health were in a worse plight than his own, in what Madame D'Arblay calls, quote, some picnic plan of sharing expenses, end quote. This friend, Mr. Christopher Hamilton, was the owner of Chesington Hall in Surrey, a house much too spacious for his income. It was by no means Mr. Crisp's first stay at Chesington, so that it may be that he withdrew to the old house and shunned his old associates, not merely as a means of keeping within his income, but of improving his health, since Dr. Burney, who knew him well for nearly 40 years, wrote in his epitaph on Samuel Crisp how great a part he might have played, quote, had he through life been blessed by nature kind with health, robust of body as of mind, end quote. End of section 6. Section 7 of the early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. After the death of Mr. Hamilton, who was the last male of his branch of the Hamilton family, Mr. Crisp still clung to the old hall, partly perhaps out of kindness and even charity to Mr. Hamilton's spinster sister and her niece, Mrs. Cook. By becoming her first boarder, he helped Mrs. Hamilton to maintain herself. He read, he rode on horseback, he kept up his accomplishments by practice. He went to London for some time every spring, but when past 60, by degrees it became his habit to go less and less to London, and as Fanny put it to him, quote, to shun new and shirk most of his old acquaintances, end quote. This is what Macaulay describes as, quote, losing his temper and his spirits, becoming a cynic and hater of mankind, and hiding himself like a wild beast in his den, end quote. Chesington was no den, but a kind of sanatorium without doctors, a country boarding house for the convalescent, a Liberty Hall for the young and healthy. It now stands only in a drawing by Edward Burney, in pure air on high ground, rising gradually from a wide common. It had many and spacious rooms, large gardens, wide prospects over a charming country, ample supplies of milk and chickens, eggs and fruit. Dear, ever dear Chesington, cries Fanny, whereat passed the scenes of the greatest ease, freedom and cheerfulness. It was to many more than Fanny a place of peace, ease, freedom and cheerfulness. Thither went Dr. Burney to arrange the notes of his French and Italian tour under the eye of Mr. Crisp, to whom he played upon the harpsichord, or with whom he played at whist or backgammon. There the future Admiral threw down his cards and sang and laughed for joy whirling Kitty Cook about the room in a frenzied dance, when an express brought the news of his appointment to the Latona frigate of 38 guns. There Hetty took her babies and herself for change of air, and with her husband made music to Mr. Crisp. There Edward Burney took Fanny in a post-chaise, quote, loaded with painting materials, end quote. There Fanny and Maria Allen, with Jenny Barsanti, played Syba's careless husband amid, quote, outrageous mirth, end quote. There Mr. Crisp and Hetty danced a minuet as Madame Duval and Mr. Smith in Fanny's novel. This we must extract from Susan's diary to show, quote, the gloom, end quote, in which Mr. Crisp ended his life, quote, the same gloom in which during more than a quarter of a century it had been passed, end quote. Quote, Monday night after supper we were all made very merry by Mr. Crisp's suffering his wig to be turned to the hind part before and my cap put over it, Hetty's cloak and Mrs. Gast's apron and ruffles. In this ridiculous trim he danced a minuet with Hetty, personifying Madame Duval while she acted Mr. Smith at the Long Room, Hampstead. Readers note they were acting out a scene from Fanny's novel Evelina, back to main text. The maids were called in to see this curious exhibition, and we all thought poor Mutty would have sniggered away all her strength, end quote. As a matter of fact, we commonly find Mr. Crisp laughing in these letters, and with a laugh quite his own. A gentleman whom Fanny met at Brighton in 1770 reminded her, she says, of Mr. Crisp, quote, he has not so good a face, but it is that sort of face, and his laugh is the very same, for it first puts every feature in comical motion, and then fairly shakes his whole frame, so that there are tokens of thorough enjoyment from head to foot, end quote. Fun-making with Fanny was a frequent form of his, quote, melancholy, end quote. However, as he was well read in Molière, we do catch echoes of the misanthrope in his letters and conversation, but rather of Philinte than of Alceste himself. Look at that letter to Fanny on young ladies being, as it were, quote, ferae naturae, and men animals of prey, end quote. And then read Philinte's answer to the misanthrope Alceste. Oui, je vois ces défauts dont votre âme amour comme vice uni à l'humaine nature, et mon esprit enfin n'est pas plus offensé de voir un homme fourbe, injuste, intéressé, que de voir des vautours affamés de carnage, les singes malfaisants, et les loups pleins de rage. As Philinte spoke to Alceste, so Mr. Crisp wrote to Fanny. He saw and divined that her youthful enthusiasm was far beyond even the enthusiasm natural to generous youth. The century of Molière had had good reason to distrust and dread enthusiasm. With the century of Mr. Crisp, it had wrongfully yet naturally become a synonym with fanaticism. Mr. Crisp desired only that Fanny should learn to restrain her warmth of feeling before the movement of her life drew her among circumstances in which its exaltation might have endangered her happiness. She was so young, and even with him so timid, that he could not duly calculate the general justness of her perceptions and clearness of her judgment. Allowance must be made beside for Mr. Crisp's own vein of humorous exaggeration, of which there are many instances in these volumes. His affection, it will be found, often showed itself in railing at his friends, old and young, and giving them hard names of playful abuse. He made out the world to be worse than it was, in order to lead Fanny into making the best of it by practising discreet control of her feelings as a duty. not as a hateful self-suppression forced upon her by suffering from the results of too great openness of heart. To Mr. Crisp, Chessington was a contracted and too often monotonous little world, but we see no token that he was ever, quote, gloomy, end quote, unless he had the gout, or despondent, except about the safety of England in the troubled years of the American War. Mr. Crisp far too well knew himself to be beloved by a few ever to be morbid, as he has been pictured. He smiles at the warmth of his young admirers towards a man of 70. He tells the Burney girls that they are his, quote, virtuous seraglio, end quote. Once, when he is writing on Susan's engagement, or approaching engagement, which was perhaps not yet made known to the elders, he says to Fanny, "When I do put her, Susan, to the cost of a penny, it will be directed to Hetty's house because of becauses. Besides, it looks so like an intrigue, and consequently I must be an homme à bonne fortune with a young girl." End quote. Footnote 5 years after his death, Fanny writes thus of Mr. Crisp to Susan, quote, "Our most beloved Mr. Crisp, who arrived in our hearts the first and took the place of all. Ah, my dear Susan, what a blank is to me the reflection that he is no more. Even to this moment I can scarce forbear at times considering how I shall relate to him my affairs and what will be his opinion when he hears them. Yet the remembrance grows less bitter, for now, as you find, I can bear to name it. Till very, very lately I was always forced to fly from the subject wholly, so poignant, so overwhelming I found it." End quote. Chessington was not dull except in winter. Often very droll people were to be met among Mrs. Hamilton's boarders, such as the odd group of foreigners, and Mrs. Simmons and her sister in 1774, who with Kitty Cook were treasures of quaintness of speech. The, quote, den, end quote, had strange animals in it of the very kind Fanny loved, as she said, for sport. That Chessington could not be reached by any carriage road, that there was only one tolerable track across the common for Dr. Burney's occasional post-chaises, that Hook Lane and Gascoigne Lane lay deep in mud all winter, that Mr. Thrale must use 4 horses when he drove to Chessington, from which his own Streatham could be seen with a telescope, as Chessington could be from Epsom when Fanny used her glass, that there was no regular delivery of letters except by the baker, that, quote, the parson, end quote, brought them, or anyone else who came from Kingston, were grievances not peculiar to Chessington. Streatham, with its wits and its men of wealth, had what Mr. Crisp calls an odious post. A letter which he wrote to Fanny on the 28th of March did not reach Streatham until the 2nd of April. Yet they came to Mr. Crisp somehow, those letters and journals of the girls. He knew more of their joys and their troubles than did Dr. Burney, who was either, quote, passing from scholar to scholar, end quote, and dining in his coach on the road, or writing in his study a, quote, chaos, end quote, which his daughters felt to be peculiarly inaccessible to suitors for their hands. Their inclination or disinclination to this or that wooer seems to be made known to Mr. Crisp before it was timidly hinted to the busy Dr. Burney. We find Hetty desirous that Mr. Crisp should persuade Fanny to accept a very good offer of marriage. We find Fanny praying him not to press her to marry a man whom she could not love. Susan's engagement with her brother's comrade, Captain Phillips, is a subject of other letters in which the lover is given a fictitious name. They were but anticipating their father, for on all points as to books or music, the education of his sons and the establishment of his daughters, Dr. Burney likewise consulted Mr. Crisp. The adopted father of 8 Burneys could lack no interest in his life. It ended in severe suffering, but in no other gloom. He was almost worshipped by his kind nurses, Mrs. Hamilton and Kitty Cook. Fanny and Susan watched his bed, and it was with difficulty that Hetty and Charlotte were prevailed upon to keep away. His sister, too, was there, a woman of the old crisp fervour of character, who was devoted to her only brother, from whom circumstances had parted her early and long. From the order of names in a will, she seems to have been Mr. Crisp's 4th sister. In 1725 she was still unmarried. She married a Mr. Gast, whose name has a French look. When a widow, she joined her sister, Mrs. Anne Crisp, in living at Burford in Oxfordshire, a place to which Mrs. Anne had probably been drawn by its being within reach of 2 other branches of the Crisp family, those of, quote, Mr. Crisp, the eminent lawyer of Chipping Norton, end quote, and Sir Charles, the great-grandson of Sir Nicholas, the last baronet of his name, who lived at Dawnford in the parish of Wootton in Oxfordshire. Unless Mr. Crisp had another sister, a widow whose name was Gough, of which we find no sign, the following extract from a letter of Mrs. Delaney's to her sister Mrs. Dews gives us a glimpse of Mrs. Gast, quote, I must tell you a story of our old friend Nanny Crisp, though it cost me half a sheet more of paper. She has a sister, Gough, younger by several years than herself, who has been abroad and is a widow in very bad circumstances. Mrs. Bernard, who told me the story, says she is very ordinary in her appearance, but an excellent creature and far superior to our old acquaintance in understanding. A sister of Mrs. Bernard's was asked by a gentleman of a very good estate, who has only 1 daughter, a child, if she could recommend a wife to him who was qualified to make him a good companion and to educate his daughter. She immediately thought of Mrs. Gough, as he neither insisted on youth, beauty, nor fortune. She told him she could recommend just such a person who would make him a happy man. They were at this time at Oxford, Nanny Crisp and her sister at Burford. It was agreed that Mrs. Price should carry him there to breakfast. She did accordingly. And what do you think happened? He falls in love with Crisp and will not hear of Mrs. Gough. But Crisp has vowed to live and die a virgin and will not admit of any addresses. End quote. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. Mrs. Gast took her brother's Fannikin upon trust from his descriptions and her own journals until she met her at Chessington in 1776. In 1777 we find her calling with her brother at Newton House in St. Martin's Street. The first visit of Fanny to Chessington that is mentioned was in the first half of the year 1766. Soon afterwards, Fanny, with little Charlotte under her care, was to have had her turn of 2 years' schooling under Madame de Saint-Mars in Paris. This plan was delayed and in the end dropped, owing to Mrs. Stephen Allen's coming when a widow to London that her daughter Maria might have better teaching than she could obtain at Lynn. Mrs. Allen had lamented the death of Dr. Burney's first wife with him. He soon found the society of so handsome, well-read, intelligent a woman consolatory. She, who had been married by her family to her cousin, whom she merely esteemed, found in Dr. Burney the husband of her choice. Some opposition from her family appears to have been avoided by a private marriage in October 1767. Mr. Crisp was in the secret and himself hired rooms for the wedded couple in a farmhouse near Chesington. It was a stolen honeymoon. In accordance with the rules of the novel writer, the secret was made known through the misdelivery of a letter. The young Burneys and Maria Allen looked upon that marriage as a happy event, which joined them all in one merry party in the same house. Dr. Burney describes his second wife as being of a, quote, cultivated mind, intellects above the general level of her sex, and with a curiosity after knowledge insatiable to the last. Her extensive reading and the assistance of a tenacious and happy memory enabled her to converse with persons of learning and talents on all subjects to which female studies are commonly allowed to extend, and through a coincidence of taste and principles, in all matters of which the discussion is apt to ruffle the temper and alienate affection, our conversation and intercourse was sincere, cordial and cheering." End quote. There are hints in these papers that some of her stepdaughters thought she loved what they called, quote, argumentation better than any other thing in the world, end quote, and that those visitors who shared her love of discussion and controversy were her favourites. As Mrs. Stephen Allen, she had held a sort of bar bleu meeting once a week. As Mrs. Burney, she received men of letters or art almost daily in an informal way. She was of a critical bent, and 11 years later, Mrs. Burney was, quote, the quarter from which, in square brackets Fanny, most dreaded satire, end quote, should she discover the authorship of Evelina. Under the influence of some hints from this new stepmother, who saw and heard of some scribbling, that girls who wrote lost their time and risked their good repute, and some doubts of her own to the same effect, Fanny made that, quote, great renunciation, end quote, that piteous bonfire of her works in prose and verse in the paved court in Poland Street, while Susan looked on in tears, end quote. Mrs. Burney not merely meant well, but set a great and judicious value upon Fanny's head and heart. A singular proof of this remains in a letter which Fanny endorsed many years afterwards, quote, the recommendation of Richard to F.B. when the latter was 16 from her mother-in-law, end quote. This letter was written after Fanny's return to London in the autumn of 1768, while Mrs. Burney was left at Lynn awaiting the birth of her son Richard, to whom Fanny had written in advance a letter of welcome into the world, sending with it a baby's cap of her own embroidery. Thursday, the 13th of October. My dear Fanny, I have but a bad excuse to make for not acknowledging your 2 letters, as well as the generous present to the unborn. I have not been well, and what was worse, woefully out of spirits, so much that I wanted resolution to take pen in hand to anyone but you know who. And I ought not even there. But I'm better both as to health and cheerfulness, so will try to thank you for all you say to me and mine. Indeed, I comfort myself often, when I think how doubtful the continuance of my life is, by considering and reflecting on the goodness of your heart and disposition, that they would expand in acts of kindness and affection towards even the half of sweet Charlotte's relationship to you. Allow me, my dear Fanny, to take this moment, if there ever proves occasion, to recommend a helpless infant to your pity and protection. You will every day become more and more capable of the task, and you will, I do trust you will, for your same dear father's sake, cherish and support his innocent child, though but half allied to you. My weak heart speaks in tears to you, my love. Let it be the voice of nature, which is always heard where the heart is not hardened to its dictates. I am sure yours is not. There. Somehow I am easier now. I think you've heard and will listen to me. So I'll dry my eyes and seek a more cheerful subject. As for your letter, I shall lay it by, and it shall be the first letter ever read by those it is addressed to, as your cap shall be its first covering. This surely is a letter which does credit to her who wrote and to her who received it. Fanny was never called upon to be more than a kind sister to the child, but she many times nursed his mother in illness with great attention. Allowing for what Maria Allen called the little rubs of life, Mrs. Burney's affection for and confidence in Fanny was never lessened, and hers was a hearty letter of congratulation to Fanny when she learnt the authorship of Evelina. We may suppose this great burning of manuscripts to have happened just before these early diaries begin, as it is obvious that such an instinct for writing as Fanny's could not have been resisted for any length of time. There was living, while these journals were being written, a young lady, some part of whose early life ran singularly parallel with part of the early life of Fanny Burney. This was Letitia Hawkins, only daughter of Sir John. The father of each girl wrote a history of music. The whole book of Sir John Hawkins and part of that of Dr. Burney were published in the same year, 1776. Each father employed his daughter as his amanuensis. Each daughter was secretly occupied in writing a novel, which the youngest brother of each aided her in getting published without her name. In Fanny's case, Dr. Burney's consent was asked, but so far as we see, Sir John Hawkins died in ignorance that his girl had published several novels anonymously. I was, wrote Miss Hawkins, I will not say educated, but broke to the drudgery of my father's pursuits. I had no time but what I could purloin from my incessant task of copying or writing from diction. Quote, writing 6 hours in the day for my father and reading nearly as long to my mother. Unquote. Fanny nowhere mentions how much time she spent daily in copying for her father, until at last she feared that her handwriting had become so well known among compositors that she was fain to disguise it when transcribing her own Evelina for the press. She never complains. Once only she speaks of, quote, stealing time to write, end quote. But the letters of Mr. Crisp and Mrs. Richton show how seldom she was spared to visit her friends. These two clever girls knew more or less the same people of note, from Johnson, Hawkesworth, Garrick and Horace Walpole down to Nollekens and Jenny Barsanti. But there's no sign that they were ever acquainted with each other. A decorous reserve prevails in Fanny's early diaries towards the works and deeds of the rival historian of music, Peter Pindar's, quote, fiddling knight, unquote, Sir John Hawkins. His book is merely named without praise or blame. Each of these girls followed her father in his opinions, and what a difference there was between the fathers. To borrow Mr. Crisp's phrase, Letitia had been, quote, planted against a north wall, end quote, Fanny against a southern. Sir John was a pragmatical person, quote, stiff in opinions, often in the wrong, end quote. A Puritan by birth and in grain, notwithstanding his love of music. Lady Hawkins, a severe disciplinarian towards her children and servants. All about Letitia was what Peter Pindar calls magistratial. All was intended to, quote,
awe the vicious and encourage the deserving," end quote. Letitia's reminiscences and her novels bristle with moral opinions magisterially given forth. They leave on the mind how much better it was to have been born a Burney than a daughter of Sir John Hawkins. Those nearest to Fanny's, quote, "observant eye and attentive ear," end quote, were all gifted with good hearts, good brains, good tempers and good spirits. The same may be said of her cousins, the children of Dr. Burney's elder brother, Richard of Worcester, who was himself a man of some distinction. Dr. Burney was a man not worldly, but endowed with great natural and acquired tact as his safeguard against an impulsive disposition and a very open and tender heart. His character was simple, his intellect many-sided. When naming his chief works, we passed for a moment over his byplay, which might have been the life's labour of many an author. Byplay such as his quarto volume upon the commemoration of Handel in 1784, his 3 octavo volumes of the Memoirs of Metastasio, meant as a supplement to his History of Music, his poem, which he perhaps wisely burned, on astronomy in 12 books or cantos, each of which from 400 to 800 lines, his projects for balloon voyages, his essay on comets, and his collections for a dictionary of music, his many occasional pieces in prose, verse or music, his benevolent plans and efforts, among which was one for founding a school of music, a conservatorio like those he had seen at Naples and Vienna, quote, "in the bosom of the Foundling Hospital," end quote, by choosing from the boys and girls those who had good ears for music and promising voices. The many things which he did or tried to do were perhaps less extraordinary than the sweetness of temper which he maintained in working and in suffering. There was nothing of the enraged musician about him, although Reynolds has depicted him with a more restless countenance than our fancy could have foreseen. He was born at the close of a classic period. His young enthusiasm had been roused by the brilliant writings of the band of Queen Anne's men. When with Mr. Greville at Bath, he'd watched and waited for hours to gain glimpses of Bolingbroke. It pleased him to think that Swift might have entered his house in Queen Square as the guest of Lord Mayor Barber, and it was suspected that he removed to a house in St. Martin's Street, chiefly because it had been the dwelling of Sir Isaac Newton. This fine enthusiasm, with his natural gifts and graces and acquired knowledge and accomplishments, carried him with little effort of his own into social and friendly relations with many of the foreign, as well as with most of the English, men of note throughout his long life. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. His, Dr. Burney's, friendships and acquaintances were an inheritance and an education for his children. They inherited also from him, and gave to and took from each other, pleasing manners and kindly ways. Family tradition ascribes to his eldest child, Esther, Hetty, great loveliness, great sweetness of temper, much good sense, and a strong, quote, love of fun, end quote. The Gentleman's Magazine records that when 8 years old she, quote, gained great notice among musical people by her astonishing performances on the harpsichord at her father's parties, end quote. Fanny describes her at 68 as being, quote, all spirit and vivacity, the spring and spirit of her family, happily foreseeing neither sickness nor ennui, end quote. Yet Hetty and her cousin and husband, Charles Burney of Worcester,
must have shared the weight of many burdens of sickness and toil, as well as played many a duet together to the delight of all the hearers. Charles had been a pupil of Dr. Burney, whom he sometimes assisted. He had pupils of his own, he gave concerts, was a player on the harpsichord at Drury Lane Theatre, and composed music. After, quote, long toils, end quote, he withdrew to Bath, where he passed, quote, serene days in the tranquil enjoyment of peace, rest, books, music and drawing, end quote. As Charles drew, so his brother Edward was in some measure a musician, a certain readiness, facility and aptitude for many things being shared among the Burney family. Edward was a portrait painter, but is better known as a designer of illustrations for books. Good judges who've seen his drawings speak of their delicacy of outline with admiration. His diffidence, which his cousin Fanny thought was almost without parallel, withheld him from taking the place which was thought to be his due by contemporary critics. Readers will find another son of Richard of Worcester, the humorous and fantastic, quote, cousin Dick, the genius of the family, end quote, giving gaiety to many pages of these diaries. Of Dr. Burney's own sons, the Admiral appears to have been the most original in his ability. His wit and humour made him welcome among wits and men of letters who preserved his name. He was so great a favourite with Mr. Crisp that Fanny often writes of him at a time when his better-known brother, the learned Dr. Charles that was to be, is only named as being, quote, sweetest tempered boy in the Charterhouse School, end quote, and Richard, Dr. Burney's youngest son, praised only for his boyish beauty. Mr. Crisp's interest in James Burney was an earnest of his merit. Susan told Mr. Crisp, quote, you know, you do not love to throw away praise, end quote, and how well worth having was his regard and approbation may be seen throughout these volumes. In a letter with no date but October, to which Fanny added many a year later, 1779 credo, she wrote to Mr. Crisp, quote, our gem is at last come, and I have quitted Streatham to visit him, so now all our long anxieties and fears are over, and we are all, thank heaven, happy and at peace. He has brought us home an admirable journal, of which I have only read 1 year, but I found it full of entertainment and matters of curiosity, and really very well written, concise, pertinent and rational. You will be quite delighted with it, and he means to lend it to you of his own accord, end quote. Susan, the next in order of birth, though 2.5 years younger than Fanny, was so early mature in mind as to influence as well as feel with her elder sister. In these papers no character discloses itself more delightfully than that of Susan. It is with regret that we give but few extracts from what has been preserved of her excellent, quote, journal letters, end quote, to Fanny, the bulk of them belonging to a time later than 1778. Susan rated her own ability far too low. She was amazed when her stepmother, Mrs. Burney, paid her the compliment of supposing her to be the joint author of Evelina. In a letter which Fanny has most justly described as, quote, being of incomparable sweetness, end quote, Susan apologises for occupying the precious time of such a person as Fanny with her own poor letters. All owned Susan to be, quote, a gracious creature, end quote. Count Louis de Narbonne said that she was, quote, all that is douce with all that is spirituel, end quote. Owen Cambridge exclaimed to Fanny, quote, what a charm is that of your sister! What a peculiar felicity she has in her manner! She cannot even move, she cannot get up or sit down, but there's something in her manner that is sure to give pleasure, end quote.
The, quote, dolcissima voce, end quote, of Susan was praised by Baretti. Her critical knowledge of music was such that Pacchierotti declared her to be, quote, capable de juger en professeur, end quote. The same celebrated singer said to her, quote, you are attached to Miss Fanny, and she to you more than to the rest. There seemed but one soul, but one mind between you. You are two in one, end quote. To write Fanny charming letters full of finely touched sketches of things and people, and of happy turns of expression, to bring London before Fanny's eyes when she was at Chessington or with the Thrales, satisfied Susan. Perhaps she was not, like Fanny, compelled to write. We know not if she could have found, we were about to write invented, but Evelina is more of a trouvaille than of an invention, such a book as Evelina, or constructed such a book as Cecilia. Perhaps she had not the intense pleasure in perceiving, the delight in giving to paper, words and traits from which characters may be inferred, which is manifested throughout the following diaries, or the power of imagining circumstances from which tragic or comic consequences must ensue, which were shown by her sister in her early novels. We know only that she could put before Fanny all she knew Fanny wished to know, in a manner which was her own, not that of Fanny. Hetty, James and Susan were, writing strictly, all of her family who were of ages to influence Fanny. Others are brought in simply to show how considerable was the amount of ability in those of her own blood. Her own younger brother, the second Dr. Charles, was, as we've said, a schoolboy when these diaries begin. Her own youngest sister, Charlotte, a lively and affectionate girl, was in 1777 just beginning to show her pretty face at parties and to write of them with a glee and a sense of what was absurd, which can amuse readers of whom she never thought. She has been, in certain ways, left much to herself, and there are some who think that because of that, quote, her state was the more gracious, end quote. Fanny's half-brother Richard had not been long at school when these early journals end. Sarah Harriot, her half-sister, who grew up to write several successful novels, was a droll and clever child, but scarcely out of the nursery. As Pacchierotti said, quote, all very clever girls, sense and witta, inhabit here. Sensibility has taken up its abode in this house. All I meet with at Dr. Burney's house are superior to other people. I am myself the only bestia that enters the house. I am indeed a truly beast. End quote. If to be of such a family and such a household, among such friends and acquaintances as those of her father, was not education, we hardly know to what to give that name. There were many more, quote, educated ladies, end quote, in the 18th century than it is customary to think there were, but it would be difficult to overstate the poorness of the teaching in the schools for girls. Fanny might have left no book behind had she been sent to a boarding school. That she never had any regular teacher was no dire misfortune, if it were some loss. By bringing her father the books he needed when writing for the press, she earned the name of his, quote, librarian, end quote, and learned to find on his shelves others which suited her fancy or fitted into her schemes for self-improvement. She was throughout her life a masterly listener to others, and had her reward. Not a word or gesture escaped the observation of the shy, silent, demure little girl. Her early progress in the study of character is very perceptible in these diaries. Putting aside some hasty opinions at first sight, her judgments of the people she met with are often correct and could not have been bettered when her mind was mature. In fact, there's nothing more remarkable in Fanny than the continuity of her way of thinking from 16 to 88. In 1768, when these early diaries begin, she was at an age most susceptible of impressions, but was endowed with a steadiness of character marred by no taint of obstinacy, which gave unity to all she said and did throughout a long life. This is the more remarkable as she shared in no mean degree the power of her family for acting, which in many cases implies more mobility than that of countenance, gesture, bearing and utterance. The superficial form of acting, mimicry, imitations was the name she gave it, was also a gift of hers, but she never displayed it. It was spontaneous when she was with those she loved and thoroughly at ease. A singular proof of unity of character is given in her finding at 70 the pleasure which she had anticipated in reading her old diaries when she began to write them at 16, the very age of dreams. No greater proof of purity of heart could be shown. She had many for whom to mourn, nothing on her own part to lament, her days having been, quote, bound each to each by natural piety, unquote. End of section 9. 8. Section 10 of the early diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. Herself endowed with a very warm heart, she was much beloved by her warm-hearted family, who were very far from being unconscious of her gifts of mind. Even in her backward childhood, there is no sign that Fanny was ever thought a dunce by anyone who knew her well. Her early writings had an audience, if it were but of one sister. In 1767, Susan bewailed the burning of Fanny's papers. Next year, in the very first letter addressed to Fanny by Maria Allen, her correspondent for 50 years afterwards, Fanny is taxed with pedantry rather than with backwardness, with a love of hard words and fine phrases, not with poor language or inelegance of diction. I have no doubt, says Maria, of your letters being so very much above our comprehension that we shall adore you for a divinity, for you know people almost always have a much greater opinion of a thing they don't understand than what is as plain and simple as the nose in their faces. Now Hetty's letters and your papa's, why, they are common, entertaining, lively, witty letters, such as Dr. Swift might write, or people who prefer the beautiful to the sublime. But you, now, why, I dare say will talk of corporeal machines, negation fluid, matter and motion, and all those pretty things. Well, Fanny's letters for my money. In 1769, Dr. Burney was proud enough of his daughter's playful verses on his doctor's degree at Oxford to show them to at least one of his friends. Not long afterwards she drew Mr. Crisp into that correspondence by letters which became the chief pleasure of his later years. In 1773 her Teignmouth journal was passed by Susan to Mr. Crisp, who not only delayed to return it, that he might, as the girl said, quote, browse on its contents, end quote, but pressed Fanny to allow him to lend it to his sister in Oxfordshire. After the close of 1774, there seems to have been a continuous passing by Mr. Crisp to Mrs. Gast of Fanny's less private letters. In and after 1778, Mr. Crisp copied Fanny's letters to Susan, which are now called the Diary of Madame D'Arblay, with his own hand, that he might enjoy them often at his leisure. And Fanny found that Mrs. Gast was rather too willing to share the pleasure she took in them with her Oxfordshire friends. The good aunts Rebecca and Anne craved also for their dear girls' journals. Thus Fanny may be said to have had from a very early age a little public audience of a few but fond admirers, which extended in and after 1778 to the great public of three kingdoms, and through translations to France, Italy and Germany. It is according to rule that a heroine should be described before she begins to narrate her own adventures, as Fanny is about to do. Was Fanny beautiful, lovely, or at least pretty? Neither pretty nor plain, we incline to think, but capable of looking charming from variety and force of expression, rather than from beauty of complexion and regularity of features. There are proofs in these diaries that when a girl Fanny was attractive, and she looked like a girl long after she was a woman. Mrs. Piozzi, when an unfriendly witness, tells us that she was much admired at Bath when 28, and Miss Berry, who does not seem to have met her until she was Madame D'Arblay and not far from 50 years of age, says that at 60, after her absence in France, she had, quote, wonderfully improved in good looks in 10 years, which have usually a very different effect at an age when people begin to fall off. Her face has acquired expression and a charm which it never had before. She has gained an embonpoint very advantageous to her face." End quote. It was the restoration rather than the acquisition of a charm, as we have ample proof that Fanny's earlier as well as later power of pleasing lay in her variability of expression. Her countenance reflected her feelings, or, as her father said, quote, "Poor Fanny's face tells us what she thinks whether she will or no." End quote. Mr. Thrale repeatedly pressed her to read a tragedy to him because she had what he termed such a marking face. She herself wrote, "Nobody, I believe, has so very little command of countenance as myself. I could feel my whole face on fire." When in 1802 she went to live in Paris, among what was left unguillotined of the best French society, it was said by Madame de Tussaud that, quote, "Madame D'Arblay's looks filled up what her words left short," end quote, in her efforts to speak French. Fanny was short in stature and slightly made. Once Mr. Crisp cries out, "Why, what a small cargo for the Chessington coach!" At another time, "What a slight piece of machinery is the terrestrial part of the Arfanican! A mere nothing, a blast of vapour disorders the spring of thy watch, and the mechanism is so fine that it requires no common hand to set it a-going again." He often warns her against a habit which was due to her shortness of sight, quote, "that murtherous stooping, which will one day be your bane," end quote. Her mother had been consumptive, and Fanny, like her sister Susan, was liable to very severe colds and coughs, some of which may be attributed to their practice of stealing away from warm parlours to write their long letters in fireless chambers. But, like her father, Fanny was wiry. Her slight piece of machinery withstood rude shocks. What blistering, bleeding and lowering of diet it resisted. In 1781 she says, "Sir Richard Jebb ordered me to be blooded again, a thing I mortally dislike. Ass's milk also he forbids, as holding it too nourishing, and even potatoes are too solid food for me. He has ordered me to live wholly on turnips, with a very little dry bread, and what fruit I like, but nothing else of any sort. I drink barley water and rennet whey. Mrs. Piozzi wrote to her in 1821, "A slight frame escapes many evils that beset a robust one. Water, gruel and spinach were all you ever wanted." It may be said for the doctors that while 2 of her brothers died long before her of apoplexy, Fanny, surviving all her sisters except the youngest, who was nearly 20 years her junior, lived, like her father, to 88 years of age. What she called her easy temperature as to food, meaning her indifference as to what she ate and how it was cooked, is not uncommon with those born to live longer than their brethren. Her temperature as to dress was no less easy or indifferent. Twice only in these volumes does she tell us what she wore. It is only when she plays a part that she thinks it worthwhile to mention her gowns. One is the, quote, pink Persian, end quote, worn at the Masquerade in 1770, the other her, quote, green and grey, end quote, dress as Mrs. Lovemore in The Way to Keep Him. Quel habit, cries Madame de Sévigné from Brittany to her beautiful daughter in Provence, quel habit avez-vous à Lyon, à Arles, à Aix? Je ne vous vois que cet habit bleu. In another place she completes the sense of these words by saying, qui n'a qu'un habit n'en a pas du tout. The cares and toils of dress were not the least part of Fanny's sufferings at court. It was with joy that she laid by her sac, court hoop and long ruffles. She records, as if she shared it, Mr. Bat's pleasure in seeing her, quote, no more dressed than other people, end quote. We have somewhere seen her described in later life as, quote, changing her lodgings oftener than her gown, end quote. That is quite beyond the mark, but it is certain that she was much more indifferent to her apparel than were many of the bas bleus with whom she shrank from being classed. Their queen, Mrs. Montagu, crowned her toupee and circled her neck with diamonds when she received an assembly of foreigners, literati and macaronis in her dressing-room, the walls of which were newly painted with, quote, bowers of roses and jessamines, entirely inhabited by little cupids, end quote. I long, wrote Mr. Crisp to Fanny in 1778, to see your abord, reader's note, manner of approaching, with Mrs. Montagu and Sir Joshua Reynolds. I hope he will take your picture. Who knows but the time may come when your image may appear, quote, fair as before your works you stand confessed, not in flowers and pearls by bounteous Kirkle dressed, like Garrick, with the comic and tragic muse contending for you. Fanny never sat to Sir Joshua, who had had 2 strokes of paralysis before she knew him. Hoppner painted a portrait of her, and her cousin Edward 2 portraits. In an engraving of one of them she stands confessed before the diary of Madame D'Arblay. It is said that Edward saw her by the light of love, and in this picture somewhat flattered her. In his first raptures over Evelina, Dr. Burney wrote to her, I never yet heard of a novel writer's statue. Yet who knows? Who knew indeed? The man whose name was given to the Bressoltin party, Bressot de Valvielle, urged Dr. Burney to permit a portrait or bust or statue of his celebrated daughter to be set up in that desecrated church in Paris, which is still called the Pantheon, but was as firmly refused by Dr. Burney at the entreaty of Fanny as common sense and propriety dictated that he should be. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface continued. The toil needed to bring these early diaries into order of time cannot be guessed even by the few who have seen the original manuscripts with their mutilations and defacements. But the wearisome labour has been lightened by living in such pleasant company for so long. By degrees, we've grown not only familiar with the Burney family, but with the ways of the house and the way about their different houses. First with that in Poland Street, and the wig makers next door, and Mrs. Pringle's close by, where Hetty and Fanny were made so welcome and happy for a while. We know Maria Allen's room, in which the girls, quote, browsed, end quote, by the fire upon dainties brought out of Allen's cupboard, and Fanny's, quote, pretty little neat cabinet that is in the bedchamber, where I keep all my affairs. Whenever yet was there a heroine without one, end quote. We know, quote, the children's playroom, end quote, a closet up 2 flights of stairs in which the younger children kept their toys, and Fanny wrote plays and novels, and the paved court below, in which she burned them all at 15. We see Lord Mayor Barber's house in Queen Square, which Pope, Swift and Bolingbroke may have frequented, and in which Cart, the Jacobite, was put into a damp bed, to the sore damage of his health and the great hindrance of the publication of his Life of the Duke of Ormond. We see the pompous painted ceilings of Newton's house in St. Martin's Street, which Dr. Burney explained that he himself was not, quote, such a coxcomb, end quote, as to have commissioned any painter to execute, nor perhaps was Sir Isaac such a coxcomb, he who sneered at my Lord Arundel's famous marbles as so many, quote, stone dolls, end quote. We know the 3 parlours and the cabinets and commodes in the dining parlour with Mrs. Burney's bureau and that of the doctor, into which he thrust his private papers and his fees, until both bureaux were broken open by a former footman of theirs who, knowing far too well the ways of the house, was able to rob his old master and mistress of £300. We know what music was lying upon the harpsichord one day in August 1779, when Susan sent from Chessington for, quote, a set of Montezuma, a set of Aprile's duets in manuscript, given me by Lady Clage, the set of Didone, which contains Son Regina, and the 2nd number of Sacchini's Tamerlano, and of his duets, end quote. All these were to be played to or with Mr. Crisp. Mr. Boone breaks his sword in going up the steep stairs, and wonders that he did not break his neck. I'm afraid, replies Dr. Burney, not without complacency, that speaks ill for my stairs, but they were constructed by Sir Isaac Newton, not by me. Looking over London, Fanny writes a novel in the observatory of a man who, we may be pretty sure, never read a romance. When Fanny, as Baretti said with a sneer, was, quote, exalted to the Thralic majesty, end quote, Susan sent to her at Streatham or Brighton or Bath delightful, as yet unpublished, chronicles of all that went on at home. We see Aunt Anne come in from York Street to tea, quote, in hopes that she should meet with no foreigner, unquote, as I had told her that we had seen Merlin, Piozzi and Baretti all so lately. However, our tea things were not removed when we were alarmed by a rap at our door, and who should enter but l'Imperatore del Canto, Pacchierotti, and his treasurer, Bertoni. I leave you to guess who was charmed and who looked blank. They stayed with us full 3 hours, end quote. Susan corrects Pacchierotti's English exercises and stops his sending that letter to, quote,
the object of his particular despise, end quote, Sheridan, in which he had drawn that slippery manager as swinging on a gallows for not paying the money due to Pacchierotti as his first singer at the opera. Or we see Piozzi arrive, quote, in excellent spirits and humour, end quote, from a country house where he's been spending 2 months. He plays, quote, 2 or 3 of his new lessons, end quote, which Susan does not like, but he sings, quote, some songs divinely, end quote. At another time, Susan is very glad that Piozzi just misses Pacchierotti, of whom he is so jealous that, quote, he walked off from me at a concert on seeing him approaching, which indeed I was not sorry for, end quote. Piozzi, that almost historical character, appears on Susan's pages as touchy and jealous of his betters in song. To be told that anyone was not at home when he knocked at the door, he took as an insult. Not at home, he cried to the Burneys, complaining that at the door of some great house he had again had, quote, la cattiva sorte del not at home, end quote. But if Dr. Burney were in his study or abroad, as they said then, Mrs. Burney and the 3 girls made English and foreign friends welcome in St. Martin's Street. Mrs. Burney, who was not unconscious of her reading and power of speech, had favourites who shared her love of a thorough discussion of subjects. These were not always acceptable to her stepdaughters. Mrs. Burney loved to see Baretti or Mr. Pennick of the British Museum or James Barry, R.A., enter the parlour. Fanny and Susan had favourites of another kind, from, quote, Aristotle Twining, end quote, to Pacchierotti. It must be owned that their raptures concerning Pacchierotti's manners and voice were only surpassed by the downright ravings of some girls, as recorded by Susan. Her journals abound in trays of the time and its noted people. Dr. Johnson brings blind Mrs. Williams to tea in St. Martin's Street. In his vast presence, that lively American, Mrs. Paradise, makes Barry dance a minuet with herself. Barry, whose politeness was as, quote, rare as a bit of Peg Woffington's writing, end quote. Barry provokes Susan by insisting on bringing her home from a tea party, although her father's manservant has been sent for her, and by staying at St. Martin's Street, she, quote, verily believes, end quote, till midnight. Uninvited guests leave the house about 11, after which there is supper. An excuse with us, as you know, says Fanny, for chatting over baked apples. Hetty, her husband, and his brother Edward now and then drop in to supper. Dr. Burney appears perchance with sword and bag on his way from the King's brother's music party to his own, quote, chaos, end quote. He says a few kind and pleasant words, then bids all good night and, quote, out watches the bear, end quote, pondering over the little which has been spared to tell us of the manner of the music made by the, quote, god-like Greek, end quote. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Frances Burney, Juvenile Journal, 1768. Addressed to a certain Miss Nobody. Poland Street, London, March the 27th. To have some account of my thoughts, manners, acquaintance and actions when the hour arrives in which time is more nimble than memory, is the reason which induces me to keep a journal in which I must confess my every thought, must open my whole heart. But a thing of this kind ought to be addressed to somebody. I must imagine myself to be talking to the most intimate of friends, to one in whom I should take delight in confiding, and remorse in concealment. But who must this friend be? To make choice of one in whom I can but half rely would be to frustrate entirely the intention of my plan. The only one I could wholly, totally confide in lives in the same house with me, and not only never has, but never will leave me one secret to tell her. To whom, then, must I dedicate my wonderful, surprising, and interesting adventures? To whom dare I reveal my private opinion of my nearest relations, my secret thoughts of my dearest friends, my own hopes, fears, reflections, and dislikes? Nobody. To nobody, then, will I write my journal, since to nobody can I be wholly unreserved. To nobody can I reveal every thought, every wish of my heart, with the most unlimited confidence, the most unremitting sincerity, to the end of my life. For what chance, what accident may end my connections with nobody? No secret can I conceal from nobody, and to nobody can I be ever unreserved. This agreement cannot stop our affection. Time itself has no power to end our friendship. The love, the esteem I entertain for nobody, nobody's self has not power to destroy. From nobody I have nothing to fear. The secrets sacred to friendship nobody will not reveal when the affair is doubtful. Nobody will not look towards the side least favourable. I will suppose you, then, to be my best friend, though heaven forbid you ever should, my dearest companion and a romantic girl, for mere oddity may perhaps be more sincere, more tender, than if you were a friend in propria persona, inasmuch as imagination often exceeds reality. In your breast my errors may create pity without exciting contempt, may raise your compassion without eradicating your love. From this moment, then, my dear girl, but why, permit me to ask, must a female be made nobody? Ah, my dear, what were this world good for, were nobody a female? And now I have done with preambulation. Monday night, May the 30th. Oh, my dear, such a charming day. And then last night, well, you shall have it all in order as well as I can recollect. Last night, while Hetty, Susie, Charlotte and myself were at tea, Mamma and Miss Allen not being returned from Harrow, and Papa in his study, busy as usual, that lively, charming, spirited Mr. Young entered the room. Oh, how glad we were to see him! He was in extreme good spirits. Hetty sat down to the harpsichord and sung to him. Mamma soon returned, and then they left it. Well, and so, upon the entrance of fathers and mothers, we departed this life of anguish and misery, and rested our weary souls in the Elysian fields, my papa's study. There, freed from the noise and bustle of the world, enjoyed the harmony of chattering and the melody of music. There, burying each gloomy thought, each sad reflection in the hearse of dissipation, lost the remembrance of our woes, our cruel misfortunes, our agonizing sorrows, and graciously permitted them to glide along the stream of reviving comfort, blown by the gentle gale of new-born hope, till they reposed in the bosom of oblivion. Then, no, it is impossible. This style is too great, too noble to be supported with proper dignity. The sublime and the beautiful, how charmingly blended. Yes, I will desist. I will lay down my pen while I can with ellipsis. It would be miraculous had I power to maintain the same glowing enthusiasm, the same... Oh, my word, I cannot go on.
My imagination is raised too high. It soars above this little dirty sphere. It transports me beyond mortality. It conveys me to the Elysian fields. But my ideas grow confused. I fear you cannot comprehend my meaning. All I shall add is to beg you would please to attribute your not understanding the sublimity of my sentiments to your own stupidity and dullness of apprehension, and not to my want of meaning, which is only too fine to be clear. After this beautiful flow of expression, refinement of sentiment and exaltation of ideas, can I meanly descend to common life? Can I basely stoop to relate the particulars of common life? Can I condescendingly deign to recapitulate vulgar conversation? I can. Oh, what a falling off is here! What a chatter there was! However, I was not engaged in it, and therefore, on a little consideration, a due sense of my own superlative merit convinces me that to mention anything more of the matter would be nonsense. Adieu, then, most amiable who? Nobody. Not so fast, good girl, not so fast. 'Tis true I have done with last night, but I have all to-day. A charming one it is, too, to relate. Last night, to my great satisfaction, Mamma prevailed upon Mr. Y. to promise to be of our party to-day to Greenwich. Well, he slept here. For my part, I could not sleep all night. I was up before 5 o'clock. Hetty and Suzette were before 6, and Miss Allen soon after. While we were all adorning our sweet persons, each at a looking-glass, admiring the enchanting object it presented to our view, who should rap at the chamber door but, my cheeks are crimson with the blush of indignation while I write it, Mr. Young. I ran into a closet and locked myself up. However, he did not pollute my chamber with his unhallowed feet, but poor Miss Allen was in a miserable condition, her journal, which he wanted to see, in full sight on her open bureau. He said he had a right to it, as her uncle. She called Hetty into her room, and they were a long time ere they could turn him out of it. Well, but now for the Greenwich party. We set out at about 10 or 11. The company was Mamma, Mr. Young, Miss Allen, Stephen, and your most obsequious slave. The conversation as we went was such as I would wish to remember. I will try if I can, for I think it even worthy the perusal of nobody. What an honour! Well, I have racked my brains half an hour, in vain, and if you imagine I shall trouble myself with racking the dear creatures any longer, you are under a mistake. One thing, however, which related to myself, I shall mention, as that struck me too forcibly to be now, or perhaps ever, forgot. Besides, it has been the occasion of my receiving so much raillery, etc., that it is requisite for you to hear it, in order to observe the decorum due to the drama. Talking of happiness and misery, sensibility, and a total want of feeling, my mamma said, turning to me, "Here's a girl will never be happy, never while she lives, for she possesses perhaps as feeling a heart as ever girl had." Some time after, when we were near the end of our journey, "And so," said Mr. Young, "my friend Fanny possesses a very feeling heart." He harped on this some little time, till at last he said he would call me Feeling Fanny. It was characteristic, he said, and a great deal more such nonsense that put me out of all patience, which same virtue I have not yet sufficiently recovered to recount any more of our conversation, charming as part of it was, which part you may be sure I had my share in. How else could it be charming? Editor's note. All at once Poland Street is left,
and Frances writes from her stepmother's dowry house in the churchyard of St. Margaret Lynn Regis, that fine church of which Dr. Burney had been organist for about 10 years. From Lynn Regis. I am reading the letters of Henry and Frances and like them prodigiously. I have just finished Mrs. Rose, Letters from the Dead to the Living, and moral and entertaining. I had heard a great deal of them before I saw them, and I'm sorry to tell you that I was much disappointed with them. They are so very enthusiastic that the religion she preaches rather disgusts and cloys than charms and elevates, and so romantic that every word betrays improbability instead of disguising fiction, and displays the author instead of human nature. For my own part, I cannot be much pleased without an appearance of truth, at least of possibility. I wish the story to be natural, though the sentiments are refined, and the characters to be probable, though their behaviour is excelling. Well, I am going to bed. Sweet dreams attend me, and may you sympathise with me. Hey-ho! I wonder when I shall return to London. Not that we are very dull here, no, really tolerably happy. I wish Kitty Cook would write to me. I long to hear how my dear, dear beloved Mr. Crisp does. My papa always mentions him by the name of my flame. Indeed, he is not mistaken. Himself is the only man on earth I prefer to him. Well, I must write a word more, only to end my paper. So, that's done. And now, good night to you. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Early Diaries of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Editor's note: a broken passage or two from the original diary worth preserving. Quote, Saturday. Oh, my dear, I've received the finest letter. While we were at dinner, a packet came from London. Papa opened it, and among other epistles was the following to me. End quote. 4 lines of verse follow the address to Miss Frances Burney. These words only are quite legible. When I first saw thee, signed Incognitus. Fanny then appears to tax whosoever wrote the epistle with taking the hint of his verses, quote, from an old song I've often heard, which runs thus: when first I saw that, ellipsis, me, end quote. This fragment is merely given to show that Fanny was not without her share of the current compliments in verse, which was almost the duty of a gentleman to pay, and even a slight for a young lady not to receive. Another mutilated passage shows Hetty and Maria Allen, as for some time amusing themselves with railing against Lynn, everybody in it, and praising to adulation London. Quote, I offered some few words in favour of my poor old abused town, the land of my nativity, of the world's happiness. We disputed a little time, and Hetty suddenly cried, Hush, hush, mamma's in the next room. If she hears us, we too shall be whipped, and Fanny will have a sugar plum. Aye, cried A, 'tis her defending Lynn which makes mamma and my grandmamma so fond of her. Fond of me? Cried I. What makes you imagine Mrs. Allen fond of me? What she said of you. Ellipsis. I am now writing in the pleasantest place belonging to this house. It is called sometimes the Lookout, as ships are observed from hence, and at other times the Cabin.
It is at the end of a long garden that runs along the house." End quote. End of editor's note. I'm going to tell you something concerning myself, which, if I have not chanced to mention it before, will, I believe, a little surprise you. It is that I scarce wish for anything so truly, really, and greatly as to be in love. Upon my word, I'm serious, and very gravely and sedately assure you that it is a real and true wish. I cannot help thinking it is a great happiness to have a strong and particular attachment to some one person, independent of duty, interest, relationship, or pleasure. But I carry not my wish so far as for a mutual tendresse. No, I should be contented to love sola, and let duetto be reserved for those who have a proper sense of their superiority. For my own part, I vow and declare that the mere pleasure of having a great affection for some one person, to which I was neither guided by fear, hope of profit, gratitude, respect, or any motive but mere fancy, would sufficiently satisfy me, and I should not at all wish a return. Bless me, how I run on! Foolish and ill-judged. How despicable a picture have I drawn of an object of love. Mere giddiness, not inclination, I am sure, penned it. Love without respect or gratitude. That could only be felt for a person wholly undeserving. But indeed I write so much at random that it is much more a chance if I know what I'm saying than if I do not. I have just finished Henry and Frances. They've left me in a very serious, very grave mood, almost melancholy. The bell is now tolling, most dreadfully loud and solemn, for the death of some person of this town, which contributes not a little to add to my seriousness. Indeed, I never heard anything so dismal. This bell is sufficient to lower the highest spirits, and more than sufficient to quite subdue those which are already low. The greatest part of the last volume of Henry and Frances is wrote by Henry, and on the gravest of grave subjects, and that which is most dreadful to our thoughts, eternal misery. Religion in general is the subject to all the latter part of these letters, and this is particularly treated on. I don't know that I ever read finer sentiments on piety and Christianity than the second volume abounds with. Indeed, most of the letters might be called, with very little alteration, essays on religion. I own I differ from him in many of his thoughts, but in far many more I'm delighted with him. His sentiments show him to be a man possessed of all the humanity which dignifies his sex, his observations of all the penetration and judgment which improves it, and his expressions of all the ability, capacity, and power which adorn it. I cannot express how infinitely more I am charmed with him at the conclusion than beginning. Some of his opinions, I might say many of them, on divine subjects, I think would be worthy a sermon, and an excellent one too. It is a sweet, mild evening. I will take a turn in the garden and reperuse in my thoughts these genuine, interesting letters. This garden is very small, but very, very prettily laid out. The greatest part is quite a grove, and 3 people might be wholly concealed from each other with ease in it. I scarcely ever walk in it without becoming grave, for it has the most private, lonely, shady, melancholy look in the world. Tuesday, cabin. I have this very moment finished reading a novel called The Vicar of Wakefield. It was wrote by Dr. Goldsmith. His style is rational and sensible, and I knew it again immediately. This book is of a very singular kind. I own I began it with distaste and disrelish, having just read the elegant Letters of Henry. The beginning of it even disgusted me. He mentions his wife with such indifference, such contempt. The contrast of Henry's treatment of Frances struck me, the more so as it is real, while this tale is fictitious. And then the style of the latter is so elegantly natural, so tenderly manly, so unassumingly rational. I own I was tempted to throw the book aside, but there was something in the situation of his family which, if it did not interest me, at least drew me on, and as I proceeded I was better pleased. The description of his rural felicity, his simple unaffected contentment and family domestic happiness gave me much pleasure, but still I was not satisfied. As something was wanting to make the book satisfy me, to make me feel for the vicar in every line he writes. Nevertheless, before I was half through the first volume, I was, as I may truly express myself, surprised into tears, and in the second volume I really sobbed. It appears to me to be impossible any person could read this book through with a dry eye. At the same time, the best part of it is that which turns one's grief out of doors to open them to laughter. He advances many very bold and singular opinions. For example, he avers that murder is the sole crime for which death ought to be the punishment. He goes even farther and ventures to affirm that our laws in regard to penalties and punishments are all too severe. This doctrine might be contradicted from the very essence of our religion, Scripture, for, in square brackets, erasure, in the Bible, in Exodus particularly, death is commanded by God himself for many crimes besides murder. But this author shows in all his works a love of peculiarity and of making, in square brackets, sick but probably marking, originality of character in others. And therefore I'm not surprised he possesses it himself. This vicar is a very venerable old man. His distresses must move you. There is but very little story, the plot is thin, the incidents very rare, the sentiments uncommon. The vicar is contented, humble, pious, virtuous, quite a darling character. How far more was I pleased with the genuine productions of Mr. Griffith's pen, for that is the real name of Henry. I hear that more volumes are lately published. I wish I could get them. I've read but 2. The elegance and delicacy of the manner, expressions, style of that book are so superior. How much I should like to be acquainted with the writers of it. Those letters are doubly pleasing, charming to me, for their being genuine. They have increased my relish for minute, heartfelt writing, and encouraged me in my attempt to give an opinion of the books I read. Cabin, Wednesday afternoon. I always spend the evening, sometimes all the afternoon, in this sweet cabin, except sometimes, when unusually thoughtful, I prefer the garden. I cannot express the pleasure I have in writing down my thoughts at the very moment, my opinion of people when I first see them, and how I alter or how confirm myself in it. And I much deceived in my foresight if I shall not have very great delight in reading this living proof of my manner of passing my time, my sentiments, my thoughts of people I know, and 1,000 other things in future. There is something to me very unsatisfactory in passing year after year without even a memorandum of what you did, etc. And then all the happy hours I spend with particular friends and favourites would fade from my recollection End of section 13.
Section 14 of the early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. July the 17th. Such a set of tittle, tattle, prittle, prattle visitants. Oh dear, I'm so sick of the ceremony and fuss of all these foul old people. So much dressing, chit-chat, complimentary nonsense. In short, a country town is my detestation. All the conversation is scandal, all the attention dress, and almost all the heart folly, envy and censoriousness. A city or a village are the only places which I think can be comfortable, for a country town, I think, has all the bad qualities without one of the good ones of both. We live here, generally speaking, in a very regular way. We breakfast always at 10, rise as much before as we please. We dine precisely at 2, drink tea about 6, and sup exactly at 9. I make a kind of rule never to indulge myself in my two most favourite pursuits, reading and writing, in the morning. No, like a very good girl, I give that up wholly, accidental occasions and preventions excepted, to needlework, by which means my reading and writing in the afternoon is a pleasure I cannot be blamed for by my mother, as it does not take up the time I ought to spend otherwise. I never pretend to be so superior a being as to be above having and indulging a hobby horse, and while I keep mine within, due to bounds and limits, nobody, I flatter myself, would wish to deprive me of the poor animal. To be sure, he is not formed for labour, and is rather lame and weak, but then the dear creature is faithful, constant and loving, and though he sometimes prances, would not kick anyone into the mire or hurt a single soul for the world, and I would not part with him for one who could win the greatest prize that ever was won at any races. Alas, alas, my poor journal, how dull, unentertaining, uninteresting thou art. Oh, what would I give for some adventure worthy reciting, for something which would surprise, astonish you. I have lately read The Prince of Abyssinia. I am almost equally charmed and shocked at it. The style, the sentiments are inimitable, but the subject is dreadful, and handled as it is by Dr. Johnson might make any young, perhaps old, person tremble. Oh, how dreadful, how terrible is it to be told by a man of his genius and knowledge, in so affectingly probable a manner, that true, real happiness is ever unattainable in this world. Through all the scenes, public or private, domestic or solitary, that Nicaea or Rasselas pass, real felicity eludes their pursuit and mocks their solicitude. In high life, superiority, envy and haughtiness baffle the power of preferment, favour and greatness, and with or without them all is animosity, suspicion, apprehension and misery. In private families, disagreement, jealousy and partiality destroy all domestic felicities and all social cheerfulness, and all is peevishness, contradiction, ill will and wretchedness. And in solitude, imagination paints the world in a new light. Every bliss which was wanting when in it appears easily attained when away from it, but the loneliness of retirement seems unsocial, dreary, savouring of misanthropy and melancholy. And all is anxiety, doubt, fear and anguish. In this manner does Mr. Johnson proceed in his melancholy conviction of the impossibility of all human enjoyments and the impossibility of all earthly happiness. Wednesday, July, 10 in the morning. We have just had a wedding,
a public wedding, and a very fine it was, I assure you. The bride is Miss Case, daughter of an alderman of Lynn with a great fortune, the bridegroom Mr. Bragg. The affair has long been in agitation on account of Mr. Bragg's inferiority of fortune. Our house is in the churchyard and exactly opposite the great church door, so that we had a very good view of the procession. The walk that leads up to the church was crowded almost incredibly, a prodigious mob indeed. I am sure I trembled for the bride. What a gauntlet for any woman of delicacy to run. Mr. Bragg handed the bride and her company out of their coach, and then Mr. Case took her hand and led her to the church door, and the bridegroom followed, handing Mrs. Case. Oh, how short a time does it take to put an eternal end to a woman's liberty. I don't think they were a quarter of an hour in the church altogether. Bless me, it would not be time enough, I should think, for a poor creature to see where she was. I verily believe I should insist on sitting an hour or two to recover my spirits. I declare my heart ached to think how terrible the poor bride's feelings must be to walk by such crowds of people, the occasion itself so awful. How little does it need the addition of that frightful mob? In my conscience, I fear that if it had been me, I should never have had courage to get out of the coach. Indeed, I feel I should behave very foolishly. When they had been in the church about a quarter of an hour, the bells began to ring so merrily, so loud, and the doors opened. We saw them walk down the aisle, the bride and bridegroom first, hand in hand. The bridegroom looked so gay, so happy. Surely it must be grateful to her heart to see his joy. It will be to mine, I know. She looked grave, but not sad, and in short all was happy and charming. Well, of all things in the world, I don't suppose anything can be so dreadful as a public wedding. My stars, I should never have been able to support it. Mr. Bewley, a great and particular friend of my papa's, and a very ingenious, clever man, is now here. At breakfast time we had, as you may imagine, a long conversation on matrimony. Everybody spoke against a public wedding as the most shocking thing in the world. Papa said he would not have gone through those people in such a manner for 5,000 a year. And Mr. Bewley said that when he was married, his lady and himself stole into the church privately as possible, and ashamed of every step they took. Cavan, Saturday, July. And so I suppose you are staring at the torn paper and unconnected sentence. I don't much wonder. I'll tell you what happened. Last Monday I was in the little parlour, which room my papa generally dresses in, and writing a letter to my grandmamma. You must know I always have the last sheet of my journal in my pocket, and when I have wrote it half full, I join it to the rest and take another sheet, and so on. Now, I happened unluckily to take the last sheet out of my pocket with my letter and laid it on the pianoforte. And there, negligent fool, I left it. Well, as ill fortune would have it, Papa went into the room, took my poor journal, read and pocketed it. Mamma came up to me and told me of it. Oh dear, I was in a sad distress. I could not for the life of me ask for it, and so dawdled and fretted the time away till Tuesday evening. Then, gathering courage, "Pray, Papa," I said, "have you got any papers of mine?" "Papers of yours," said he. "How should I come by papers of yours?" "I'm sure I don't know, but..." "Why do you leave your papers about the house?" asked he gravely. I could not say a word. He went on playing on the pianoforte. Well, to be sure, thought I, these same dear journals are most shocking, plaguing things. I have a good mind to resolve never to write a word more. However, I stayed still in the room, walking and looking wistfully at him for about an hour and a half. At last he rose to dress. Again I looked wistfully at him. He laughed. "What, Fanny," said he kindly, "are you in sad distress?" I half laughed. "Well, I'll give it you now. I see you are in such distress, but take care, my dear, of leaving your writings about the house again. Suppose anybody else had found it? I declare I was going to read it loud. Here, take it. But if ever I find any more of your journals, I vow I'll stick them up in the marketplace." And then he kissed me so kindly. Never was parent so properly, so well-judgedly affectionate. I was so frightened that I have not had the heart to write since, till now. I should not, but that, in short, but that I cannot help it. As to the paper, I destroyed it the moment I got it. End of section 14. Section 15 of the early diary of Frances Burney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. July the 7th, 1768, continued. We've had several little parties of pleasure since I wrote last, but they're not worth mentioning. My papa went on Thursday to Massingham to Mr. Bewley's. I've been having a long conversation with Miss Young on journals. Footnote, this was the good and intelligent Dolly Young, the dearest friend at Lynn of Esther, first wife of Dr. Burney and mother of Frances, back to main text. She has very seriously and earnestly advised me to give mine up. Hey-ho! Do you think I can bring myself to oblige her? What she says has great weight with me, but indeed I should be very loath to quite give my poor friend up. She says that it is the most dangerous employment young persons can have, that it makes them often record things which ought not to be recorded, but instantly forgot. I told her that as my journal was solely for my own perusal, nobody could in justice, or even in sense, be angry or displeased at my writing anything. But how can you answer, said she, that it is only for your own perusal? That very circumstance of your papa's finding it shows you are not so very careful as is necessary for such a work. And if you drop it, and any improper person finds it, you know not the uneasiness it may cost you. Well, but dear ma'am, this is an if that may not happen once in a century. I beg your pardon. I know not how often it may happen, but even once might prove enough to give you more pain than you are aware of. My dear ma'am, Papa never prohibited my writing, and he knows that I do write and what I do write. I'll question that. However, 'tis impossible for you to answer for the curiosity of others, and suppose anybody finds a part in which they are extremely censured. Why then, they must take it for their pains. It was not wrote for them, but me. And I cannot see any harm in writing to myself. It was very well whilst there were only your sisters with you to do anything of this kind, but depend upon it, When your connections are enlarged, your family increased, your acquaintance multiplied, young and old so apt to be curious, depend upon it, Fanny, 'tis the most dangerous employment you can have. Suppose now, for example, your favourite wish were granted and you were to fall in love, and then the object of your passion were to get sight of some part which related to himself. Why then, Miss Young, I must take a little trip to Rosamond's Pond. Footnote: Rosamond's Pond in St. James's Park. From the days of Charles II to those of George II, it had been a trysting place of happy lovers, rather than what Warburton said of it afterwards, quote, consecrated to disastrous love and elegiac poetry, unquote. It was filled up in 1770, perhaps to stop the suicides to which Fanny alludes in the text. Back to main text. Why then, Miss Young, I must take a little trip to Rosamond's Pond. Why, I doubt it will be all you would have left. Dear Miss Young, but I'm sure by your earnestness that you think worse of my poor journal than it deserves. I know very well the nature of these things. I know that in journals, thoughts, actions, looks, conversations all go down, do they not? The conclusion of our debate was, if I should show her some part of what I had wrote, she would be a better judge, and would then give me her best advice whether to proceed or not. I believe I shall accept her condition, but though I own I shall show it with shame and fear, for such nonsense is so unworthy of her perusal. I was sure, besides, I know not what part to choose. Shall I take it random? Wednesday, August the 10th. Well, my nobody, I've read part of my journal to Miss Young, and what's more, let her choose the day herself, which was our journey, the day in which I have mentioned our arrival, etc., etc. I assure you I quite triumph. Prejudiced as she was, she is pleased to give it her sanction, if it is equally harmless everywhere, nay, says she even approves of it. For some time past I have taken a walk in the fields near Lynn of about an hour every morning before breakfast. I've never yet got out before 6 and never after 7. The fields are, in my eyes, particularly charming at that time in the morning. The sun is warm and not sultry, and there is scarce a soul to be seen. Near the capital I should not dare indulge myself in this delightful manner for fear of robbers. But here everybody is known, and one has nothing to apprehend. I am reading Plutarch's Lives. His own, wrote by Dryden, has charmed me beyond expression. I have just finished Lycurgus, and am as much pleased with all his public laws as displeased with his private ones. There is scarce one of the former which is not noble and praiseworthy, and, as I think, very few of the latter which are not the contrary. The custom of only preserving healthy children and destroying weak ones, how barbarous! Besides, all his domestic family duties appear strange to me. But you must consider how very, very, very bad a judge I am, as I read with nobody, and consequently have nobody to correct or guide my opinion. Nevertheless, I cannot forbear sometimes writing what it is. I read Plutarch's Lives with more pleasure than I can express. I am charmed with them, and rejoiced exceedingly that I did not read them ere now, as I every day certainly am more able to enjoy them.
Editor's note. Here occur erasures and passages in disarray, from among which we rescue 4 lines of halting verse. What beauties have met me, how often have I sighing said, poor Hetty's charms are now quite dead, nor dare they vie with Fanny. Melidorus. Fanny adds, your servant, Mr. Melidorus. I am much obliged to you. Who would not be proud to have such verses made on them? Back to main text. Wednesday, August. We had a large party to the assembly on Monday, which was so. I danced but one country dance. The room was so hot, 'twas really fatiguing. Don't you laugh to hear a girl of 15 claim of the fatigue of dancing? Can't be helped. If you will laugh, you must. My partner was a pretty youth enough, and quite a youth, younger than myself, poorly creature. I really pitied him, for he seemed to long for another caper. In vain. I was inexorable. Not that he quite knelt for my hand. If he had, I might have been moved, for I have an uncommonly soft heart. I'm interrupted, or else I'm in an excellent humour to scribble nonsense. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the early diary of Fanny Burney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Poland Street, August 1768. Continued. Mr. Greville supped here. Reader's note, Fulk Greville. Back to main text. Mr. Greville supped here and talked of the book fight between Mr. Sharp and Signor Beretti concerning Italy, of which country the former has wrote an account, which the latter has absolutely confuted. I wish, said Mr. Greville, men would not pretend to write of what they cannot be masters of, another country. It is impossible. They can be judges. They ought not to aim at it, for they have different sensations, are used to different laws, manners, and things, and consequently are habituated to different thoughts and ideas. It is the same as if a cow was to ride of a horse, or a horse of a cow. Why, they should proceed on quite different principles, and therefore certainly could be no judge of one another. He asked Papa if he played much on pianofortes. If I was to be in town this winter, said he, I should cultivate my old acquaintance with old Crisp. Ah, said Papa, he's truly worth it. Ay, indeed is he, answered Mr. Greville. He's a most superior man. This one speech has gained him my heart for ever. This man is exceedingly fond of my father. Before he went to Germany, he used to sup with him perpetually in the most familiar and comfortable style, and now again he resumes this freedom. His wife and daughter were, and are, the 2 greatest beauties in England, and Mrs. Greville is my godmother. Her Ode to Indifference is so excessively pretty that it almost puts me out of conceit with my desire to be favoured with a touch of the power of Cupid when I happen to recollect it. How she would scorn me if she knew it. But I suppose she did not begin with a passion for indifference herself. I should not like to be Mr. Greville if he converted her to that side. Sunday night, September the 11th. My sweet brother Charles is come home for the holidays, full of spirits, mirth, and good humour. My aunt Nanny, who went lately to see him at the Charterhouse, was assured there that he was the sweetest-tempered boy in the school. Papa is gone to supper with Mr. Greville. You must know this gentleman is the author of a book called Characters, Maxims and Reflections, Serious, Moral and Entertaining. I never read it through, but what I have pleased me extremely. September the 12th. Mr. Smart the poet was here yesterday. He is the author of the Old Woman's Magazine and of several poetical productions, some of which are sweetly elegant and pretty. For example, Harriet's Birthday, Care and Generosity, and many more. This ingenious writer is one of the most unfortunate of men. He has been twice confined in a madhouse, and but last year sent a most affecting epistle to Papa to entreat him to lend him half a guinea. How great a pity so clever, so ingenious a man should be reduced to such shocking circumstances. He is extremely grave, and has still a great wildness in his manner, looks and voice, but 'tis impossible to see him and to think of his works without feeling the utmost pity and concern for him. I am prodigiously surprised, immensely astonished, indeed absolutely petrified with amazement. And what do you imagine the cause? You can never guess. I shall pity your ignorance and incapacity, and, generous, noble-minded as I am, keep you no longer in suspense. Know then, this dreadful watchman, how he has startled me, past 11 o'clock. Bless you, friend, don't bawl so loud. My nerves can't possibly bear it. No, I shall expire. This robust, gross creature will be the death of me. Yes, I feel myself going. My spirits fail, my blood chills. I am gone. To my eternal astonishment, I am recovered. I really am alive. I have actually and truly survived this bawling. Well, and now that I have in some measure recollected my scattered spirits, I will endeavour sufficiently to compose myself to relate the cause of Wonder the First. Would you believe it, but now I think of it, you can't well tell till you hear. Well, have patience, all in good time. Don't imagine I intend to cheat you. No. Now, attend. Miss Tilson, a young lady of fashion, fortune, education, birth, accomplishments and beauty, has fallen in love with my cousin Charles Burney. She is about 17, and she wrote her declaration to him on her glove, which she dropped for him to pick up. She is daughter to some Lady Carey, and has a portion in her own hands of several thousands, but this worthy Charles, not liking her, is above the temptation. Well, I'm so sleepy, I must. You may hear more anon. 10 o'clock. I left off with a little account of Miss Tilson. I shall only tell you that I heard of her passion and the amiable object by Hetty, who was told it by Miss Sheffield, and had it afterwards confirmed by the fair one's own mouth. An amorosa so forward in Cupid's cause makes me almost revolt from my wishes for his darts, and really, I think upon the whole, the most dignified thing for an exalted female must be to die an old maid. Her mother married Mr. Tilson on the death of the Earl of Carey. She is very short, but Hetty says very pretty. Wednesday, September the 21st. I have not wrote you a line this age, my sweet journal. Indeed, I have no wonderful matters to scrawl now. Is it not very perverse in Dame Fortune to deny me the least share in any of her so much talked of tricks, especially as I should, by means of my inimitable pen, immortalise every favour she honoured me with. But so it is, and so it seems likely to be, that I am to pass my days in the dullest of dull things, insipid, calm, uninterrupted quiet. This life is by many desired, so be it. But it surely was designed to give happiness after, and not 1 ounce before. 20 full years are past, but till then, no matter what happens, the spirits, the health, the never-dying hope are too strong to be much affected by whatever comes to pass. Supper bell, as I live. I finished the Iliad this age. I never was so charmed with a poem in my life. I've read the Odyssey since, and Dr. Hawkesworth's translation of Telemachus. I'm going now to read Mr. Hume's History of England, which I shall begin tomorrow. Well now, adieu at once. Hetty and I are going out to tea this afternoon to Mrs. Pringle's, a widow lady who lives in this street. She's a most sensible, entertaining, clever... ellipsis. Sunday noon. We passed a very agreeable evening at Mrs. Pringle's yesterday. Mr. Seaton, a very sensible and clever man, and a prodigious admirer of Hetty's, ellipsis. Tuesday, October the 4th. Dinner bell, I declare. Oh dear, the kindest letter from Mr. Crisp. If my papa has not the most obdurate, barbarous and inhuman heart in the world, he must be moved by it to permit some of us to accept his invitation. We are all in agonies of fear and suspense, waiting with such impatience for papa's return. If he should refuse us, I verily believe I shall play truant. I wish he'd come home. I shall be so happy to see that dearest of men again, and then Miss Cook, the good Mrs. Hamilton too. In short, Chessington is all in all. I'm going to console myself with reading the Iliad till his return. Achilles has just relented and hastes to the assistance and succour of the Grecians. Is it not a fortunate part? If my dear papa would just so relent too, I could almost aver that he would give us equal joy to that felt by the Greeks at the yielding of Achilles. Friday. Mr. Crisp has come to town. In square brackets, Mrs. Coleman, wife of the celebrated author, who was also chief manager of that house, is extremely kind and friendly to us all. We are to dine at her house on Tuesday. Well, adieu for the present. If I pass an agreeable evening, I shall write again at night, or early tomorrow, if not. Your most obedient, very humble servant to command. End of section 16. Section 17 of the earlier diary of Fanny Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tuesday, November the 15th, 1768. Monday morning, Mrs. Pringle called here to invite me to tea in the afternoon to meet the Emperor Tamerlane. Footnote: a play which it was the custom to act in public on the 5th of November. Back to main text. However, I excused myself on the score of our having a little concert tonight. Well then, said she, shall he come here? There was no saying no. So she agreed that he should be introduced by her son in the evening to papa, for mamma is at Lynn. Cervetto, who plays the bass very finely, and his son came in, and to grace the whole set, Mr. Crisp. We had a charming concert. Hetty played the pianoforte and Charles the violin, the two Cervettos the bass, and papa the organ.
and afterwards we had 2 solos on the violoncello by young Cibetto, who plays delightfully, and Charles shone in a lesson of Papa's on the harpsichord. Mr. Pringle and Mr. Mackenzie, you must know he is grandson to the unfortunate Earl of Cromarty, who lost his estates, etc., in the rebellion, came in during the performance, drank a dish of tea, and away again. Well, now we come to Tuesday, that is yesterday. At about 5 o'clock, Hetty and I went to Mrs. Pringle's, where we found to our great joy Mr. Seton was to be of the party. He is a charming man. We all went in our coach. Mrs. Pringle has summoned Mr. Seton and our ladyships to see the play of Tamerlane acted by young gentlemen at an academy in Soho Square. The play was much better performed than I expected, and the dresses were superb, made new for the purpose by the members of the society and proper for the characters and country, that is, after the Turkish manner. The farce, too, was very well done. We were much entertained. Mr. Seton is so very clever, droll and entertaining, you can't imagine. When the performance was over, Tamerlane came to me to open the ball, but I was frightened to death and begged and besought him not to begin. He said one of the members always did. However, I prevailed, after much fuss, to put Hetty and Andrew Pringle first, and we were second. I assure you I danced like anything, and called the second dance, after which I hopped about with the utmost ease and cheerfulness. They were very perfect in the play, except in one speech. The young gentleman who performed Selima suddenly stopped short and forgot himself. It was a love scene between him I mean, and Daxella, who was very tender. He soon recovered, though Andrew whispered us that when it was over, he'd lick her. Stratocles amused himself with no other action all the time but beating with one hand his breast. With the other he held his hat. I'm sure I was ready to die with laughter at some of them. Arpesia and Monaces we all thought were the best performed. Tamerlane was middling. He seems to be about 20, neither handsome, ugly, agreeable or disagreeable, and on the whole very tolerable. Thursday, November the 16th. I've had today the first real conversation I ever had in my life, except with Mr. Crisp. It was with Mr. Seton. Hetty has seen him again and she's quite charmed with him. He called with a message from Mrs. Pringle this morning, and I had the pleasure of a delightful tete-a-tete with him, for Hetty unluckily was out and Suzette kept upstairs. I'm really half in love with him. He's so sensible, clever, entertaining. His person is very far from recommending him to favour. He is very little and far from handsome, but he has a sensible countenance, and he appears quite an Adonis after half an hour's conversation. Do you know, he actually stayed above 3 hours with me. I own to you that I'm not a little flattered that a man of his superior sense and cleverness should think me worth so much of his time, which is much more than ever I had reason to expect. He asked me if my sister and self were engaged to Mrs. Pringle's this afternoon. No, not that I know of, at least. No? Why, Mrs. Pringle promised me I should meet Miss Burney and you there this evening. But she's a strange woman. She has an excellent heart and understanding, but she's not well versed in real delicacy and good breeding. But, however, I wish I could know if you ladies were to be there, because if I go at a venture I may be disappointed, and then so much time is thrown away. I hope Miss Burney caught no cold last night, for she came away just after a dance. No, sir, I believe not. But you fared worse, I fear. It rained very hard, and Hetty says you could not get a chair or coach. Mr. S. I could have managed that better. There were but 2 chairs to be had. Miss Crawford, a young lady who was with Mrs. Pringle, offered to go in the same chair as herself, and then Miss Burney could have taken me into hers, but she would not consent to it at all. And I see you laugh too. I'm afraid I made an improper proposal. F. Improper? Why, surely you only laughed yourself. Mr. S. No, indeed. It is very common in Scotland, and in truth I know nothing of the English punctilios. Perhaps it was wrong. I feared so at the time, when Miss Burney refused me, and you can't imagine how much that chagrined me. But I see few young ladies, and often I fear I make myself either particular or ridiculous. F. Indeed, when my sister told me of it, I very naturally concluded you could have only made such a proposal in jest. He caught up the words, when my sister told me of it. Oh, said he, how much I would give to hear some of your private conversations. I dare say they are very curious, and the remarks you each make. I'm sure they must be very clever. I don't doubt that you sometimes take me to task. F. I see you are now fishing to draw out our sentiments, but I shall be on my guard. Mr. S. When Mrs. Pringle trusted me with the message, I hesitated some time to know whether I should call or not, for it is customary in my country to do so many things which appear singular here that I am continually at a loss, and should esteem it a most particular favour if you would have the goodness to tell me honestly at once when you see me making any of these gross mistakes. F. I'm sure it would be highly vain and conceited in us to pretend to advise you. Mr. S. Quite the contrary. And if I had the pleasure of hearing some of your private chats, I doubt not I should make myself quite another creature, for then what you blamed I would amend, and what you were pleased to be contented with I would confirm myself in. F. But correction should come from a superior, in character I mean, for merely to hear that we either approved or condemned does not make you either better or worse, as it may most likely proceed from caprice, fancy, or want of judgment. Mr. S. I beg your pardon. I doubt not your capacity to amend me at all, and as I am really a stranger to the manners of the English, it would be a great goodness. I am so little in company with young ladies, I scarce know 5, that I have not observed their little peculiarities, etc. The truth is, the young women here are so mortally silly and insipid that I cannot bear them. Upon my word, except you and your sister, I have scarce met with one worthy of being spoke to. Their chat is all on caps, balls, cards, dress, nonsense. F. Upon my word, you are unmercifully severe. Mr. S. Nay, it's truth. You have sensible women here, but then they are very devils, censorious, uncharitable, sarcastic. The women in Scotland have twice, thrice their freedom, with all their virtue, and are very conversable and agreeable. Their educations are more finished. In England, I was quite struck to see how forward the girls are made. A child of 10 years old will chat and keep you company while her parents are busy or out, etc., with the ease of a woman of 26. But then, how does this education go on? Not at all. It absolutely stops short. Perhaps I've been very unfortunate in my acquaintance, but so it is that you and your sister are almost the only girls I have met who could keep up any conversation, and I vow if I had gone into almost any other house and talked at this rate to a young lady, she would have been sound asleep by this time. or at least she would have amused me with gaping and yawning all the time, and certainly she would not have understood a word I uttered. F. And so this is your opinion of our sex? Mr. S. Aye, and of mine too. F. Why, you are absolutely a man-hater, a misanthrope. Mr. S. Quite the contrary. Nobody enjoys better spirits or more happiness. F. Then assuredly you have advanced most of these severe judgments merely for argument and not as your real thoughts. You know, we continually say things to support an opinion which we have given that in reality we don't above half mean. Mr. S. I grant you I may have exaggerated, but nothing more. Look at your ladies of quality. Are they not forever parting with their husbands, forfeiting their reputations, and is their life aught but dissipation? In common genteel life, indeed, you may now and then meet with very fine girls who have politeness, sense, and conversation, but these are few. And then look at your tradesmen's daughters. What are they? Poor creatures indeed, all pertness, imitation, and folly. I said a great deal in defence of our poor sex, and all I could say, but it sounds so poor compared to my opponent that I dare not write it. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tuesday, November the 15th, 1768, continued. Mr. S. And what are you studying here? Said he. Oh, Marianne. Did you ever read Le Paysan Parvenu? Reader's note, The Life of Marianne and Le Paysan Parvenu are novels by Pierre de Morveau, back to main text. They're the two best novels that ever were wrote, for they are pictures of nature, and therefore excel your Clarissas and Grandisons far away. Now Sir Charles Grandison is all perfection, and consequently the last character we find in real life. In truth, there is no such thing. F. Indeed? Do you really think a Sir Charles Grandison never existed? Mr. S. Certainly not. He's too perfect for human nature. F. It quite hurts me to hear anyone declare a really and thoroughly good man never lived. It is so much to the disgrace of mankind. Mr. S. You are too young to conceive its truth. I own to you, you are therefore more happy. I would give all I am worth to have the same innocence and credulity of heart I had some years since, and to be able to go through life with it. F. But if, as you assert, nobody around you would be the same, would not that innocence rather expose you to danger than increase your happiness? Mr. S. Faith, I don't know, since you must be exposed to it at all events. Besides, when once, which everybody must be, you are convinced of the wickedness and deceit of men, it is impossible to preserve untainted your own innocence of heart. Experience will prove the depravity of mankind, and the conviction of it only serves to create distrust, suspicion, caution, and sometimes causelessly. F. But surely this experience has its advantages as well as its inconveniences, since without it you are liable to be ensnared in every trap which, according to your account of mankind, they put in your way. Mr. S. Assuredly. But depend upon it, no one need fear missing this experience. F. You seem to have a most shocking opinion of the world in general. Mr. S. Because the world in general merits it. The most innocent time must be the rise of any state, when they are unacquainted with vice. Now Rome in its infancy That was not the most flourishing time of Rome, for in its infancy it was inhabited merely by villains and ruffians. Mr. S. But they soon forgot that in forming their state, and established excellent laws and became models of morality, liberty, virtue. Yes, and the first proof they gave of their virtue was to murder their founder, to whom they were indebted for everything, and farther, to rob the neighbouring states of their wives and daughters, whom they forcibly detained. I can't say you have hit on the best country to show the innocence of its first state. Mr. F. You are too hard upon me. Well, then, the rise of the Grecian cities. They certainly were virtuous in their infancy, and so are all nations in proportion to their poverty, for money is the source of the greatest vice, and that nation which is most rich is most wicked. F. But, sir, this is saying in reality nothing for virtue, since if these people you mention were only virtuous through necessity, and as wicked as they could be, they are in fact full as vicious as any country whatever. Mr. S. That's very true. In short, I believe there was always the same degree of real, though there could not be a practical, vice in mankind, in all countries and all ages, as at present. If you must give me leave again to repeat, I fancy you inveigh thus violently against the world, partly at least in order to support your own side of the question. For surely any person who really and truly thought so like a misanthrope as you talk must abhor mankind and shut themselves up in a cave away from them all. You absolutely appear to be the greatest satirist and most severe judge of the world. Mr. S. No, I assure you, nobody lives happier in it, or can have greater or more equal spirits, but I can see the faults of people nevertheless. F. Permit me to say one thing, sir. You tell me that you are a stranger, that you know not the manners of the ladies here, that you don't know this, are ignorant of that. Ladies going home after a ball, for example? Well, sir, give me leave to ask what you have observed. Why, even all our faults. You have not been very blind to them, or taken much time to find them out. You seem to have taken the worst side of the question all the way. Mr. S. Ma'am, you are most obedient, but, looking at his watch, what a time have I detained you from your employments by my tongue! But it is so seldom I can find ladies who, like you and your sister, can keep up a conversation, that I'm loath to lose them when I do, and I do protest that to talk with a young lady who will answer me with the sense and reason that you do now gives me far more pleasure than all the plays, operas, or diversions in the world, for none of them can be compared to a sensible, spirited conversation. I should be ashamed to write down these much undeserved outre compliments, but that they are made, as you see, only when they are unavoidable, and consequently become no compliments at all. I'm quite surprised to find how much of his conversation I have remembered, but as there were only him and myself, it was not very difficult. Saturday, November the 18th. Footnote. 8 scored out lines of a new paragraph end the last page left of this year's journal. A few sentences may be made out. Back to main text. We passed the most curious evening yesterday, ellipsis. Never sure did any conversation seem more like a scene in a comedy, ellipsis. I must tell you something of what passed. Footnote. 53 years afterwards, Fanny wrote to Hetty, October the 21st, 1821. Though so sluggish to learn, I was always observant. Do you remember Mr. Seaton's denominating me at 15 the silent, observant Miss Fanny? Perhaps she broke her nearly total silence among strangers for the first time in this very long talk with Mr. Seton. This passage is particularly interesting as giving the first example of her extraordinary power of retaining protracted conversations unmarked by any special brilliancy or novelty of thought. She does not even appear to have seen that the wily Mr. Seton was trying to please her as well as her lovely sister. Her innocent enjoyment was in the argument and in repeating it in writing. End footnote. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saturday, January the 7th, 1769. Editor's note: much has been cut from the diary of this year, and it has many erasures. It appears to have been in 2 or 3 carriers, which all lie now within 1 quarto sheet of paper. So much are they shrunk in size. Back to main text. Oh dear, how melancholy has been to us this last week, the first of this year. Never during my life have I suffered more severely in my mind, I do verily believe. But God be praised, I hope it is now over. The poor Suzette, who I told you was disappointed of her Lynn journey by a violent cold, was just put to bed somewhat better when I wrote to you this day se'nnight. I soon after went to her and found her considerably worse. She talked to me in a most affecting style. Her voice and manner were peculiarly touching. "My dear Fanny," cried she, "I do love you dearly, my dear sister." Have I any more sisters? How I was terrified, shocked, surprised. "Oh yes," continued she, "I have Sister Hetty. But I don't wish her to come to me now, because she'll want me to drink my barley water, and I can't. But I will if you want me to. And where's Papa?" For my life I could not speak a word, and almost choked myself to prevent my sobbing. Oh dear, I shall die. My dear girl. Footnote: here 2 or 3 words are torn away. Back to main text. Oh, but I must, though. But I can't help it. It is not my fault, you know. Though I almost suffocated myself with smothering my grief, I believe she perceived it, for she kissed me and again said, "How I love you, my dear Fanny. I love you dearly." "My sweet girl," cried I, You can't love me so much as I do you." "If I was Charlie, I should love you, indeed I should." Footnote: this seems to be not Charles, but little Charlotte, the youngest of the first family of Dr. Burney. Back to main text. "Oh, I shall die." "But not yet, my dear love, not yet." "Oh yes, I shall. I should like to see Papa first, though." In short, she talked in a manner inconceivably affecting, and how greatly I was shocked no words can express. My dear Papa out of town too. We sent immediately for Mr. Heckford, an excellent apothecary who has attended our family many years. He bled her immediately and said it would not be safe to omit it. She continued much the same some hours. Between 1 and 2 I went to bed, as she was sleeping, and Hetty and the maid sat up all night, for Hetty was very urgent that I should. She had a shocking night. At 7 o'clock Mr. Heckford was again called. She had a blister put on her back. He begged that a physician might be directly applied to, as she was in a very dangerous way. Oh, my good God, what did poor Hetty and myself suffer? Dr. Armstrong was sent for, and my good Aunt Nanny, who's the best nurse in England, tender, careful and affectionate, but too well experienced in illness. We were much inclined to send an express after my dear papa to Lynn, but resolved to wait while we possibly could. Unfortunately, Mr., Mrs. and Miss Molly Young all came very early to spend the day here. I never went to them, or from Susie, till dinner, but then I could eat none, nor speak a word. Never, I believe, shall I forget the shock I received that night. The fever increased. She could not swallow her medicines and was quite delirious. Mr. Heckford said, indeed, she had a very poor chance of recovery. He endeavoured himself to give her physic, which he said was absolutely necessary, but in vain. She rambled, breathed short, and was terribly suffering. Her disorder he pronounced an inflammation of the breast. "I am sorry to say it," said he, "but indeed, at best she stands a very poor chance." I felt my blood freeze. I ran out of the room in an anguish beyond thought, and all I could do was to almost rave and pray in such an agony. Oh, what a night she had! We all sat up. She slept perpetually without being at all refreshed, and was so light-headed. I kept behind her pillow and fed her with barley water in a teaspoon the whole night, without her knowing of it at all. Indeed, she was dreadfully bad. On Monday, however, the doctor and apothecary thought her somewhat better, though in great danger. We all sat up again. We wrote to Papa, not daring to conceal the news while her life was thus uncertain. On Tuesday they ventured to pronounce her out of danger. We made Hetty go to bed, and my aunt and I sat up again. And on Wednesday we too went to bed, the dear girl continuing to mend, which she has, though very slowly, ever since. My beloved Papa and Mamma have both wrote to us quite kindly. January the 7th, Tuesday. My sweet Suzette is almost well. I think of nothing else but to thank God Almighty enough, which I am obliged to run out of the room to do 20 times a day, for else I cannot breathe. I feel as if I had an asthma, except when I'm doing that. Wednesday. Papa's come back, and we are all happier than ever we were in our lives. Thursday, January the 19th. Well, my dear creature, we have great hopes and expectations of happiness tomorrow. Suzette is quite recovered. We're going to a great party at Mrs. Pringle's. When Suzette is well enough, she is still to go to Lynn, where Mamma and Charlie and Bessie and Miss Allen will pass the winter. Adieu pour le présent. Saturday, January the 21st. There was a very great party at Mrs. Pringle's. We danced till 2 o'clock this morning. Mr. Crawford with Hetty and a Mr. Armstrong with me, a young man with a fine person and a handsome face, but who made me laugh to so immoderate a degree that I was quite ashamed, for he aimed at being a wit and yet kept so settled a solemn countenance with such languishing eyes that he made himself quite ridiculous. N.B. pages 4 and 5 burnt. This is in Madame D'Arblay's writing. Dr. Armstrong I see now at last with real pleasure, for I have seen him lately with a very contrary feeling. He asked Suzette many questions concerning her health. "I can tell you," said he, "you had a very narrow escape. You was just gone. The gates of heaven were in view." "Oh," cried I, "they shut them on her. I fancy she was not good enough to enter." "Oh yes," answered he, "they were very ready to receive her there. but I would not let her depart. I thought she might as well stay here a little while longer. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monday, February the 13th, 1769. The ever-charming, engaging, beloved Mr. Crisp spent the whole day with us yesterday. I love him more than ever every time I see him. I cannot help saying so. Never can there have been a more truly amiable man. He appears to take a parental interest in our affairs, and I do believe he loves us with a really fatherly affection. The frankness, the sincerity with which he corrects and reproves us is more grateful to me than the most flattering professions could be, because it is far, far more seriously and really kind and friendly. His very smile is all benevolence as well as playfulness. He protests that he will take no denial from Papa for Hetty and me to go to Chessington this summer, and told Papa to remember he had bespoke us. I fancy he is weary of asking almost, and I'm sure my dear Papa is tired of refusing. For what in the world can be more disagreeable, more painful to a mind generous and good as his? I declare I'm almost ashamed to hear Chessington mentioned before him, and cannot for my life join in entreaties to go, though my heart prompts me most furiously. Poland Street, February the 16th. How delightful, how enviable the tranquillity and content do I at present enjoy. I have scarce a wish, and am happy and easy as my heart can desire. All are at Lynn but us three, Papa, Hetty and I, so that I'm very much alone, but to that I have no objection. I pass my time in working, reading and thrumming the harpsichord. I am now reading Stanyan's Grecian history. Though the words are not obsolete, the style and expressions are not at all familiar, and many of the latter what at present, I believe, would not be reckoned extremely elegant. But it is nevertheless a very clever book, which I need not say, since it is generally approved, but that's no matter. Susie and I correspond constantly. Her letters would not disgrace a woman of 40 years of age. My dear Papa is in charming health and good humour, though hurried to death. You will perhaps admire the consistency of my expressions, and allow most cordially that I have a right to criticise others. Prithee, my good friend, don't trouble me with any impertinent remarks. Past 12 o'clock, and I must rise at 7 tomorrow. I must to bed immediately. I write now from a pretty little neat closet of mine that is in my bedchamber, where I keep all my affairs. Tell me, my dear, what heroine ever yet existed without her own closet? Sunday night. My granddaddy is here tonight, to the very great satisfaction of us all. Footnote, Dr. Burney, who was nearly 20 years younger than he was, used to call Mr. Crisp Daddy, hence Granddaddy. A little later on he is brought closer still to Hetty and Fanny by being called Daddy. Back to main text. He gave us a great deal of excellent general advice and told us very gravely this: experience is never good till 'tis sport. Hetty, in a very gay and flighty manner, assented and added that everybody should have experience of their own and not follow advice from other people's. Aye, returned he, let them have it,
And it must be paid for too, yes, well paid for. I must tell you that I have at last fallen in love, and with a gentleman whom I have lately become acquainted with. He's about 60 or 70, has the misfortune to be hump-backed, crooked-legged, and rather deformed in his face, but in sober sadness. I am delighted with the Dean of Coleraine, whose picture this is, and which I have very lately read. Footnote, a novel from the French of the Abbé Prévost. Back to main text. The piety, the zeal, the humanity, goodness and humility of this charming old man have won my heart. Ah, who will not envy him this invaluable treasure? Saturday. If my dear Suzette was here, I should want nothing. We are still only us three together. I seldom quit home, considering my youth and opportunities, but why should I when I'm so happy in it? Following my own vagaries, which my papa never controls, I never can want employment nor sigh for amusement. We have a library which is an everlasting resource when attacked by the spleen. I have always a sufficiency of work to spend, if I pleased, my whole time at it. Music is a feast which can never grow insipid, and in short, I have all the reason that ever mortal had to be contented with my lot, and I am contented with, I am grateful for it. If few people are more happy, few are more sensible of their happiness. But what of that? Is there any merit in paying the small tribute of gratitude, where blessings such as I have received compel it from me? How strongly, how forcibly do I feel to whom I owe all the earthly happiness I enjoy. It is to my father, to this dearest, most amiable, this best beloved, most worthy of men. It is his goodness to me which makes all appear so gay. It is his affection which makes my sunshine. But if to this parent I owe all my comfort, it is to my God I owe him. And that God, who hath given to me this treasure which no earthly one can equal, alone knows the value I set on it. Yet what value can compare with its worth, the worth of such a treasure, a parent who makes the happiness of his children? I am in a moralizing humour. How truly does this journal contain my real and undisguised thoughts. I always write in it according to the humour I am in, and if any stranger was accidentally reading it, how capricious, inconsistent and whimsical I must appear. One moment flighty and half mad, the next sad and melancholy. No matter. Its truth and simplicity are its sole recommendation, and I doubt not that I shall hereafter receive great pleasure from reviewing and almost renewing my youth and my former sentiments, unless indeed the latter part of my life is doomed to be as miserable as the beginning is the reverse, and then indeed every line here will rend my heart. I sigh from the bottom of it at this dreadful idea. I think I'm in a humour to write a funeral sermon. Hetty is gone to Ranelagh, and I fancy it does not sympathise with me. That is, not just now. Editor's note here, in whose writing is uncertain, are the words 15 burnt to 21. Back to main text. Our party last evening was large and brilliant. Mr. Greville, the celebrated Dr. Hawkesworth, Mr. Crisp, and my cousin dined with us. In the evening, Mr. and Miss Turner of Lynn, two gentlemen named Vincent, and Mr. Partridge made a very agreeable addition to our company. Dr. Hawkesworth does not shine in conversation, so much superior to others as from his writings might be expected. Papa calls his talking book language.
for I never heard a man speak in a style which so much resembles writing. He has an amazing flow of choice words and expressions. 'Twould be nonsense to say he is extremely clever and sensible. While the adventurers exist, that must be universally acknowledged, but his talents seem to consist rather in the solid than in the brilliant. All he says is just, proper, and better expressed than most written language, but he does not appear to me to be at all what is called a wit. Neither is his conversation sprightly or brilliant. He is remarkably well bred and attentive, considering how great an author he is, for without that consideration he would be reckoned so. He has a small tincture of affectation, I believe, but I have quite forgot the wise resolution I so often make on never judging of people at first sight. Pity that we all have the power of making resolutions so readily and so properly, and that few or none are capable of keeping them. But here again I'm judging of others' want of fortitude by my own weakness. Oh dear, I'm always to be wrong. However, I think I may prevail upon myself not to be my own judge rashly. Why should I think I am always to be wrong? I know not, I am sure, certain it is, I have hitherto never been otherwise. But that ought not to discourage me, since so inconsistent is human nature allowed to be, that for that very reason it is impossible I should be the same creature at the conclusion as at the beginning of my life. So who knows but I may turn out to be a wiseacre. I am to go to a wedding tomorrow. The parties, one Mr. John Hatton, glass polisher. Footnote, this seems to be meant as a pleasantry upon Hatton being a footman, back to main text, and Mrs. Betty Langley, spinster, our old cook. Perhaps I may give you, Miss Nobody, an account of this affair tomorrow. I never had the honour of being at a wedding in my life, but though this will be my first, I fancy it will not be the last too. I am vastly sorry Mr. Crisp is gone. I shall think of him every Sunday at least, all my life, I believe. I am now going to charm myself for the third time with poor Stern's Sentimental Journey. Monday Eve, May the 15th. Well, the wedding is over. The good folks are joined for better or for worse. A shocking clause, that. 'Tis preparing one to need a long journey and to know the path is not altogether strewed with roses. This same marriage ceremony is so short, I really should have doubted its validity had I been the bride, though perhaps she may not find the road it leads her to very short. Be that as it may, she must now trudge on. She can only return with her wishes, be she ever so wearied. We have spent an exceedingly agreeable day. I speak for myself, and a few more at least. I will not answer for the bride and the groom's feelings, at least not for the latter, though they neither of them appeared miserable. But had I been that latter, I fear I could not have said so much for myself. As to the bride, she is blithe as the month, if one can compare in any degree a weed of December with the fragrance of May. For a weed in truth it is, and a weed not in its first prime. But I must give some account of the wedding. To begin with the company, first the bride, a maiden of about 50. She was dressed in a white linen gown and with all the elegance which marks her character and station, having the honour to be cook to Mr. Burney. The bridegroom, a young man who had the appearance of being her son, a good, modest, sober and decent youth. He was in blue trimmed with red. The father of the day, Mr. Charles Burney, Jr. Not merely her husband, but her father too was young enough to own her for a mother.
The bridesmaids 3, first Miss Anne Burney, who may count years with the bride herself, second Miss Esther Burney, and third Miss Frances Burney. We went in Papa's coach, as many as it would hold. The gentlemen were obliged to walk, which condescension is not inconsiderable, for Mr. Somebody and the bridegroom too have the honour of being footmen to very topping people. The bride supported his spirits amazingly. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On, or just after, Monday, May the 22nd. A droll mistake happened to me today. We live commonly in a parlour which is forwards, and I saw a gentleman walking on the other side of the street who stopped before our house and looked at the window some time and then crossed the way and knocked at the door. Papa happened to be at home. "Who is it?" said he. I told him I did not know, but I believed some man who had a tolerable assurance by his staring. The gentleman came immediately into the parlour, and after asking Papa how he did, came up to me and said, "I have called in, ma'am, on purpose to pay my respects to you, and—" I stared, and could not recollect I had ever seen him before, nor imagine who it was, and was quite at a loss what to do, but my Papa relieved me by saying, "Oh, this is not your acquaintance, this is her sister." "No," cried he. "Well, I never saw anything so like. I really thought it was Miss Burney." Hélas, what flattery! But still I was puzzled to think who it was, till by Papa's conversation I discovered at last he was Lord Pigot, who I had heard was at the party yesterday at Mrs. Pleydell's. But how fortunate it was for me that Papa chanced to be at home. I should have been horridly confused at his mistake else, for nothing on earth is so disagreeable as to be obliged to tell anybody you don't know them. It is mortifying on both sides. His lordship did Papa the honour to invite him and us, he said, to a concert, and to spend the evening at his house. But as I knew it could not really be meant for me, I begged not to go, and Papa thought the same. So they've gone without me. Younger sisters are almost different beings from elder ones, but thank God it is quite and unaffectedly, without repining or envy, that I see my elder sister so continually gad about and visit, etc., when I rest at home. I fancy Lord Pigot is a very agreeable man. He is undoubtedly polite and lively. Charles and I sup alone. We are reading that satirical entertaining poem, The New Bath Guide. But I've read very little lately, though I dote on nothing equally, but I've had sufficient employment in working. In speaking of Lord Pigot's taking me for Hetty, my Papa accounted for the mistake by saying, "You may have observed, my lord, that people who live together naturally catch the looks and air of one another, and without having one feature alike, they contract a something in the whole of the countenance which strikes one as a resemblance. There are two ladies who your lordship very likely has seen, Mrs. Greville and Mrs. Crewe, mother and daughter. In examining their faces, they are as different as one face can be from another. Yet by living together they have accustomed themselves so much to the same habits and manners that I never see one without thinking of the other." Thursday, June. What an age since I last wrote! I have been wavering in my mind whether I should ever again touch this journal,
unless it were to commit it to the flames. For this same mind of mine would fain persuade me that this same journal of mine is a very ridiculous, trifling and useless affair, and as such would wisely advise me to part with it forever. But I felt at the same time a regret, a loss of something in forbearing to here unburthen myself. The pleasure which, in imagination at least, awaits me in the perusal of these sheets hereafter pleaded strongly in favour of continuing to increase them. And now that I have once more taken courage to begin, I think and already feel twice the content I did while this dear little book was neglected. I have much to write, and as I am today entirely alone, why, I have both time and opportunity, but as I'm not at present much inclined to be particular, I shall only mention a few occurrences that are past. In the first place, my sister and self lately spent the evening at Mrs. Pringle's. Her party was Mr. Scott, who had been preceptor to the King when he was Prince of Wales, Mr. Seton, and Mrs. and Mr. Debiage, his sister and brother-in-law, who were a very polite, sensible couple. The company divided into little parties immediately. Mr. Debiage, his lady, Mrs. Pringle and Andrew went to cards, a diversion I always avoid. Mr. Seton and Hetty amused themselves very comfortably together in uninterrupted tete-a-tete. If Mr. Scott had not been there, I should have made some excuse for coming home, but as he was, I was extremely well contented to stay, for he disliked cards as much as myself, and very good-naturedly devoted the whole evening, till supper separated parties, to me. That he is very clever, his office of preceptor ought to make undoubted, and he's very sociable and facetious too, and entertained me extremely with droll anecdotes and stories among the great and about the court. All the party was surprised to see that he would, and that I could, be so sociable and intimate, but he was so good-natured and unassuming that I was quite at my ease with him. Not long after, Mrs. Debiage and Mr. Seton called here to invite Hetty and me to drink tea and spend the evening with the former. Hetty joyfully accepted the invitation. It was not convenient for me to go, and so she made my excuses. She spent an exceeding agreeable evening. They all made very civil inquiries about me, and Mr. Seton offered to fetch me, so did Andrew, and Major Debiage himself. But Hetty, who knew I should not be delighted to see them all here, made excuses for me. Miss Crawford called here lately. She is very earnest for us to visit her, but we are not very earnest about the matter. However, the laws of custom make our spending one evening with her necessary. Oh, how I hate this vile custom which obliges us to make slaves of ourselves, to sell the most precious property we boast, our time, and to sacrifice it to every prattling impertinent who chooses to demand it. Yet those who shall pretend to defy this irksome confinement of our happiness must stand accused of incivility, breach of manners, love of originality, and what not. But nevertheless, they who will nobly dare to be above submitting to chains their reason disapproves, them I shall always honour, if that will be of any service to them. But why should we not be permitted to be masters of our time? Why may we not venture to love and to dislike? And why, if we do, may we not give to those we love the richest jewel we own, our time? What is it can stimulate us to bestow that on all alike? 'Tis not affection, 'tis not the desire of pleasing, or if it is, 'tis a very weak one. No, 'tis indolence, 'tis custom. Custom, which is so woven around us, which so universally commands us, which we all blame and all obey, without knowing why or wherefore, which keeps our better reason, that sometimes dares to show its folly, in subjection, and which, in short, is a very ridiculous affair, more particularly as it hath kept me writing on it till I forgot what introduced it. I feel myself in no excellent mood. I will walk out and give my spirits another turn, and then resume my pen. Sunday afternoon, June. Now, don't imagine that because I have not wrote sooner since the walk I proposed taking in order to amend my spirits and temper, I have so ill succeeded as not to have gained the desired point till now. No, I've been in most exceeding good humour, I assure you, though not at all inclined to write. Nor indeed am I at present, but as I believe I shall not have time to employ myself in this pretty manner again soon, and as I have a most remarkable and very interesting affair to relate, I have resolved, neck or nothing, to take the pen once again in my hand. This same affair is that my papa went last Monday to Oxford in order to take a doctor's degree in music. Is not that a grand affair? He composed an anthem by way of exercise to be performed on the occasion, in which his pupil Miss Basanti was to be the principal singer and make her first appearance in public. His anthem was performed last Thursday and gave much satisfaction. Indeed, the music of it is delightful. Poor Basanti was terrified to death, and her mother, who was among the audience, was so much affected that she fainted away, but by immediate assistance soon revived. However, notwithstanding her fears and apprehensions, Basanti came off with flying colours and met with great applause. My dear kind papa wrote us a short note to let us know all was well over the moment the performance was finished. The very great kindness of his thinking of us at so busy a time I shall remember with the most grateful pleasure all my life. As Hetty keeps the letter, I will copy it here, for I shall always love to read it. Oxford, Thursday, June the 22nd, past 2:00. My dear girls, I know it will please you much to hear that the performance of my anthem is just very well over, not one mistake of consequence. Basanti did extremely well, and all was much applauded. I shall tomorrow have both my degrees, for I must first take that of Bachelor of Music, with great unanimity and reputation. Dr. Hayes is very civil, and lends me his robe with a very good grace. Adieu. I know not when I shall get home. This made us extremely happy. We have passed this week quite alone, but very comfortably and cheerfully. And now for something concerning myself, at which I'm a little uneasy. As I found Friday was to be the day of days that my father took his degrees, as soon as we had read this letter, I ran upstairs and wrote one to him in verse, which I'm horribly afraid he will think impertinent. I read it to Hetty before I sent it, and she persuaded me it would merely have the effect I intended, namely, to make him laugh. I wish it may, but I shan't be happy till he comes home. I will copy from memory the foolish thing I sent. 'Tis an attempt at a crambo, and a poor one enough. To Dr. Last. Author's note. Dr. Last is a pun, alluding to the character in The Devil on Two Sticks. Footnote. The Devil upon Two Sticks was a satire directed against doctors. Reader's note. Crambo is a versifying rhyming game. Back to main text. To Dr. Last.
O aid me, you muses of every degree, O give me the standish of mulberry tree, which was cut for the author of Fanny. Author's note: an ink standish cut out of a mulberry tree planted by Shakespeare for Mr. Keat, author of Fanny, an epistle to Voltaire. Back to main text. Which was cut for the author of Fanny. Give me a quill to the stump worn by Gray, and paper which cut was on Milton's birthday, to write of the great Dr. Burney. Doctor of doctors, the last and the best, by fortune most honoured, distinguished and blessed. O may you for ever be her nigh. O smile, if a doctor's permitted to smile, your new acquired gravity lessen a while, to read this, O dread Dr. Burney. For the letter most kind we today did receive, with grateful affection our bosoms do heave, and to see you, grave sir, how yearn I. 'Tis true the time's short since you last was in town, yet both fatter and taller you doubtless have grown. Oh, you'll make but a poor Dr. Burney. For I never can think of a doctor not big as a Falstaff, and not with a full-bottomed wig, and the sly air fame gives an attorney. Not more at the bag did the citizens stare of Harley, when Harley was made a Lord Mayor, than I at the thin Dr. Burney. O may wisdom, which still to good humour gives birth, may fatness with dignity, goodness with mirth, still attend you, and speed your town journey. And oh, till the hour that death us shall part, may Fanny a corner possess of the heart of the owner of hers, Dr. Burney. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mersch, June the 29th, Thursday night. We are arrived thus far on our journey to Lynn. Papa came home from Oxford on Sunday night, as we expected. We ran to meet him with as much joy as if instead of a week's we had groaned at a year's absence. I had frightened myself not a little before he came, lest he should be angry at my pert verses, but the moment he arrived I forgot everything but the pleasure of seeing him. He was more kind, more affectionate than ever, if possible, though he 2 or 3 times called me saucy girl, of which, however, I wisely chose to take no notice, rather preferring to drop the subject. Notwithstanding his extreme hurry and business, he had thought of us when at Woodstock, and most kindly brought us both presents from that place. But the best thing he showed us was the Oxford Journal, in which his affair was mentioned. Who wrote it we know not, but I'll copy the paragraph. From the Oxford Journal, June the 23rd, quote, "On Thursday last was performed in the music school an anthem composed by Mr. Charles Burney of Poland Street, London, as an exercise for the degree of Doctor of Music, which was received with universal applause and allowed by the judges of musical merit to be the most elegant and ingenious performance that was ever exhibited here on the like occasion. The vocal parts were performed by Miss Barsanti, being the first time of her appearance in public, Messrs. Norris, Matthews, Price, Miller, etc. The instrumental by Mr. Burney, the composer. Mrs. Melcher, Charles Burney, Jr., Richard Burney, Park, Pasquale Lattes, etc. And yesterday Mr. Burney was admitted to his degree, to which he was introduced ex officio by the Reverend Mr. Hornsby, Savilian Professor of Astronomy. The whole of the musical performance was conducted by our Professor Dr. Hayes. Miss Barsanti's voice and manner of singing were greatly admired, both in the above performance and in the music room on Thursday and Friday nights, and the young lady who is a scholar of Dr. Burney will, if we mistake not, in time amply repay the public
any indulgence with which they may be disposed to encourage the becoming diffidence of modest merit." End quote. There's for you. Think of that, Master Brooke. Reader's note, Fanny's quoting Shakespeare's Falstaff back to main text. Well, when Papa had been returned a short time, unfortunately a play called Dr. Last in his Chariot was mentioned by Charles. Papa looked at me. I looked any other way. "Oh, you saucy girl," cried he. Charles appeared curious. I was horridly ashamed. "What do you think?" continued Papa. "Do you know this abominable girl calls me Dr. Last?" Charles and Hetty both laughed, and Papa took up the letter and, holding it out to me, said, "Come, do me the favour of reading this." I would fain have torn it, but Papa drew it back and was going to read it. I begged him not, but in vain, and so I ran out of the room. But to own the truth, my curiosity prevailed so far that I could not forbear running downstairs again with more speed than I ran up, and into the next room, where I found, by Papa's voice and manner, that he did not appear displeased, though he half affected to be. So he read it loud. "I assure you," said Papa, "'tis very good stuff." I read it to Mrs. Playdell, and she was much pleased, particularly with the last stanza, and to one or two of my new Oxford friends at breakfast, and we had a very hearty laugh. This was enough. I ran once more upstairs, and lighter than a feather felt my heart. Oh, but one thing has very much vexed me. My Papa has read my nonsense to Mrs. Skinner, an intimate acquaintance and a very clever woman, and she insisted on having a copy which Papa desired me to write. I was horrid mad, and begged most earnestly to be excused, for such trash, however it may serve to read at the moment, must be shocking a second time. But Papa would take no denial. "It's very sufficient," said he, "for the occasion and for your age." However, I was much mortified at doing this, as if my first fear had been verified, for I cannot at all relish being thus exposed to a deliberate examination. Lynn Regis, St. Margaret's Churchyard, July. Once more I take up my pen to write to my journal, which I thought I never again should do. We find everybody here well. My mamma is in better health than ever. Miss Allen is the same generous, unaffected, lively girl as ever. Suzette much improved in every particular. Charlotte mighty pretty, and also improved. Indeed, she is a sweet, good girl. Bessie is more graceful and more handsome than ever. But I am extremely uneasy at present on the account of my elder brother. So are we all. He told us in his last letter, which we had above half a year ago, that he expected to be home this last spring. We have long been impatient for his arrival, and we find by the newspaper that the Aquilon, his ship, was paid off last week. What can be the meaning of his not writing to us then? We know not how to inquire for him, nor where to direct to him. Dear, dear fellow, how much do I wish to see him. My Papa, I perceive, is very anxious. He has written to town with directions for his journey thither, in case of his going there. I think of him from morning to night for fear of some accident. We have nothing but visiting here, and this perpetual round of constrained civilities to persons quite indifferent to us is the most provoking and tiresome thing in the world. But it is unavoidable in a country town where everybody is known, as here. It is a most unworthy way of spending our precious and irrecoverable time, to devote it to those who know not its value. Why are we not permitted to decline as well as accept visits and acquaintance? It is not that we are ignorant of means to better employ ourselves, but that we dare not pursue them. However, restraint of this kind is much, much less practised or necessary in London than elsewhere. Excuses there are no sooner made than admitted. Acquaintance as easily dropped as courted. Company chosen or rejected at pleasure. Undoubtedly the same plan might be pursued here, but how? With breaking the customs of the place, disobliging the inhabitants, and incurring the centre of the town in general as unsociable, proud or impertinent innovators. Seeing, therefore, what must be submitted to, 'tis best to assume a good grace. Only it's horrid hard. Saturday morning, August. It is with great satisfaction I observe Hetty, who some time before we left town grew melancholy and sad, has the same constant flow of spirits and gaiety she inherited from nature. Few things, I think, are more dispiriting than perceiving a disposition alter from liveliness to dejection. Nothing so much saddens me. Would to God we could hear good news of my brother even now. I never see a stormy night without shuddering, nor a letter without trembling. Poland Street, London, Sunday, September the 8th. Papa, Hetty and I have been at this ever dear house in charming London above a week. I am now in my little closet and intend writing the memoirs of the past 10 days for the perusal of my dear friend, whose gratitude, I doubt not, will be as great as the obligation requires. Mamma, Miss Allen, Suzette, Charlotte, Bessie and beautiful little Dick remain at Lynn till we return there, I believe, and sorry we are all round at the separation. Mamma, Allen and Suzette accompanied us as far as Thetford, where we saw the remains, which we visited carefully, of monasteries and abbeys. Very curious and antique. Called to supper. 12 o'clock. There is something in the sight of the ruins of antiquity which always inspires me with melancholy, yet gives me a pleasure which compensates for the pain. 'Tis dreadful to see the ravage of time and the fury of war, which are the joint causes of the destruction of cities, etc. And yet 'tis pleasing to discover the taste of former ages by the remains of their works, and to endeavour to trace the rise and progress we've made in improving or altering the fabrics, laws and customs of our forefathers. And we can form no opinion with equal certainty of truth by any other means than by the relics we have preserved. Tuesday, September. At Thetford we slept and the next morning separated. Miss Allen and sweet Suzette looked weeping after us till the road turned. Our first stage was very gloomy. We spent it in regretting the absence of those who had so much contributed to enliven our first day's journey, which was really delightful. But we recovered our spirits afterwards and were very comfortable. We slept at Hockrell that night and on Friday evening got to town. Rather slow travelling, but the same horses with our heavy, large coach. Could not go faster. We dined that day on Epping Forest. What a delightful spot. We almost always go different roads to Lynn, which makes a variety of prospect and novelty of view, highly preferable to the high road sameness. Hetty was charmed even with the smoke of London. God bless it. Poland Street, Tuesday. Here we are again, and with as much happiness both in present possession and in prospect for the future as can possibly fall to a mortal's lot. If my dear James would write. That sweet Mrs. Pladle would win a heart of stone. There is a something je ne sais quoi in the really amiable or agreeable, which does not need intimacy or time to create esteem and admiration for them. For my own part, I love many people with sincere affection whom I have not seen above half an hour. And of this number is Mrs. Pladle, who has something in her manners which engages the heart as effectually immediately as many thousand people will be able to do in years. I hear she is now at Tunbridge, besides her being so very beautiful. Saturday. It was my turn to sit up, for Papa made a late visit to Mr. Greville. When the door opened, I heard him and some other talking very earnestly and loud, and into the room together they both bolted. And then I knew the voice of Dr. Hawkesworth. He was engaged so deeply in conversation with Papa that neither seemed to know what they were about. However, on coming into the parlour, the doctor made his compliments to me, and out of it they then stalked again and ran up into the study, where they stayed some time, and then, flying down, the doctor wished me good night and got into the coach again, and Papa followed and talked with him at the door of it some time. There is an earnestness of spirit in the conversation of very superior men which makes them absolutely forget everybody and everything about them, and which, when one knows not the subject which engages them, appears ridiculous to spectators. To hearers the appearance is different. I was only a spectator, and could not possibly help laughing heartily to see them capering about all the time they talked, as if they were bewildered. I believe it was only to look for books and authors and authorities for what they said. Friday. I pass unnoticed, for so the world did by me. Poor Mr. Smart presented me this morning with a rose blooming and sweet, as if it were the month of June. It was given me, said he, by a fair lady, though not so fair as you. I always admired poetical licence. This, however, is nothing to what he afterwards amused himself with saying. The critical reviewers, ever eager to catch at every opportunity of lessening and degrading the merit of this unfortunate man, who has been twice confined in a madhouse, would think all the most rancorous observations on his declining powers fully justified, and perhaps even pronounce him to be in a state of mind that rendered him a proper object to return a third time to Bedlam, if they heard that he had descended to flatter and praise me, even me, F.B., or Q in a corner. Reader's note, Q in a corner is a reference to a childhood game. Back to main text. 13th of November. Poor Mr. Hayes, an old and intimate friend of Papa's, is below. He has lost his wife while we were at Lynn, and I dread meeting him. I live in perpetual alarm. Every rap at the door, I think, will bring me news. My rest is very much disturbed. I dream confused things of my brother forever, but all that relates to me is nothing. Papa observes my low spirits and asks the cause. 'Tis impossible for me to answer. He is more kind, more affectionate to me than ever. Dearest, best of fathers. December the 20th. My dear brother has now been home these 3 weeks, and my beloved father daily appears more and more kind and affectionate to this dear brother, and we are now all happily settled. This affair never gave us more uneasiness than, thank God, it does at last, happiness. James's character appears the same as ever, honest, generous, sensible, unpolished, always unwilling to take offence, yet always eager to resent it, very careless and possessed of an uncommon share of good nature, full of humour, mirth and jollity, ever delighted at mirth in others, and happy in a peculiar talent of propagating it himself. His heart is full of love and affection for us. I sincerely believe he would perform the most difficult task which could possibly be imposed on him to do us service. In short, he is a most worthy, deserving creature, and we are extremely happy in his company, though he complains that we use him very ill in making engagements in which he cannot join from ignorance of the parties, but 'twas unavoidable, fate and necessity, as Lord Ogleby says. Sunday, we're going to lose our dear brother again, as he's going on a new voyage, and is now on board his ship, and quite happy and quite good and amiable. He has applied himself very much to the study of mathematics lately, and will take a very good collection of books with him. God prosper him. Reader's note, James, later Admiral Burney, sailed with Cook as a midshipman and witnessed Cook's killing in Hawaii. Back to main text. December the 26th. I have spent this day alone, nevertheless very comfortably. I have at present so many pursuits that my whole time can be very well employed at home, and could, if every hour, doubled in length. I am now aiming at some knowledge of the Grecian history. I began Stanion's some time since, but never finished it. I am just beginning to read Smith's translation of Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War. I mention the translator, lest I should be suspected of reading the original Greek. I think the precaution necessary. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. January the 10th, 1770. How very differently do I begin this year to what I did the last. Oh, how unhappy I then was, my poor Susan on the brink of the grave. But I will not waste time in recollecting past misfortunes, when present happiness opens so fair a prospect to make me forget them. In truth, I have a most delightful subject to commence the present year with, such a one as I fear I may never chance to meet with again. Yet why should I look into futurity with a gloomy eye? But let me waive all this nonsense and tell you, my dear, faithful, ever attentive nobody, that I was last Monday at a masquerade. Has nobody any curiosity to read an account of this frolic? I am sure nobody has, and nobody will I satisfy by writing one. I am so good-natured as to prevent nobody's wishes. This masquerade, how does that word grace my journal, was, however, a very private one, and at the house of Mr. Laluse, a French dancing master. Hetty had for 3 months thought of nothing but the masquerade. No more had I. She had long fixed upon her dress. My stupid head only set about one on Friday evening. I could think of no character I liked much and could obtain. As to nuns and Quakers, etc., which I was much advised to, I cannot help thinking there is a gravity and extreme reserve required to support them well, which would have made me necessarily so dull and stupid that I could not admit with much entertainment, and being unable to fix on a character, I resolved at length to go in mere fancy dress. One day, and who could do it less in the masqueraders spent in dressing? It is really true that all Monday we passed in preparationing for the evening. But I must tell you that, speaking of my distress in regard to a dress one day to Mrs. Manser, a very notable, talkative, good sort of old gentlewoman, who was half aunt to us, she said, "Why, I'll tell you how Miss Fanny should go, as Flora, the goddess of wisdom." We had a concourse of people to see us, and Hetty, who was dressed early, went down to receive them. They sent me up repeated messages to hasten, and when I was ready, they had made so much fuss that I was really ashamed to go down, and but for my mask, which I put on, I could scarce have had courage to appear. Hetty went as a Savoyard with a hurdy-gurdy fastened round her waist. Nothing could look more simple, innocent, or pretty. My dress was a close pink Persian vest, covered with gauze in loose pleats, and with flowers, etc., etc. A little garland or wreath of flowers on the left side of my head.
When I came down, I found assembled Captain Pringle, Mr. Andrew, the 3 Miss Pascals, Mr. Lamb, their father-in-law, my aunt, James, Charles and Hetty, so that our parlour was tolerably filled. Both our dresses met with approbation. Not one of the company could forbear repeatedly wishing themselves of our party. Nothing appears so gay, flattering and charming as a masquerade, and the sight of 2 who were going, and in very high spirits, was absolutely tantalising. The captain had a fine opportunity for gallantry. To say the truth, those whimsical dresses are not unbecoming. He made a story for me that I had been incarcerated by the Grand Signor as part of the Seraglio and made prisoner by the Russians in the present war, and that the generosity of the commanding officer had prevailed with him to grant me my liberty, and that I had consequently thrown myself into the protection of the bravest and noblest people of Europe, and sought shelter from oppression in this land of freedom. We stayed with this company about half an hour, and then the captain handed us into the coach, and away we drove. We called for Mrs. and Miss Strange, and then went to Mr. Lalau's, who lives in Leicester Square. Miss Strange had a white satin domino. Mr. and Mrs. Lalau's were neither of them in masquerade dresses. The room was large and very well lighted, but when we first went in, not half filled, so that every eye was turned on each newcomer. I felt extremely awkward and abashed, notwithstanding my mask. Hetty went in playing on her hurdy-gurdy, and the company flocked about her with much pleasure. I was soon found out by Miss Lalau's, who's a fine girl, about 16. She had on a fancy dress much in the style of mine. The first mask who accosted me was an old witch, tall, shrivelled, leaning on a broomstick, and in short a fear-inspiring figure, apparently by his walk a man. "Thou thinkest then that that little bit of black silk is a mask?" cried he. I was absolutely confounded, for I thought directly that he meant to laugh at my mask. But on recollection, I believe he was going on with some compliment. But I was so unable to rally that with a silly half laugh I turned on my heel and walked away as far off as I could. I observed a nun dressed in black who was speaking with great earnestness, and who I soon discovered by her voice to be a Miss Milne, a pretty Scotch nymph I have met at Mrs. Strange's. I stopped to listen to her. She turned about and took my hand and led me into a corner of the room. "Beautiful creature," cried she in a plaintive voice, "with what pain do I see you here, beset by this crowd of folly and deceit? Ah, could I prevail on you to quit this wicked world and all its vices, and to follow my footsteps?" "But how am I to account," said I, "for the reason that one who so much despises the world should choose to mix with the gayest part of it? What do you do here?" "I come but," said she, "to see and save such innocent, beautiful young creatures as you from the snares of the wicked. Listen to me. I was once such as you are. I mixed with the world. I was caressed by it. I loved it. I was deceived. Surrounded by an artful set of flattering, designing men, I fell but too easily into the net they spread for me. I am now convinced of the vanity of life, and in this peaceful, tranquil state I shall pass the remainder of my days." "It is so impossible," said I, "to listen to you without being benefited by your conversation, that I shall to the utmost of my power imitate you
and always choose to despise the world and hold it in contempt. At a masquerade, "Alas," said she, "I am here merely to contemplate the strange follies and vices of mankind. This scene affords me only a subject of joy to think I have quitted it." We were here interrupted and parted. After that I had several short conversations with different masks. I will tell you the principal dresses as well as I can recollect them. They were a Punch, who was indeed very completely dressed, and who very well supported his character. The witch, whom I mentioned before, was a very capital figure, and told many fortunes with great humour. A shepherd, of all characters the last, were I a man, I should have wished to have assumed. A harlequin, who hopped and skipped about very lightly and gaily. A huntsman, who indeed seemed suited for nothing but the company of dogs. A gardener, a Persian, 2 or 3 Turks, and 2 friars. An admirable Merlin, who spoke of spells, magic, and charms, with all the mock heroic and bombast manner which his character could require. There were also 2 most jolly-looking sailors and many dominoes, besides some dresses which I have forgot. Among the females, 2 sweet little nuns in white pleased me most. There was a very complete shepherdess, with the gayest crook, the smartest little hat, and most trifling conversation one might desire. Never that as full, as clever, as her choice of so hackneyed and insipid a dress led one to expect. You may imagine that she was immediately and unavoidably paired with the amiable shepherd I mentioned before. There were 2 or 3 young pastoral nymphs to keep her in countenance, and I can recollect no other dresses, save an Indian queen and dominoes. I seized the first opportunity that offered of again joining my sage monitor, the fair nun, who did not seem averse to honouring me with her conversation. She renewed her former subject, expatiated on the wickedness and degeneracy of the world, dwelt with great energy and warmth on the deceit and craft of man, and pressed me to join her holy order with the zeal of an enthusiast in religion. A pink domino advanced and charged her not to instil her preposterous sentiments into my mind. She answered him with so much contempt that he immediately quitted us. We were then accosted by the shepherd, who would fain have appeared of some consequence, and aimed at being gallant and agreeable, poor man. Woefully was he the contrary. The nun did not spare him. "Hence," cried she, "thou gaudy animal, with thy trifling and ridiculous trappings, away! Let not this fair creature be corrupted by thy company. O fly the pernicious impertinence of these shadows which surround thee." The lady, stammered the poor swain, "the lady will be more likely to be hurt by you than..." "Yes, yes," cried she, "she will be safe enough were she followed only by such as thee." Hetty just then bid me observe a very droll old Dutchman, who soon after joined us. He accosted us in High Dutch. Not that I would quarrel with anyone who told me it was Low Dutch. It might be Arabic for aught I could tell. He was very completely dressed, and had on an exceeding droll old man's mask, and was smoking a pipe. He presented me with a quid of tobacco. I accepted it very cordially. The nun was not disposed to be pleased. She attacked poor Mynheer with much haughtiness. "Thou savage, hence to thy native land of brutes and barbarians. Smoke thy pipe there, but pollute not us with thy dull and coarse attempts at wit and pleasantry." The Dutchman, however, heeded her not. He amused himself with talking Dutch and making signs of devotion to me, while the nun railed and I laughed. At last she took my hand and led me to another part of the room,
where we renewed our former conversation. "You see," cried she, "what a herd of danglers flutter around you. Thus it was once with me. Your form is elegant, your face, I doubt not, is beautiful, your sentiments are superior to both. Regard these vipers, then, with a proper disdain. They will follow you, will admire, court, caress, and flatter you. They will engage your affections, and then they will desert you. It is not that you are less amiable, or that they cease to esteem you, but they are weary of you. Novelty must atone in another for every loss they may regret in you. It is not merit they seek, but variety. I speak from experience." I could almost have taken my nun for Mr. Crisp in disguise. "'Tis rather surprising," said I, "that one who speaks with such rigour of the world, and professes having quitted it, from knowing its degeneracy, and who talks of experience in the style of age, should have a voice which is a perpetual reminder of her own youth, and should in all visible respects be so formed to grace and adorn the world she holds in such contempt. Hold," cried she, "remember my sacred order, and remember that we nuns can never admit to our conferences that baleful enemy of innocence, flattery. Alas, you learn this from men. Would you but renounce them, what happiness would such a convert give me?" The Dutchman and the shepherd soon joined us again. The former was very liberal of his tobacco, and supported his character with much drollery, speaking no English, but a few Dutch words, and making signs. The shepherd seemed formed for all the stupidity of a Dutchman, more than the man who assumed that dress. But he aimed at something superior. The nun, looking on her veil and habit as a sanction to the utmost liberty of speech, spoke to them both without the least ceremony. All she said to me did honour to the name she assumed. It was sensible and delicate. It was probably very true. It was certainly very well adapted to her apparent character. But when we were joined by men, her exhortations degenerated into railing, which, though she might intend the better to support her part by displaying her indignation against the sex, nevertheless seemed rather suited to the virulency and bitterness of a revengeful woman of the world than the gentleness and dignity which were expected from the piety, patience, and forbearance of a cloister. "And what," said she to the Dutchman, "what can have induced such a savage to venture himself here? Go seek, man, thy fellow brutes. The vulgar bestial society thou art used to is such alone as thou were to mix with." He jabbered something in his defence, and seemed inclined to make his court to me. "Perhaps," said she, "it may be in the power of this fair creature to reform thee. She may civilise thy gross and barbarous manners." The Dutchman bowed, said "Ja," and put his hand on his heart in token of approbation. "Aye," said the poor shepherd, whose eyes had the most marked expression of stupidity, if stupidity can be said to have any expression, that I ever saw, and his words and manner so exactly coincided with his appearance that he was merely an object for laughter. He served only for such to me, at least, for indeed my spirits were not very low, and I knew there was nobody present but friends of the house. Refreshments were then brought, and everybody was engaged with a partner. Merlin, a delightful mask, secured Hetty, and the Dutchman, my ladyship. Everybody was then unmasked, and when I presently turned hastily round, I saw a young man so very like Mr. Young that at the first glance I thought it was him. But What was my surprise at seeing the Dutchman? I had no idea that he was under 50, when, behold, he scarce looked 23. I believe my surprise was very manifest, for mein Herr could not forbear laughing. On his part he paid me many compliments, repeatedly and with much civility, congratulating himself on his choice. I have been smoking them all round, cried he, for he had always a tobacco pipe in his hand, till at last a happy whiff blew away your mask and fixed me so fortunately. Nothing could be more droll than the first dance we had after unmasking. The pleasure which appeared in some countenances and the disappointment pictured in others made the most singular contrast imaginable. And to see the old turned young and the young old. In short, every face appeared different from what we expected. The old witch, in particular, we found was a young officer. The Punch, who'd made himself as broad as long, was a very young and handsome man. But what most surprised me was the shepherd. His own face was so stupid that we could scarcely tell whether he'd taken off his mask or not. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tuesday. We have been engaged some time to a private dance at the Reverend Mr. Pugh's, who I've mentioned in my chronicles. Aunt Becky is to be our chaperone. But I was so ill with a cold this morning that I rose with the resolution of sending an excuse, but was prevented by Mr. Pugh's calling. He earnestly begged me not to disappoint him, and promised me I should rest as often as I pleased. He protested he would not upon any account have me fail coming, as he has settled all the partners, and I should break his schemes. I should be more particularly sorry at your absence, ma'am, said he, as I have engaged you to the most elegant and agreeable man of my whole company, who would be extremely disappointed, and who, I flatter myself, would make the evening very happy to you. I am never fond of being engaged unseen, as in those cases two people are frequently disappointed. Mr. Pugh was too urgent to be refused. How I have got this violent cold I cannot tell. It affects me in a cough, sore throat, and the most dreadful headache attended with a slight fever. I shall really be an amiable object, for I'm as pale as possible, and my eyes heavy as lead. How would a philosopher or moralist hold me in contempt to have so many complaints, yet go to a ball? It appears ridiculous to me myself. February the 7th. Near a fortnight has elapsed since our dance at Mr. Pugh's. I was infinitely better that evening than I had been, and when we set off for South Street, I was in much higher spirits than any of the party, though Hetty was very cheerful, and also Aunt Rebecca. Mr. Pugh welcomed us very joyfully and introduced us to the company, who were seated formally at tea. Hetty told me she was sure she had fixed her eye on my partner. There he is, said she. I can read in his face everything that is clever and agreeable. I hope I shall dance a minuet with him. Tea being over, we marched into a larger room and minuets were begun. Come, gentlemen, said Mr. Pugh, choose hats. I won't let you choose partners. After all, I cannot approve this plan of settling partners unseen. The usual privilege the men have of pleasing themselves, I think, far preferable, as only one can be dissatisfied then.
Mr. Pugh presented the ladies to the gentlemen. "This lady," when he came to me, "is your partner, Captain Bloomfield." Indeed, he was very unfortunate, for he did not himself tire the whole evening, and poor little I was fatigued to death after the second dance. I very much admired the lady who danced with Mr. Pugh, who was very pleasing. I had said many things in her praise occasionally to Captain Bloomfield, and I then asked if he knew her. "I have the honour, ma'am," said he, "to be her brother. Don't you think," added he, laughing, "we are very much like?" There was another young lady there who addressed herself so frequently to the captain and smiled so tenderly at him that I could not forbear observing to Hetty that Mr. Pugh was cruel to have given her any other partner. But when the night was half over, I found this was another sister. At 2:00 we returned to the parlour to sup, and here Mr. Pugh and Captain Bloomfield seemed to vie with each other which should have the least ease and rest himself, or give most to others. I was now scarce able to move. I did, however, force my feet to go down 2 or 3 dances, but with great pain, for indeed I was very indifferent. Yet the spirit which everybody supported, as well as the extreme alacrity of Captain Bloomfield, made me ashamed to sit still. As to Captain Bloomfield, he could assuredly be no sufferer by an exchange, for Miss Kirk was very pretty and agreeable, and after going down one more dance, which completely finished me, Captain Bloomfield, seeing me fatigued, considerately led me to a seat. Just by me sat poor Miss Kirk. "How perverse this is," said I to him. "Here is a lady who is not at all tired, and there is a gentleman who is. And here am I knocked up, and you not at all." "Well," said he with quickness, "and what do you imply by that?" I then proposed an exchange. "Do you want to get rid of me?" cried he. I did not know what to say to this. Nevertheless, I was convinced that only his delicacy prevented his being in raptures at the proposal. Therefore, after a short pause, I pressed him much to ask Miss Kirk to dance, declaring myself very sorry to deprive him of that pleasure. "But I would rather," said he, "sit with you than dance with any other lady." I cannot say I believed him, but on my further urging him, he told me he was too sensible of his happiness to fling it away. As to Miss Kirk, I had made my proposal to her first, never imagining that Captain Bloomfield would object, and she frankly and honestly agreed to it. But nothing I could say would induce him. He certainly thought I should regard it as a reproach on my inactivity, and he chose rather to suffer himself than make another ashamed. "And how do you know," said he, "that the gentleman would agree to quit his partner?" "Oh, if that is any objection," cried I will undertake to speak to him. You see, he is tired to death already." "Oh, that will pass off," replied he. "He might be as unwilling to relinquish his partner as I am mine. For why should not he be contented and happy? She's very pretty and agreeable, and, as you observed, looks all good humour." "Oh, leave him to me," said I will readily manage him." "Nothing," returned he, "shall prevail on me to dance without you, but you're really desiring it, and unless it would do you a favour." I regarded this as a delicate assent. Therefore I answered, "It will do me a favour, a great one." "But how?" said he. "Because you think it will oblige me, or because you wish to get rid of me?" There was no answering this, and so I made no further attempt,
and then we only conversed, and very agreeably, for the rest of the evening. At 5 o'clock, or rather more, everyone gave up. Late as it was, we could not go home, as a carriage was not to be found. We therefore returned again to the parlour, where we were entertained with catches and glees by part of the company, namely Mr. Pugh, Captain Bloomfield, Mr. Porter, Mr. Burney, and my sister. Mr. Porter is a clergyman of Woolwich, whose lady I must mention. I committed a fault from inattention, chiefly owing to my extreme fatigue, which was seating myself after having gone down a dance without walking it up again, and Captain Bloomfield either forgot this punctilio also, or did not choose to remind me of it. However, this lady took great offence at it, for while we were seated, she came and addressed herself to Captain Bloomfield, keeping her back towards me and affecting not to see me, and not in the gentlest manner she cried, "And so you are sit down, you who are such a young man give out first, and that after going down a dance, though you could not walk it up again." This reproof, I was conscious, was meant for me. The captain, I believe, was rather distressed. The gentle lady's volubility satisfied her, however, for she did not wait for any answer. "Had you been really fatigued," continued she, "you might have shown it by sitting before you had gone down the dance. I must say it was very ill-bred. I did not expect it from you, Captain Bloomfield, you who are so polite a man." I was sensible the reproof was to me just, but nevertheless it was exceeding gross and ill-natured to address this discourse to either of us. Captain Bloomfield did not once look towards me, and he did not even plead my indisposition, but taking the whole affair to himself with the utmost good humour, he said, "But I'm sure you are too compassionate not to pity me when you hear my disaster, for I was unable to dance longer, as I'd sprained my ankle, and what then could a poor man do?" I believe she was somewhat calmed by his tranquillity, for she softened her voice, but said, as she left us, "Well, to be sure it might not be your fault, but it was very rude, and I'm very sorry you had any share in it." I was quite shocked and disconcerted at this unexpected lecture. The captain very delicately still looked another way and did not turn towards me. However, I spoke to him. "You were in the right," said I, "not to be angry, for not one word of this was meant for you." "And you," cried he, "have too much sweetness, I'm sure, to think of it any more." Soon after we came home. Mr. Pugh has since proposed bringing Captain Bloomfield to a music party at our house, and also has earnestly invited us to another dance at Woolwich with Aunt Rebecca, where Captain Bloomfield, he said, would be very happy to dance again with Miss Fanny. But we did not go. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. About this time we received the following note from the Masquerade Dutchman. "The Dutchman presents his compliments to the Miss Burneys and takes the liberty to enclose 3 tickets for the Chelsea Assembly, hoping the Miss Burneys will have the goodness to find a chaperone. The Dutchman will do himself the honour to wait upon the Miss Burneys this evening, with the doctor's permission, to know whether he may exist again or not." Footnote: in a letter to Mr. Crisp of the 10th of May 1775, with reference to an offer of marriage which Dr. Burney and Mr. Crisp advised her to accept, the suitor being pressing and having a good income, she writes, "Had marriage from prudence and convenience been my desire, I believe I've had it quite as much in my power 2 or 3 times as now. Particularly there was a certain youth, not quite so hasty to be sure as Mr. Barlow, but not far otherwise, who took much pains for cultivating our acquaintance. I happened to dance with him at a private masquerade at Mr. Laloz's, and he called 2 or 3 times afterwards and wrote 2 notes, with most pressing requests through a 3rd person that he might be introduced to my father and know whether he might exist again or not. However, after the answer received, written by myself to the 2nd note, I heard of him no more." Back to main text. I never coloured so in my life, for Papa was in the room and Hetty read the note aloud, and then, laughing, flung it to me to answer, saying she knew she had nothing to do with it, and wishing me joy of my first serious conquest. I was so very much surprised I could not speak. Papa said it was coming to the point very quick indeed, and that he must either be a very bold man or a young man who knew nothing of the world. But he said I must return the tickets, but might let him come to tea, as he deserved civility, by naming him Papa, and then we might see more how to judge him. I was quite frightened at this, but very glad Papa and Hetty both left me to answer the note for myself, for as they thought him serious, I determined to be so too. Footnote, some comparison with Captain Bloomfield is here crossed out. It looks as if Fanny has written that the captain would not have been so abrupt. Back to main text. I wrote the following answer and sent it off without showing it to Papa, to put an end to the whole at once. Miss Burneys present their compliments to the Dutchman, and as they cannot go to the Chelsea Assembly, they beg leave to return the 3 tickets with many thanks. They are very sorry it will not be in their power to have the pleasure of seeing him this evening, having been some time pre-engaged. February the 19th, Wednesday morning, 8. This note will, I doubt not, be the last I shall have to answer from this gentleman. Indeed, it is the first also that I have answered. Nevertheless, I fancy he will condescend to exist still. My dear James has been gone some time. He went on board the Greenwich East Indiaman, and he was in very good spirits, and we have all great hopes that he will have a happy and prosperous voyage. The same evening that I sent the Dutchman's note, we spent at Mrs. Pringle's. Mr. Seaton, Mr. Crawford, Mrs. Mackintosh and her 2 sons made her party. Mr. Seaton was all assiduity and attention to my sister. Mr. Crawford willingly would have been the same, but Mr. Seaton was so much more agreeable that no one else could engage her for 3 minutes. As to the captain, it would be difficult to decide to whom he addressed his conversation most. We were rival queens with him, but which was the statirer one is doubtful. Mr. Mackintosh is a very stupid young man who is unhappily possessed of a very great fortune, which could hardly be worse bestowed. He has persuaded himself that he has a great regard for me, and moreover that he has a genius for poetry, and has made an acrostic on my name which is very well worth preserving. 'Tis the most laughable stuff I ever saw. Fancy ne'er painted a more beauteous mind, and a more pleasing face you'll seldom find. None with her in wit can vie, no, not even Pallas, may I die. You all know this to be Fanny.
beautiful, witty, and young, unskilled in all deceits of tongue, reflecting glory on her sex, none can her in compliments perplex, easy in her manners as in her dress. You'll that this is Fanny, all must guess. To complete the elegance and brilliancy of this acrostic, the paper on which it is wrote is cut out in the shape of a fan. After supper, Captain Pringle amused himself with writing ladies' names on the glasses, beginning with ours, and then wrote gentlemen's under them. Andrew wrote his under mine, Hetty chose Lord Pigot for one, and I Mr. Crisp for another. They had given up the dance which Mr. Seaton hinted of to us, and proposed having a farce in which we were all to perform, and after some time we fixed on Miss in her Teens. Reader's note from David Garrick's farce Miss in her Teens, 1747, back to main text. Mr. Crawford undertook Rodolpho, Andrew Fribble, which parts had been much better reversed, the Captain, Captain Flash, Mr. Seaton, the Man, Mrs. Pringle, the Aunt, Hetty, Miss Biddy, and for me, Tag. They were all very eager about it and fixed a day for a rehearsal. But when I came home and read the farce, I found the part of Tag was quite shocking. Indeed, I would not have done it for the universe, and I went and told Mrs. Pringle so directly. She could not accuse me of affectation, for the moment she read it attentively, she said to her sons she was sure I should not do it, which was very kind of her. Not long after this visit we received a note of invitation from Mrs. Debieg. The Captain went with us in Pa's coach. Poor Andrew was gone to the East Indies. I wish he may meet with my dear James. Mr. and Mrs. Debieg are a charming couple, and never was there more conjugal happiness visible than in them. They have 3 children whom they dote on. Mrs. Debieg is gentle, polite, sensible, engaging. Mr. Debieg is everything that can render him deserving of such an amiable wife. Mr. Seaton lives chiefly with them, and there appears the most affectionate and true harmony among them all. Mr. Seaton again appeared to me in a more favourable light. His charming sister must reflect honour on all her relations. If the sincerity of this man equal his sense, wit, polite and insinuating address, I would not wish Hetty a happier lot than to be his. We went to Mr. Lalaz's benefit, though without the least expectation of receiving pleasure, as the play was an old revived one, and performed by a set of ladies and gentlemen who never appeared on any stage before. We went with Mr., Mrs. and Miss Strange and some more company of their party into the same box. It was most wretchedly performed. It is called Themistocles and Aristides. Never were heroes more barbarously murdered. Miss Lalaz and her father danced a minuet à la cour between an act, after which she came into our box. When the play was over, Mr. Henry Phipps, Hetty's masquerade partner, came to speak to her. He's so very agreeable and well bred that, young as he is, it is a pleasure to hear him converse. The next morning Mr. Phipps called. He is more properly Mr. Henry Phipps, being the second son of Lord Mulgrave. He is really one of the most amiable, sensible and well-bred youths I ever saw. It is impossible not to forget while he is talking that he is so young, for he is so very clever and sensible that not a word escapes him which would not do credit to double his years. It is a question whether he is most polite or most entertaining. The Dutchman also joined us. A bold man he certainly is not, for he looked very, very dejected. But his note and Papa's and Teddy's opinion of his being so serious made me think it right to answer nothing that he said beyond yes or no. However, he contrived to hand me to the coach. Lynn Regis, April the 20th. Is nobody surprised at the date of this? Ah, my good and excellent friend, when I last addressed myself to you from fair London town, I very little imagined that my next address would be from Lynn. I have now been here nearly a fortnight, but have not had time or inclination to write to my journal, nor should I now but for the pleasure that I take in recollecting and relating what passed during the space of time between my last writing and my journey hither. Sir Lionel Pilkington spent an evening with us. He is an old and intimate acquaintance of Papa's, a man famous for wit and dry humour. He is also, which is rare with men of that sort, very well bred, for in general they affect a bluntness and conciseness which quite excludes the attention and respect necessary for a polite man. On Wednesday evening we went to Mrs. Cornelius with Papa and Miss Nancy Pascal. The magnificence of the rooms, splendour of the illuminations and embellishments, the brilliant appearance of the company exceeded anything I ever before saw. The apartments were so crowded we had scarce room to move, which was quite disagreeable. Nevertheless, the flight of apartments, both upstairs and on the ground floor, seemed endless. The first person that we saw and knew was Lord Pigot. He spoke to Papa with his accustomed ease and pleasantness, and called Hetty his little friend. Neither did he forget little me. He appeared to be of no particular party, and frequently joined us. He asked Papa, "Dr. Burney, but when will you come to one of my concerts and dine with me, with the young ladies?" Papa did not fix any time, and to my great concern I quitted town before he did, for I had great pleasure in the thought of being of the party. The rooms were so full and so hot that nobody attempted to dance. I must own this evening's entertainment more disappointed my expectations than any I ever spent, for I had imagined it would have been the most charming in the world. But Papa was but half recovered, and went merely that we should not be disappointed of seeing the apartments. What other father would have been so very indulgent? And though he could not enjoy at all the evening's entertainment, yet he was all kindness and affection to us. He is one of the few who can be dejected without losing his sweetness of temper. Nevertheless, our knowledge of his indisposition prevented our being comfortable. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next evening, rather late, Mrs. Pringle sent an invitation to my sister and myself to drink tea, sending word she was quite alone. Hetty was out, but I went and found Mrs. P. and Mr. Seaton sitting together with little Clement Debiage, the latter's nephew. Soon after, Captain and Mrs. Debiage came, full dressed and in high spirits from some great dinner. I was obliged to make excuses for my appearance, which their cheerfulness and good humour soon made me forget. Mr. and Mrs. Debiage and Mrs. Pringle went to cards. Mr. Seaton and myself declined playing. I never do, but at Pope Joan, Commerce, or
my sows pigged. We therefore entered into a very comfortable conversation. He inquired much after my sister and regretted her absence. So did everybody. Captain Pringle did not come home till supper. I spent a very agreeable evening. The party, though small, were select, and each in high good humour and spirits. Mr. Debiage appears at every meeting to more and more advantage. He is really a charming man, sensible, well-bred, unaffected, and very droll. Mrs. Debiage is happy, very happy, I'm sure, in the possession of the heart of such a man, and his affectionate and obliging behaviour to her evidently declare her to have retained, though a wife, all the influence and power of a mistress. And this might perhaps be more universally the case were women more universally such as Mrs. Debiage. She is indeed truly worthy her happy lot, with great disadvantage of person, for she is actually ugly. Her many amiable qualities, the goodness and excellence of her mind, are so marked in her countenance that she claims a place in the very heart immediately. I quite forget whether I mentioned that as the visit we made to this charming pair, there were of their company 2 gentlemen of the name of Dundas. Major Dundas the younger was much smitten with Hetty. Mr. Dundas the eldest was at that time engaged in contesting an election to be Member of Parliament for Dash. Mr. Debiage told me that he had gained his cause, and I found that by way of rejoicing they intended having a dance at their house, which they fixed to be the next Tuesday, because that was the anniversary of their marriage day, and they invited Mrs. and Captain Pringle and my sister and self to it. I answered for one. I knew I might for the other, though I did not choose it. A formal note followed next day to Miss Burney and Miss Fanny Burney with the invitation for Tuesday. Mrs. Pringle chaperoned us, and we were almost the first in the room, but I will mention the whole party by name, for indeed they well deserve it. To begin, as I ought, with the women. Mrs. Seton, a very engaging woman, about 23, widow of Major Seton, an elder brother of our acquaintance. She is rather handsome, extremely elegant in her manners, and mild and sensible in her conversation. Mrs. Pringle, who was as gay, chatty and clever as usual. Mrs. Debiage herself, who is always charming. Miss Peggy Adams, an old flame of Mr. Seton's, she is called. She is about 26 or 7, ugly in person and too reserved in manners to permit me to judge of her, but I will imagine she has some remarkable qualities to have engaged Mr. Seton's attention, though I cannot wonder he has transferred it to another object, when I see how striking is the difference between them. Nevertheless, I am concerned to find this additional proof of the fickleness of his disposition. Miss Stewart, she is about 19 or 20, has a fine face, in spite of the smallpox, is modest, well-bred, and very silent. Miss Dalrymple, who we have frequently seen at Mrs. Pringle's, she too is reported to be an old flame of Mr. Seton's. She is about 28 or 9, rather handsome, lisps affectedly, simpers designedly, and looks conceitedly. She is famed for never speaking ill to anyone's face, or well behind their backs. An amiable character. Miss Burney and Miss Fanny Burney, sweet, charming young creatures, I need not describe. Now to the men. I must begin with Mr. Debiage, for whom I conceived a great regard. He was all spirits and sweetness, and made, with his other half's assistance, all his company happy. Sir Harry Seton the eldest brother of Mr. Seton and Mrs. Debiage. He is very unlike either, grave, reserved, silent, yet perfectly well bred and very attentive. There is something in his manners prévenant. Dundas, to whose successful election we owe this meeting. Almost the same words I've used for Sir Harry Seton would suit him, save only that he was less reserved, rather. Major Dundas, his younger brother, very unlike him, conceited, talkative, coxcombical. Mr. John Dundas, a cousin to these gentlemen, a well-behaved man, nothing extraordinary. Mr. Adams, very sensible, very polite and very agreeable, the most so, Mr. Debiage excepted, of the whole party. Mr. Adams, his younger brother, a well-behaved, good sort of young man. Mr. Farquhar, he is very droll, and a favourite rather of Hetty's for his pleasantry. Mr. Robinson, a very handsome young man, and also agreeable, tolerably at least. Captain Pringle, who has lately rather risen, in my opinion, as he has forbore giving himself the airs he formerly did. He seems less conceited and speaks less in a rhodomontade manner, and is also less liberal of flattery and compliments. Mr. Alexander Seton, I need not give his character. Indeed, I could not. I once thought I knew it. I now am sure I am ignorant of it. I believe I have mentioned the whole party, and though my account may be very faulty, it is such as I think. We began dancing about 9 o'clock. Then, when the company stood up, Mr. Seton took my hand. He was as entertaining and agreeable as ever, seemed in high spirits, and danced extremely well, though he was scarce a moment silent. I told him of my frolic for Friday, of going to Lynn. He seemed sorry. He very gravely, with an "upon my honour," assured me that nobody throughout the town would more sincerely regret my absence than himself. I thanked him kindly for his opinion of my friend's affection. He is perpetually accusing me of mauvaise honte, though in civiller terms. He exaggerates compliments such as never were put together before. He often protested that he knows not any living creature who possesses so much modesty with my parts and talents, which from my years exceed all his acquaintances. He says that till that morning that he had that long conversation with me at our house, he had no conception of my character, and that but for that circumstance he might never have known my, quote, abilities. He very frequently and earnestly advises and presses me, as a friend, to join more generally in conversation, etc., etc., etc. Ha, ha, ha. Mr. Seton is artful. I have seen that. He courts my good opinion, and I know why. He flatters me in a peculiar style, always affecting a serious air, and assuring me he speaks his real sentiments. I sometimes think he does not know how to do that, though there is an insinuating air of sincerity in his manner whenever he is serious, which often staggers me, in spite of the prejudice I have conceived against him for his unworthy trifling with so sweet, so amiable a girl as Hetty. In short, I have no fixed opinion of him. I know he is agreeable to a superior degree, and I believe he is as artful as agreeable. "But for how long are you going?" said he. I told him the whole summer. "Just now," said he, "that I've begun to be acquainted with you. I never knew your powers, I believe, quite completely, till the last time I saw you at Mrs. Pringle's, when you ventured to open your mouth, while the rest were at cards, and was really so entertaining. I would not hear him on this subject, conscious as I am of my deficiency that way. He admired the philosophy with which I bore this stroke of leaving town. I affected to need none of it. What would your sister say in a similar situation? There's very little to be said. She would go as I do. I believe she would have hanged herself first. He said this laughingly, but sarcastically. Presently we sat down and joined her, when he said to her, "What do you think Miss Fanny says? She tells me that if it had been your lot to be carried into the country thus in the spring, you would have just taken your garters and hanged yourself." I railed at him to no purpose. He absolutely insisted I had told him so. Hetty did not know which to believe. He ran on with more stuff to the same purpose. Hetty looked at me. I cleared myself and insisted on his clearing me. "Well," he said, laughing, "I believe I added the garters." "Why, did I say anything at all about hanging?" cried I. "No," returned he. "When I had given the garters, I was obliged to give a use for them." At the end of 2 dances, Mrs. Debiage told us we were to change partners every 2 dances. Mr. Seaton then took out Hetty, and Mr. John Dundas made his bow to me. These 2 dances over, Captain Pringle marched to me, Mr. Farquhar to Hetty. The captain professed much concern at my approaching journey. Though he so seldom saw me, he said it was a pleasure to him to know he lived in the same neighbourhood. He rejoiced, however, that we did not both go. Then he would have put his whole house in mourning, now only half of it, etc., etc. After that I went down 2 dances with Mr. Robinson. We then left off for supper. During the time of the rest, I was happier than in dancing, for I was more pleased with the conversations I then had with Mr. Dundas, Mr. Adams, and others, than with my partners, and they all came in turn to chat with me with as much good humour as if I had been as good a talker as I am a listener. Mr. Dundas the elder and Mr. Adams are quite high conversers. I was never more pleased. When supper was over, all who had voices worth hearing were made to sing. None shone more than Mr. Adams, though in truth he has little or no voice. Yet he sung with so much taste and feeling that few very fine voices could give equal pleasure. I cannot but much regret the probability there is of my never seeing him again. I may see many fools ere I see such a sensible man again. Mr. Robinson also sang and showed to advantage his fine teeth and face. Miss Dalrymple also showed to disadvantage her conceit and self-approbation. Hetty, with 1 song only, gave more pleasure than any other. Poor Mrs. Pringle, who hates music, unless it be Maggie Lauder, was on the rack of impatience and vexation all the time. Reader's note, Maggie Lauder is a rollicking old Scottish ballad, back to main text. She is seldom silent 3 minutes, yet seldom speaks without applause. Therefore this musical entertainment was absolute torture to her. For the life of me I could not forbear laughing. She gave as many hints against singing as she possibly could, but nobody would take them. Between every song she cried, "Pray, gentlemen and ladies, take breath. Upon my word, you ought not to suffer for your complaisance." Still they were not tired. More eagerly than before she cried out, "Why, bless me, you'll kill yourselves. Pray, Mr. Debiage, speak. Mr. Adams and Miss Dalrymple are so very polite that they won't consider themselves, but we ought." Finding this also fail, quite out of patience, she exclaimed, "Why, good folks, this is all very fine, but you should not give us too much of it. Let us have a little conversation. Mr. Debiage, why don't you talk? Come, Sir Harry, I'm sure, is of my side. Bless us, what's to become of our tongues?" Mr. Seton did not let his be idle. His whole attention was confined to Hetty, and his conversation was more flattering than ever, equally so at least. Well might he be proud of engaging her as he did, for she met with the most flattering and apparent approbation of everyone present. We took our leaves at about 3 in the morning, I mine with much concern, assured as I was of not seeing them again so long, if ever. For Mamma's not being acquainted with this family will probably put an end to our intimacy when we are all in town again. Mr. Seton handed Hetty to the carriage. Mr. John Dundas very civilly begged the favour of my hand, which, just as I had held towards him, Major Dundas, impertinent coxcomb, pushed himself between us and very cavalierly took it. I can't say it made any difference to me, but I cannot bear the airs of that Major. Mr. John laughed it off very well, threatening to send him a challenge next day, bidding him remember Montague House, and not imagine he would pocket such an affront. Footnote: duels were fought in the fields behind old Montague House. Back to main text. Captain and Mrs. Pringle came home with us. The former intimated his intention of calling to pay me a farewell visit ere I went. Fearing the consequences of his despair, I would not prohibit him. Poor Hetty passed an uneasy night, racked with uncertainty about this Seton, this eternal destroyer of her peace. Were he sincere, she owned, she could be happier in a union with him than with any man breathing. Indeed, he deserves her not. But the next morning, when she considered well of everything, she declared, were he to make her the most solemn offer of his hand, she would refuse him, and half added, except of Charles. Readers note the hand of her cousin, another Charles Burney, whom she did marry. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wednesday. At breakfast entered Captain Pringle. Pitied Hetty, pitied himself for my intended absence. Nor did he exclude me from his pity. In truth, it was I most merited it. He hoped, however, that I did not carry my heart down with me, assured me that I should find it very troublesome in the country, and vastly more entertaining to go without that, though not without a successor to it. He told me that I was now at the most susceptible age, and hoped I made not a bad use of my time, said the country was intolerably insipid without la belle passion. Having stayed about 2 hours, he made his compliments and departed. Soon after, Mr. Seton called on pretence of bringing Hetty a poem which had expressed a wish to read, Goldsmith's Deserter. I wonder he chose to bring it. How blind to our own failings are we! I come now to Thursday, my last day in town. In the morning Harry Phipps called and stayed some time. Hetty and I wished to form a friendship with him, nor has he shown any aversion to such a scheme. There is something very engaging in him. Soon after, tat-tat-tat-too, tat-tat at the door, and enter Mr. Seton. I was quite amazed. He marched up to me and presented me with a little parcel which, on opening,
I found to contain 12 francs directed to Hetty. Free Dundas. Reader's note: a free franc was a mark applied by means of a hand stamp to parliamentary mail to indicate that the mailed item did not require postage. That is, so that Fanny could write to Hetty free of charge. Dundas was a Member of Parliament. Back to main text. He had mentioned this to her before, though, as she rather declined it from our little acquaintance with Mr. Dundas, we did not expect them. Mr. Seaton said that my sister should have 12 directed to me, if I would tell him my direction. Imagine my blushes, etc. He stayed near 2 hours. I don't admire being obliged to him. He says that Mrs. Debiage mentioned it to Mr. Dundas, but it is much the same. Really, Mr. Dundas must wonder we should permit such a request after only seeing him twice. I should not like he should think ill of us, for we think very well of him. Mr. Seaton told me that he has a wife and daughter in Scotland, the latter married. Just after he was gone, Mr. Young, whom we had not seen in an age, called today. He was most absurdly dressed for a common visit, being in light blue embroidered with silver, a bag and sword, and walking in the rain. He looked extremely well, and looked tolerably conscious of it. Upon my word, he is quite altered from what I thought him on our first acquaintance. He has grown all airs and affectation, assumed a coxcomical assurance and indolence joined. Yet I believe this was put on. For what purpose I cannot tell, unless it were to let us see what a power of transformation he possessed. He bowed to the ground at entering, then, swinging his hat the full extent of his arm, "This is the most unfortunate shower," cried he, "or rather, I am most unfortunate in being caught in it. Pray, how does Dr. Burney do? Where is he?" We, in return, inquired after Mrs. Young. "She's very well, in the environs of Soho, I believe." "At Mrs. Cornelia's, I presume," said Hetty. "Oh, sure," returned he, "just going to open a ball with Lord Carlisle." But where is Dr. Burney? Once again we answered out on business, and retorted a second inquiry after Mrs. Young. "We just now parted in a pet," said he, "but I think we were to meet here." Soon after she came in a chair. After common salutations, "Pray, how came you to leave me so, Mr. Young?" cried she. "Only think," turning to us, "the fellow of a coachman drove the horses' heads towards a court in Soho Square and pretended he could not move them, and Mr. Young was fool enough to get out and let the man have his way, when he deserved to be horsewhipped." "Instead of which," returned he, "I gave him a shilling. Where's the difference?" "Who but you," cried she, "would not have made the man come on with us, or else not have paid him?" And so I was forced to run into a toy shop, where he politely left me to my fate, where I chanced to meet with a chair. Oh, rare matrimony, thought I. Footnote, a quotation from a Garrick farce, back to main text. Mr. Young turned to Hetty. "Where is Dr. Burney?" "Why, dear," cried she, "I told you 20 times out on business." "Oh, I believe you did." "When will Miss Allen leave Bath?" said Mrs. Young. "Why, is Miss Allen at Bath?" cried he. "Mr. Young," exclaimed she, "how can you be so affected? Why, you knew she was there a month ago." "Not I, faith. I never heard a syllable of the matter, not a single syllable." "I have no patience with such affectation. You knew it as well as I did," cried she.
Miss Burney," cried Mr. Young, fixing his eyes earnestly on her face, "how does Mr. what's his name? Charles, I believe. Aye. How does Mr. Charles Burney do?" "Very well, I believe," said she, half smiling, in spite of a studied composure. "When does my sister come to town?" asked Mr. Young. "Next Tuesday," said I, "and I go to Lynn tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Is this magic? And why do you go?" said Mr. Young. "To take Mamma's place and be very notable." "And for that do you go? No reason besides?" "Not one." "I'll go too." "When is it?" "Next Tuesday." "I'll go too, I protest," cried Mr. Young. "Pray do," said I. "It will be very worth while." "I will, upon my honour." He then insisted on Hetty's singing, which she did, and most sweetly. They went away about 9. My dear papa soon after came home. I had told him of my franks, though in some fear that he should think me wrong in consenting to have them, though I don't know how I could have refused them. Lynn Regis. My Suzette and I are very comfortable here. We work, read, walk, and play on the harpsichord. These are our employments, and we find them sufficient to fill up all our time without ever being tired. I am reading again the History of England, that of Smollett. I've read to the reign of George II, and in spite of the dislike I have to Smollett's language and style of writing, I am much entertained, for scarce a name is now mentioned that is not familiar to my ear, and I delight in thus tracing the rise and progress of the great characters of the age. We meet with great civility and kindness in this town, and the passage breaks off. Back to main text. To Miss Burney, Chessington. My dearest sister, with a very short time to write and a very great deal to say, I take up my pen to thank you most heartily for your comfortable letter. I had thought it very long on the road. We are now in daily expectation of the important letter from Papa, and let me say one thing. It seems to me not unlikely that immediately the Papa receives the last packet, he will write to my uncle. Footnote: the uncle is Richard Burney of Worcester, father of Charles Rousseau Burney, Hetty's bridegroom and cousin. Dr. Burney was then on his first tour of the continent. Back to main text. I hope, therefore, that you have ere now acquainted him with your affairs, or else that you directly will, as it would be shocking for him to hear of it first from abroad, and as he would then perhaps always believe that you intended to secret it from him. How can it have got about? God knows, but everybody here speaks of your marriage as a certain and speedy affair. So you will have it in town. I fear Mamma cannot go. As for me, I'm ready to break my heart when I think of being absent from you. Oh, that it were in my power to quit this place directly, but I hope all for the best. Indeed, I cannot bear to suppose that I shall be away from you. Miss Allen goes to Snettisham tomorrow, is too busy to write, but will from thence. Suzette's best love attends you. I've had a sensible and affectionate letter from my cousin, which I beg you to thank him for in my name. Sweet Chessington, abominable Lynn. My dear Hetty, I shall write myself into the vapours and then give them to you. So I will have done. But I must say how much I admire your plan of life. Certainly it would seem very strange for you to have gone to the coffee-house, for all his and your own acquaintance will be visiting you on the occasion. I will write to you the very instant we hear from Venice. Footnote, that is from Dr. Burney, back to main text. My kindest and best love to my ever dear Mr. Crisp, and to dear Kitty. Let us know about the Barbournes when you can. Footnote, the family of the uncle mentioned above, Richard Burney of Barbourne Lodge, Worcester. Back to main text. Adieu, my dearest, dear sister. I'm in much haste. My first wish is to be with you. God forbid I should not. Believe me, ever with the utmost affection, your Frances Burney. End section 27. Section 28 of the Early Diary of Frances Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Poland Street. I have not written for an age. The reason is my thoughts have been all drawn away from myself and given up to my dear Hetty, and to her I have been writing without end, so that all my time besides was due to my dearest Suzette, with whom I've been reading French, having taught myself that charming language for the sake of its bewitching authors, for I shall never want to speak it. With this dear Suzette and my sweet little Charlotte, it is well I can be so happy, for Hetty, my dear Hetty, has given herself away from us. She has married at last her faithful Charles. God send her happy. He is one of the worthiest young men living. I am come up to town to spend a little time with them. They are now in our house, till I can find a dwelling to their taste. Papa has put a house in Queen Square. It is settled by Mr. Crisp, to my very great grief, that we are quite to drop Mrs. Pringle, that we may see no more of Mr. Seaton. For this reason I shall be glad to quit Poland Street, that I may no more see Mrs. Pringle, since I dare not visit or even speak to her when it is not unavoidable, as it was a few days since, when Miss Allen and I were standing at the parlour window and Mrs. Pringle passed, but seeing me turned back and made a motion for me to open the window, which I did, though I was terribly confused what to say to her, for it was not in my power to explain the reasons of my absence from her. Yet after so much kindness and civility as we met with from her, I'm sure excuses were very necessary. She asked me how I did, and immediately added, "Pray, what have I done that you never come near me?" I was much at a loss what to say, but stammered something about the hurry of moving, want of time, etc. She shook her head. Want of time? What, only next door? I assure you I think it very ungrateful in you. Her bluntness confounded me, which I believe she saw, for she said in a softer manner, "Well, my dear, I am glad to see you so well. I wish you good morning," and walked away. I'm truly sorry to say I believe this is the last time I shall speak to Mrs. Pringle. I have a very strong sense of the favours we have received from her, and were it in my power, would convince her that I have, but it is not. Just before her eldest son, the captain, went abroad last spring, he gave to my sister a copy of verses on her and me, which I will write out. Footnote: 4 stanzas follow, professing to be French. Captain Pringle most likely copied them in part from a book, grafting upon them some conceits of, quote, his own pure brain about 1 Belle Venus and 2 Madame Minerve, 1 Miss Hester, 2 Miss Fanny Burney, in
is Captain Pringle's own explanation of whom he meant, back to main text. Can anything be more gallant? My sister and myself propose in future signing no other names than those of Venus and Minerva. Wednesday, October the 1st, in square brackets, question mark, our play, which I shall presently copy a bill of. There was just a week's interval from the proposing and the performing, but I will begin with the playbill, which I had the honour to draw up. The 29th will be presented by a company of comedians in Queen Square. Queen Square, November the 16th. I have now changed my abode and quitted dear Poland Street for ever. How well satisfied shall I be if, after having lived as long in Queen Square, I can look back to equally happy days. We have a charming house here. It is situated at the upper end of the square and has a delightful prospect of Hampstead and Highgate. We have more than room for our family, large as it is, and all the rooms are well fitted up, convenient and handsome. I left Mr. Burney and my sister with regret. I passed 5 happy weeks with them. Footnote: the following fragment is in a proper place here as winding up the record of the waverings of Mr. Seton. Back to main text. Though he never knew his own mind while she was single, and that his friends in his party, knowing his disappointment, and not knowing how his behaviour incurred it, all look upon her marriage as if it was jilting him. I know that they all thought much higher for her than Mr. Burney, who has nothing to offer but the fruits of his profession, and she is so pretty and so accomplished, so agreeable and so active, that both in and out of her family it was imagined she would connect herself to far more worldly advantage. The extreme worth, however, and excellent though unpretending understanding of Mr. Burney, and his goodness of heart and regard from childhood will, I trust and hope, make her happy and make... Footnote: here ends a record of, quote, such love as belongs to admiration and leads to flirtation and ends in nothing at all. So wrote Fanny many years afterwards in her novel Camilla. As we have no cooking at all in these early diaries, and our heroine does but twice describe her own apparel, we wish to show that the Burneys did more than drink tea, and can only find Maria Allen, who was rather notable, to fill the void. Here is part of a letter from Warham, then the abode of Sir John Turner. It seems to have been written after Hetty's marriage, but whether in 1770 or 1771 is hard to tell. She writes as if about to take the place of her mother as mistress in Dr. Burney's house. We introduce Maria, or Maria, by this fragment, and she begins to open her love affairs in the lively letter which follows it. Nothing lying before the editor gives a higher opinion of the natural refinement of Hetty, Fanny and Susie than the contrast between what they did and wrote and the occasional doings and writing of impulsive Maria Allen. The contrast in education is equally striking. Reader's note: Maria's letters are punctuated only by dashes and some of the spelling is unorthodox. Back to main text. From Maria Allen to Fanny Burney. As I come along, some housekeeping thoughts enter my noddle as follows. Tell Jenny I have altered the dinner on Monday and intend having a top fried smelts, at bottom the ham. On one side 2 boiled chickens, on the other a small pigeon pie with 3 pigeons in it, and let the crust be made very rich and eggs in it. In the middle an Orleans plum pudding, and a roast loin of mutton after the fish. There must be French beans around the chickens. And let her get some greengages and filberts and a few good Orleans for after dinner. Oh, and pray remember, the window blind belonging to the common parlour be put up and the door shut when the ladies come in, that there may not seem a fuss. And let the carpet be laid down in the music room, for I shall carry them up there till dinner is ready. And let the haircloth on the stairs be taken away, for you, Susie, and the children can go up by the study all the time they are with us to prevent dirt. Excuse all these orders, but they occurred to me as necessary things while on my journey. To Miss Fanny Burney, my dear Fan, prepare a good stomach and a good pair of shoes for an agreeable walk to Cornhill to eat your fill of delicious cheesecakes. Does not your mouth water at the bare idea? Footnote: the advice possibly means that Fanny was to go to an inn at Cornhill to receive a parcel from Maria in Norfolk, and to pay the inn the tribute of eating cheesecakes, which were in readiness at most inns. Back to main text. I was at the assembly, forced to go entirely against my own inclination, but I always have sacrificed my own inclinations to the will of other people. Could not resist the pressing opportunity of Bet Dickens to go, though it proved horridly stupid. I drank tea at the missing text, told old T. Turner I was determined not to dance. He would not believe me. A wager ensued £half a crown, provided I followed my own inclinations. Agreed. Mr. Audley asked me, I refused, sat still, yet followed my own inclinations. But 4 couple began, Martin was there. Yet stupid, n'importe, quite indifferent on both sides. Reader's note: Martin Rishton, with whom she was shortly to elope. Back to main text. Who had I to converse with the whole evening? Not a female friend, none there. Not an acquaintance, all dancing. Who then? I forgot. Import. I broke my earring. How, heaven knows, foolishly enough. One can't always keep on the mask of wisdom. Well, n'importe. I danced a minuet à quatre, the latter end of the eve, with a stupid wretch. Need I name him? They danced cotillions almost the whole night, 2 sets. Yet I did not join them. Miss Jenny Hawkins danced. With who? Can't you guess? Well, n'importe. Some folk broke their promise of not dancing. Well, who could resist? The object was tempting, only half a dance, the rest of the time stupidly. Not a soul I know there of my own sex who were not too much engaged to speak to me. Well, n'importe. I drank tea with no one in no party. I was an alien, quite save that poor bewitched solitary thing, not quite. Got into the chariot to come home. Young Mrs. Hogg's coachman forgot to set me down at her own door, drove me in Checker Street. I did not go in with her, though much asked. Came home. Was I alone? Yes. Well, all is vanity and vexation of spirit. Did I pass a happy eve? Guess. Did my going answer the expense of the cheesecake? Yes. Was I better pleased on Wednesday or Thursday morning? The latter. You remember saying to me the night before you went these words: write me a full account of the assembly. You need not mind explanations. I shall not need them, as I know how affairs stand. I will explain them to Hetty. I have obeyed your orders. They have been rather too explicit, I think. Adieu. Continue to love me, and remember me to dear Hetty and her Charles. I am yours sincerely, Maria Lucia Allen. Footnote: Lucius appears to have been one of the Christian names of Martin Richton. Back to main text. Susan adds this postscript. Susanna sends her love to all three. Has nothing to say, as is not able to write so much, yet say so little as Miss A. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Early Diary of Fanny Burney, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1771. Editor's note. We cannot tell how much has been cut away from the diary of this year before the first date which remains in it, that of the 11th of April. Back to main text. Queen Square, Bloomsbury, April the 11th. I have of late been led into many reflections from the strange and unexpected behaviour I've seen on several occasions. One happened this morning. Editor's note: we have here omitted 3 pages of these moral reflections, which were not only acceptable but obligatory in that century. Back to main text. Mrs. Coleman, wife of the famous author Mr. Coleman, reader's note, manager of the Haymarket Theatre, he adapted many works for the stage. Back to main text. Mrs. Coleman, a sweet, amiable woman, was taken ill and died suddenly rather more than a fortnight since. Footnote: she'd taken the wrong medicine. Back to main text. We were intimately acquainted with and very sincerely regretted her. In point of understanding, she was infinitely inferior to Mr. Coleman, but she possessed an uncommon sweetness of temper, much sensibility, and a generous and restless desire of obliging and of making her friends happy. So amiable a character must, I'm sure, endear her infinitely to Mr. Coleman, whom she, with the greatest reason, was beyond expression attached to. He is one of the best-tempered, though I believe very passionate, of men, lively, agreeable, open-hearted and clever. Her daughter, Miss Ford, is about 16, very genteel in person, well-bred and very well educated. Her son, George Coleman, is still younger. Poor Mrs. Coleman was dotingly fond of both her children. I've heartily pitied them for the loss of such a mother ever since I heard of it. Reader's note: Coleman was a comic dramatist and theatre manager. Back to main text. This morning it happened that only I was at home when I heard a violent rap at the door, and John came in with Miss Ford's name. I felt myself almost shudder with the idea of what she must suffer from entering a house in which her mother had been so intimate, and while her death was so recent. And when she came in, I knew not what to do with my eyes to prevent their meeting hers. I was equally distressed for words, not knowing how to address her on this melancholy occasion. But I soon found my apprehensions were needless, for she received my salute and seated herself with great composure and without manifesting any concern. I talked, as well as I was able, of indifferent matters, and she followed as I led with the utmost ease and serenity. Offered to call upon me any morning that would be agreeable to me, to go an-airing. Spoke just as usual of Mr. Coleman and her brother, whom I inquired much after, and with the ready politeness of an old mistress of a family, hoped soon to have the pleasure of seeing me in Queen Street. Then said she was going to St. James's and so many places that she could not possibly stay longer. I held up my hands and eyes with astonishment when she left me. Alas, thought I, is all the tenderness of the fondest of mothers so soon forgot? Or is it that, becoming the mistress of the house, for such Mr. Coleman has made her, having his servants and equipage at her command, is it in such things to compensate for the best of parents? April the 20th. I went last night with Mamma and Miss Allen to Ranelagh. I saw few people that I knew and none that I cared for. Footnote: here occurs a gap which we find from Madame D'Arblay's notes was once filled with the affairs of, quote, Mrs. Dr. Burney, Miss Allen and Mr. Rishton, ellipsis. We have not found any reasons why Mrs. Burney was so very warm against Mr. Rishton, except that he had been extravagant at Oxford and that she had heard some story that he'd done something unworthy of a gentleman. Mr. Crisp, Hetty, Fanny and Susan were under the same belief that he was an unfit and unsafe lover for Maria, but Fanny and Susan, the confidantes, were much more pitiful than the, quote, waifish Hetty, although they pleaded on the side of discretion, with the usual result, as may be seen hereafter. Back to main text. May the 8th. My father's book, The Present State of Music, made its appearance in the world the 3rd of this month, and we flatter ourselves it will be favourably received. Last Sunday was the first day for some time past that my father has favoured us with his company in a sociable style, having been so exceedingly occupied by writing in those few hours he spends at home that he really seemed lost to his family, and the comfort of his society and conversation is almost as new as grateful to us. He prints this book for himself. He sent a multitude of them to his particular friends as presents, among others to the famous Dr. Hawkesworth, to that charming poet Mr. Mason, to Mr. Garrick and Mr. Crisp, who all four were consulted about it when a manuscript and interested themselves much with it. Dr. Shepherd, Mr. Coleman, Dr. Armstrong, Mr. Strange, Dr. Beaver, Giardini and many others had likewise books before the publication. We had a great deal of company last Sunday. Mrs. Shields and Mr. and Mrs. Mayling, her son and daughter, dined and spent the evening with us. Mrs. Mayling is a sweet woman with whom we were intimate before her marriage, and who now, to our great regret, lives in the north of England. Footnote: these names should be Shields and Malling. Of Mrs. Malling, Madame D'Arblay tells that she had often said, "Why did not Sir Joshua Reynolds paint Dr. Johnson when he was speaking to your father or to you?" Mrs. Malling had observed that the sight of Dr. Burney or of Fanny seemed to light up Johnson's countenance. Back to main text. After dinner, Sir Thomas Clarges, modest young baronet, and Mr. Price, a young man of fashion, called and sat about 2 hours. The latter is lately returned from his travels and was eager to compare notes with my father. He is a very intelligent, sensible and clever young man, his kinsman to Mr. Greville. Yesterday after tea we were cheered indeed, for rap-tap-tap, and entered Mr. and Mrs. Garrick with their 2 nieces. Mr. Garrick, who has lately been very ill, is delightfully recovered, looks as handsome as ever I saw him, is in charming spirits, and was all animation and good humour. Mrs. Garrick is the most attentively polite and perfectly well-bred woman in the world. Her speech is all softness, her manners all elegance, her smiles all sweetness. There is something so peculiarly graceful in her motion and pleasing in her address, that the most trifling words have weight and power when spoken by her to oblige and even delight. Footnote: Mrs. Garrick was a Viennese dancer whose patroness was the Empress Maria Theresa. All agree as to her attractions and great good sense. Reader's note: she and Garrick were childless and had virtually adopted the motherless children after Esther's death. Back to main text. The Miss Garricks resemble the eldest her aunt, the youngest her uncle, in a striking manner. Softness, modesty, reserve and silence characterise Miss Garrick, while Kitty is all animation, spirit and openness. They are both very fine girls, but the youngest is most handsome. Her face is the most expressive I almost ever saw of liveliness and sweetness. Dr. King, who has just taken the doctor's degree, came in and figured away to his own satisfaction before Mr. Garrick, whom he so engrossed that I thought it quite effrontery in him. I wonder he had the courage to open his mouth. But men of half understandings have generally, I believe, too little feeling to be overpowered with diffidence. Besides, the man is wont to preach, and that has taught him to prose, which he does unmercifully. Dr. Beaver, a very civil, heavy-headed man of the law, who'd listened with attentive admiration, but quite dumb to every word Mr. Garrick spoke, but upon something being advanced relative to the Chancery, he ventured to offer some reply. I really pitied the poor man, for when Mr. Garrick turned round to him, and everybody was silent to hear him, his voice failed him. He hesitated, confounded his own meaning, and was in so much confusion that he could not make himself understood. I sat by the youngest Miss Garrick and had some comfortable conversation with her. Mrs. Garrick, with much kindness, took my hand when she spoke to me, and Mr. Garrick inquired most particularly after every one of the family. I never saw in my life such brilliant, piercing eyes as Mr. Garrick's are. In looking at him when I've chanced to meet them, I have really not been able to bear their lustre. Footnote: it has been said that there was a resemblance between Garrick and the first Napoleon. A nephew, who was exactly like his uncle, was arrested in Wales in 1803 under the belief that he was Bonaparte. Back to main text. I remember 3 lines which I once heard Mrs. Pladle repeat. They were her own upon Mr. Garrick, speaking of his face. That mouth that might envy with passion inspire, those eyes fraught with genius, with sweetness, with fire, and everything else that the heart can desire. This sweet poetess, on the very Sunday that I am writing of, set out for the East Indies. End of section 29.